Someone make it make sense.
I'll be a couple.
This is the defendant. Why is there, hold on, sorry, this other sound is happening on here. Okay, sorry. Okay, so that, give me a second, guys. That is the defendant. That is from his YouTube channel. So, there you go. Let me see if I can pull up. So he still has a YouTube channel, first of all. So here's the thing. So I didn't realize this trial was starting this week. I've been waiting for this trial, okay? Because I don't know much about it, but what I do know is that's the defendant, a Juilliard trained pianist, right? And so it was supposed to start in January. And what happened was they couldn't seat a jury. And so then I didn't hear anything else about it. And then I just realized it started on Monday, I believe. It started on February 11th. So this is his channel, still has a channel, okay? So here's what's crazy though. So this fellow here, who's the defendant in this case, he had a goal. I think it's like a world record type of thing. He had a goal to memorize and perform all of Beethoven's 32 sonatas, which is 600 pages of music. And he did that. And he accomplished that by September of 2021, okay? Less than 2 weeks later, this homicide happened. So wrap your heads around that, okay? Less than 2 weeks later, after accomplishing that huge feat. So I wanted to, we're gonna watch this. By the end of this week, by the end of today, the state rested their case in chief. But here's the thing. I don't know really much about this case at all, apart from the fact that this is a classically trained, like, prodigy pianist. And that's pretty much it. The only other thing I know is it was a knife. So and that he did not know the victim, hadn't met the victim, and it was a knife. And that there were rose petals everywhere. Hi, Denise. Happy Valentine's Day. So yes, it's called the Rose Petal Murder Trial because there were rose petals. So they find the victim. I know the victim was a vet tech. I know that. I know she had a daughter. They find the victim. And actually, it's like the fiance finds the victim. Okay. And stabbed to death. And there's just rose petals fucking everywhere. Okay. And so we're going to watch this trial. We're going to jump right on in. And the other thing I will say is that Fitz News, who reports, this is the South Carolina trial. They have said that this is far and away the most complicated case they have ever heard of. And I've heard other people sort of echo that same sentiment. I don't even know what's so complicated about it yet because we haven't gotten into it. But I think it's crazy enough, right? With the worlds colliding when you've got a classically trained pianist like that. I mean, it's just wild. So he's the defendant. So that just gave you a little taste of what we're looking at here. I'll keep his channel pulled up in case we want to look at any of his other videos. He's got some Beethoven sonatas on there. But for now, we're back in South Carolina, Murdoch territory, although we're not in the Low Country. And what we're going to do is we're going to watch this. We're going to see if we can do this on like 1.5 times speed, because that way we can try to catch up. Again, I didn't realize this was starting already. So we're going to try and see if we can play catch up. Now, they do tend to talk slowly in South Carolina. So we'll see. If we have to slow it down, we'll slow it down. So first thing that'll happen is jury instructions. And happy Valentine's Day to you guys. Love you guys. The truest love of all is the love that we have for the Squirrel crew, right?
Motion, I'm going to rule on the motion, but I just didn't know. I know y'all said that.
I saw Mr. Marshall going through security.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. Let me get organized up here.
I don't even know this judge's name yet. That's how fresh I am on this, guys. We're just going to go through this and learn together.
One of the first things I wanted to just go before we start getting into my ruling pertains to the media. And I did look at things, and again, like yesterday, I told you that I want to make sure that everybody in the media had looked at my order and that they were abide by it. One of the issues that I have questions that I keep getting is, can we report contemporaneously or just a 30-minute delay that is in my order? Does that pertain to that? And I thought about it, and I will allow you to report. I don't think I can prevent you from reporting on that. Everything else in the
So he's setting up the rules and the parameters for the camera people. So what he was just saying is, like, sometimes we'll have it in certain trials where there's like a delay or whatever. It sounds like that's what he's saying he's not going to be doing.
order does stand. I don't think I specifically really addressed that point, but I just wanted to clarify that because I think there's a lot.
I don't know. I
I am concerned though, not with people coming in and out. Flurry. I don't be distracted.
Where's Heather? I don't know.
I think that will be the last time that we address anything to the meeting. But again, I'm thankful that you're here, and I'm fortunate to open to the meeting. All right.
Oh wow.
I spent a considerable amount of time looking at case law, these excellent briefs that
And there's the defendant. And you know, the first thing I thought of was he's got plenty of suits on hand ready to wear because he's a concert pianist. I mean, he's got the suits ready to go. So I'm just trying to move these all the way up. Okay.
To me, your oral
There he
arguments,
is.
and I'm going
There
to
he is, the defendant.
Amended motion in limine, and I'm
First
going
degree
to
murder.
in reference to child pornography involving the victim, her juvenile daughter, I think it's AMP,
Wait.
so I'm going to be.
Hang on. Hold on. Okay. Now I see what everybody. Okay. Let me. You guys, we're not even. They've only just started. I mean, we're like 1 minute in. What the fuck? Hold on. Hold on. Did you guys see that?
Your oral arguments, and I am going to grant the state's motion, amended motion in limine, and I'm going to exclude any reference to child pornography involving the victim, her juvenile daughter, I think it's AMP, or Bradley.
Okay. What? So it's a motion in limine, granting the motion in limine. We're learning together. So you heard that child P word involving the juvenile daughter of the victim. One more time, just to make sure I'm understanding.
The state's motion, amended motion in limine, and I'm going to exclude any reference to child pornography involving the victim, her juvenile daughter, I think it's AMP.
So involving the victim and her juvenile daughter. What?
Or Bradley Post. So I'm going to be excluding.
Or Bradley Post. The one thing I know basically nothing. I know Bradley Post was the fiance of the victim who found the body. So it sounds like, gathering what they're saying here, sounds like there's something going on with some child P word that involved the victim, her fiance, and the 10-year-old daughter. What?
And that also includes the cross-examination of Mr. Post. I will get into that in a moment. I know that we've talked with counsel as far as your ability to do it proper, and he's going to be coming in for a in-camera hearing shortly. I find that it is not relevant.
What a way to start a trial.
Or two, this evidence has no tendency to make the existence of any fact that is a consequence of this murder more or less likely. It will not assist the jury.
Okay, we've talked about this plenty of times, but he's right now he's putting on the record. This is the balancing test, right? That is it more, more prejudicial than probative. So we've talked about this, how like with character evidence, for example, right? Like there's very few circumstances where like you have to, okay, in the Ezra McCandless trial, for example, right? When they wanted to try to bring in negative character evidence of the victim, there's very specific parameters, and we've covered those extensively. And I can pull that up actually. Let me pull out my book. Because, and in that case, it was a self-defense, affirmative defense. So that's how they were able to try to get around this. But I don't know what the defense is here. Obviously, he pled not guilty or he wouldn't be here at all. So I know like basically nothing. So we're going to see together here. So he said 401. So that's relevance. 402, that's admissibility. But I'm sure he's going to get to 404 because 404 is what talks about, where is it? Okay. Yep. So as it pertains to self-defense. So it's 404C. Or sorry, 404B and 404C. The victim's pertinent trait if the evidence is admitted. So in other words, if the defense offers evidence of a victim's pertinent trait, so something that's unfavorable, like being involved with child P word, I'll call it porn. How about that? Child porn. The prosecutor can offer evidence to rebut it, blah, blah. If it's a homicide case, the prosecutor may offer evidence of the victim's traits for peacefulness. Again, that makes more sense when you're dealing with a self-defense case. So anyway, I'm not going to go too much further into that because I want to get into this trial. We've talked about these at length, but the point being that it sounds like, because it's emotional limiting, it sounds like the defense wanted this evidence to come in, right? Because it would make the victim look bad, maybe. I don't know. Let me just play it because we're just getting started here. So
arriving at the truth of this murder.
Here yet.
The question is, did the defendant commit this murder? And that's the only issue. The child pornography is not relevant, and even if so, I would exclude it under Rule 403 because
there it is.
The value is significantly
There it
outweighed by. And I know normally we jump to
the key words, the key P words, probative and prejudicial, like I just said.
Unfair prejudice, and that is part of
There
it.
It is.
But I would focus on confusion of the issues and misleading the jury. If at some point it does become relevant, then that certainly could be revisited. And again, even if it were found to be relevant, which I don't think it is, it's not come in pertaining to post.
I'm happy to be y'all
for bias. I know that y'all, that was your argument. Certainly you're going to be protected in proffering. But Mr. Post, he's going to stand, or he's going to have his day in court, and he's going to have to,
There's the defendant. For anyone who's just getting here, there's the defendant, classically trained Juilliard pianist.
He's not pled, and he's not been tried yet. He's not a co-defendant. He's not an eyewitness to the actual crime. He basically found the body of his girlfriend, fiance.
Yes, Kit Smits. Yes. In the thumbnail, by the way, where you see him sitting at the piano, I took that from his YouTube channel. This is insane. Juilliard, I think he has 2 degrees in Juilliard. By the way, Kit Smits, you'll appreciate this. For anyone who doesn't know, Kit Smits is also a pianist and teaches piano. So he had this goal right before the murder, right? He had this goal to perform, let me pull it back up, to perform all of the Beethoven sonatas for memory, all 32 of them, 600 pages of music. He completed this goal, life goal of his, completed the goal in September of 2021. 2 weeks later, this victim, I don't even know her name yet, this victim was murdered, okay, stabbed to death. And then her body was found by her fiance, and there were rose petals everywhere. And so far, we've just gotten into it. But what we've heard is we're prior to opening statements and prior to jury instructions, there's a motion in limine that the judge is granting to not bring in. Apparently what we're hearing here is that the victim, her fiance, they were both involved in something involving child corn. I'm using the word corn, and their daughter, or a minor daughter, their daughter, I guess. So that's where we're at. And the murder weapon was a knife, if I didn't already say it. It's first-degree murder, Denise. First-degree murder.
And he's going to be here testifying under subpoena. And it's my understanding he's testifying to finding the body.
He had never, and again, I know very little. We're learning together. But one of the few things I know he'd never met the victim before. Okay. Never met the victim. Had just finished this huge goal on the piano. All 30, right? I know. This is insane.
The murder, which is corroborated by the 911.
We will find out together.
And the investigator, the victim was his girlfriend, and he is a victim of harassment. He does have serious charges against him, but these are pending again, and he's innocent until he's proven guilty.
He's referencing the fiance right now. remember the fiance is that we're learning together. The fiance found the victim's body and seems to also have been involved in this child porn. And that would make sense because it sounds like he's saying he's facing charges. So it sounds like what's happening here is this fiance dude hasn't been charged with anything related to the murder, but he's in custody and waiting, I guess, trial for the child porn. Just what?
He will have a trial. Also, the Attorney General's office will handle this trial, not the Greenville Solicitor's office. He's not a cooperating witness. He's not providing any type of inculpatory, I guess, evidence linking the defendant to the crime. So they're not offering him in any way to like I said, to inculpate the defendant of any type of wrongdoing or indication of guilt.
And again, for anyone who hasn't heard, this has been called by people that know. This just started on February 11th. Okay, state's already arrested their case chief, but people are saying this is the most complicated case that anybody's ever heard of, apparently. So this is why I'm like, holy shit.
Also look at the State v. Smith, State v. Mitchell, State v. I can't pronounce this. Beesry or whatever, Pradudsri. And I don't find that the bias issues that are in those cases are in play here. I also reviewed, I think it's Delaware versus something. I think it's Van something, but thank you.
Wow. Remember the names?
Asking proposed if he has any pending charges, but not go into the specific charges. Certainly on the proffer, there will be certain allowance, but I do have the right to impose a limit on the scope of defense counsel's cross-examination and not violate the confrontation clause. And that would be under the another wonderful hard pronunciation of the Friedrich, F-R-E-I-T-E-K-H case. Also, it would be consistent with Rule 611A. Okay. I don't think I have anything else to add to that.
Okay.
Anything to say.
There again, for anyone who's just getting, there's the defendant.
Let me say, Your
He's 33 years old.
Honor, so your wish now is to allow for echoes to offer his testimony. And for the record, Your Honor, what is the purpose of his proffering? So to allow the defense cross-examination?
Yeah, and you're going
you just made.
You're going to ask the questions that you're going to ask.
Pittsmith, what a beautiful summary here. Yes, again, I'm brand new. I literally knew nothing about this. This is what we're all learning together, and we're coming in completely with a clean slate, right? I'd heard about this case a while ago, and then it was supposed to go to trial in January. I just heard because piano, right? And then it was supposed to go to trial in January. They couldn't see a jury, and I didn't realize it had started this past week. But so yes, as far as I know, Kitsmith's all of this is correct. So here's the summary: girl was found killed by fiance. Fiance is now charged with CP stuff. Piano man is accused of girl's murder. Fiance is not cooperating as a witness against piano man. Right. As far as it sounds like he's going to be testifying maybe more about the circumstance. I don't know. Yes, I think that's all accurate though. Thank you. Denise, we don't know yet. This is the thing, right? We don't I knew going into this that he had never met the victim. Other than that, I don't know. But remember, everybody says this is like the most complex, complicated fucking thing of all time. So we will learn together, guys.
Even though I know that you indicated that you did not feel that was necessary,
but
I think that allows them to have cross-examination on that. Counsel for Mr. Post will be here. I will have to, I guess, rule if he does assert the Fifth Amendment, then I'll have to rule at that time under whether or not it's just facially prejudicial to him, or if somehow in a chain of events it could
again, murder weapons, a knife.
Be something.
Rose petals everywhere.
Used. Okay, but they still have the right in proffer to ask it to protect the record.
Yes, this is very
Limited.
crazy.
And that's in conjunction with your ruling, Your Honor.
Huh?
Their cross-examination under this proffer still needs to be in conjunction with your ruling.
Well, the proffer, I'm going to allow them to at least ask.
Okay. Let me ask you guys this, because I want to try to see how much we can get through week one, because this shit's insane. I can't wait to find. Do you guys want to watch? Okay, he's about done here. Do you guys want to watch the jury instructions, or would you rather skip the jury instructions and get to opening statements? Because I'm probably fine skipping them. Normally, I would always cover them. I think they're super important, but we'll hear them again at the end of the trial. And I really want to get to the opening statements so we can see what the fuck is going on. What about you guys? Let me know if you want to watch. Let's see how long the jury instructions are, because that would be the next thing. So take a break. So like, okay, 145. Maybe not. Maybe they're not too long. It looks like opening statements. I don't know. What do you guys want to do? Skip. All right. Let's go to opening statements then. Cool. And all right, let's see. We're going to go here. Cool.
B.
Excellent,
what the state will
guys.
try to prove, and after the state's opening statements, defendant's attorney
Correct, Kit Smith.
may,
Yep.
if he chooses, make an opening
Yep.
statement. And at this point in the trial, no evidence has been offered by either
And
side.
Denise is right on point, right? It was a happy coincidence with this, right? With the Rose Petal murder, right? Because again, I didn't realize. I was like, holy shit! Like I saw something that they state had arrested. I was like, when did this start? And then it just worked out perfectly, right, for Valentine's Day. So absolutely, absolutely.
Next, the state will offer evidence that it says will support the charges.
This is the
against
end of the
defendant.
jury
The
instructions.
state's evidence in this case will consist of the testimony of witnesses and may include documents and other exhibits. I remind you that the defendant is presumed innocent, and the state must prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and the defendant does not have to prove which are not evident for each side. The final part of the actual person case, we will.
Okay, here we go, guys. Here we go. Oh my God.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
I have so many thoughts. I wonder, does he feel more nervous now than he ever did performing at Juilliard? I mean, how does this compare? I wonder if this is worse. This might be worse. Wow.
Walt Wilkins.
Wow.
Along with Jake Hoferth, we are the prosecutors in this case. This is Detective Jared Sparkman and Master Deputy Blake Wolf. They're the co-lead investigators in this case. I want to thank you for your service and thank you for
He's got nice
giving us the
eyes.
opportunity to present this case to you. The state has the obligation to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's the standard that you're going to hear from the judge. You're going to hear throughout your deliberations and throughout this trial. We have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. There's a lot of folks in this courtroom right here that you see. So we are the prosecution. We represent the state. We have the honor of representing the state in this particular case. The defendant sits over there. That is Zachary Hughes along with his attorneys, and they represent him in this particular case. But there's many more other individuals in this case. We have the court reporter. She's
What?
very important.
Oh my God. Have you guys ever seen that before? Wait. Denise, everybody, what? What? Wait, is this like show and tell? What is happening? Literally never seen this.
Him in this particular case.
Oh my God.
But there's many more
What?
other individuals in this case.
What?
We have the court reporter. She's very important.
Oh my
She's
God.
taking down everything that we're saying.
What is
recording
happening?
So we can have a record
What is
of this
happening?
entire case.
What?
So it's at its conclusion.
Huh?
So that's what she'll be doing, and she'll
Does
also be
he think
marking.
this is a field trip for kindergartners? If it was one of those things where the kindergartners come on a field trip, this would make more sense. Okay, children, this is the court. Like what?
Exhibits. So if you see her over there writing on things, that's what she's doing. She's marking the exhibits.
What?
You will identify things that we will be presenting to you for your review.
This is wild.
Madam Clerk, she's involved with a
Oh.
lot of paperwork and handles all the evidence that we submit
What is going on? What is going on?
into the court. So she'll be handling all the
Oh my
exhibits
God.
that you will get to
Oh my
review upon your deliberation. And of course, we have the judge.
What is happening?
And if you'll notice, the judge is a pretty important person. He's got a black robe.
Oh my
He
God.
gets to sit a little higher than the rest of
What
us.
is going
There's a reason for that.
I'm losing it. I'm losing it. What? I've forgotten about the child corn and the Juilliard pianist, and now this is so far the weirdest thing in this trial.
Because he is the referee. in
What
this
is
case. He's going to be calling balls and strikes. He's going to be telling us what the law is.
Oh,
And when
my
one of the parties has an
God.
objection, he's going to say whether you're right or whether you're wrong.
not to
Because
mention, we skipped past the jury instructions, but the judge would have already explained all this.
Rules in this courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. The rules
Oh my God.
are
my God.
officiated by the judge
Oh my
to
God.
make sure that we maintain the rules and the
They get it. They're not.
and the evidence is presented to you in the proper way. But the most important people in this room, ladies and gentlemen, are you.
That's true.
As the judge said, you're the triers of fact. You decide what.
As the judge said, right.
And the great thing about serving as a juror is that you don't leave your common sense at the door. You get to bring it with you in here. And you get to listen to the testimony.
Just repeating basically the jury instructions, but as if he's explaining it to a 3-year-old. So far, that's literally all that's happened.
That'll come right from this chair right here. And you get to look at the evidence that's
Good point.
presented
Thank you.
in your deliberations. You can see it along the way
I forgot to do kids.
of how this case progresses. You'll hear different kinds of evidence. So Judge said you hear direct evidence and circumstantial
You're
evidence.
literally just
They're
repeating.
both very powerful pieces of
Well,
evidence.
now,
They can
so
be
now I'm glad we didn't listen to it because it would have been redundant. This is great, crazy.
used in a way, any way in which you accept them. Direct evidence is simple. It's something that somebody can see, taste, or smell, something that they see. If you see somebody commit a violent crime, that's direct evidence that they saw.
I mean, we can't see the jury. Maybe they are 3-year-olds, you know?
Circumstantial evidence could be just as powerful.
Wow.
For example, if you look outside before you go to bed and you see your lawn nice and green, and you wake up and it's covered in snow and your footprints walking through the snow, well, you know that somebody walked through your yard from the time you went to bed and the time you woke up. You don't know who it is, but you know somebody did because you can see footprints. You can derive information from that to form a logical conclusion. Another good example of circumstantial evidence.
Yeah, this is like filibustering, right? Totally filibustering. This is bizarre. So we're, you know, like I said, we're learning together. We're already getting a sense, right? This is insane.
DNA evidence. If you have DNA in a certain location, you can derive that that person was at that location at that particular time, even though no one may be testified that they actually saw him there.
It probably was done.
But the DNA shows that he was.
The jury has probably heard this several times already thus far, right? Jury selection, opening jury instructions, right? Jury selection. And now again, can you imagine? Holy fuck.
Was there at a particular time. Very powerful circumstantial evidence.
Right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this case is about the murder of Christina Parcell.
Finally.
And the state intends to prove that Zachary Hughes did, in fact, murder Christina Parcell. You have a number of charges that you're going to be deliberating on. You have harassment charges.
Okay.
You have a burglary first-degree charge, and you have a murder charge. Harassment is basically doing something that would intrude.
Oh my God. Even his hand gestures, though, it's really like, wow.
To the personal life of somebody, causing mental anguish. Burglary first degree means you went into somebody's home
Crazy.
for the purpose of committing a violent crime. And then, of course, murder is an angry heart. We have to show that Zach Hughes had an angry heart. He was mad.
What is happening? Hold on. Let's quote him verbatim here, guys. I need what, like, I don't even know what I need. This is, oh my God. Correct, Kitsmans. He's the one he's harassing the jury. Holy fuck.
For the purpose of committing a violent crime. And then, of course, murder is an angry heart. We have to show that Zach Hughes had an angry heart. He was mad.
So murder means you were mad? Well, then everybody's done murder at some point, right? Right. I know, but he hasn't got, but it's interesting because he's leaving out the important part, which is the killing part, right? The depraved heart isn't enough. You have to be depraved, have the depraved heart and also, right? But it's interesting because, you know, again, we know South Carolina statutes, right? Inside and fucking out. And this was not at all brought up, like, for example, Murdoch, right? First degree murder, like, hang on, let's just do this the right way because this is bizarre. What is happening? So hold on. That's the sentencing. Hold on, let me pull it up. Yeah, so it's just in South Carolina, just killing someone with malice aforethought, right? Which is pretty standard. But it's interesting that he's doing the whole depraved heart thing because that's really like a whole separate. I mean, usually isn't that like with second degree? I feel like, if I recall. Wow. great point, Heather, saying it's trials are great when both you and the trial are delirious. Couldn't agree more.
And you can derive that information from any of the testimony, any of the evidence that we have that we present to you.
Yes, twins.
So in this case, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about a number of characters. The main character is Christina Parcell. She was murdered on October 13th, 2020.
Literally, he thinks he's talking to
She was
Greenville.
living in the Canebrake neighborhood with her sister,
Wow.
Tina Parcell, and Christina's daughter, Aida Mello. They were living
Christina and
in
Tina?
that neighborhood in a house in Canebrake. And Christina Parcell had been going through a very tremendous child custody.
Yeah, they don't
dispute
normally
with
go
John
through
Mello
that.
since Aida was 3 years old.
This
At
is
the
not
time,
normal.
Aida was 9. For almost 6 years, they had been battling custody.
Yeah.
Between,
Oh my God, another custody battle. You guys. Wow. But also remember, this is not with the defendant. This isn't. Okay.
Aida Mello. And that custody dispute raised to a certain level beginning in October of 2020 when John Mello and Aida Mello went to Italy. And John took Aida Mello to Italy and Christina fought to get her back. And in April of 2021, Christina obtained Aida's custody. And they came back from Italy, and that's how they ended up living in the Canebrake neighborhood.
Okay, this is confusing as fuck. So let's listen again so we can figure out who the fuck all these people are. Maybe we spoke too soon when saying, I mean, maybe this, he did need to explain it to you like you're 3, you know, trying to quote Michael Scott, explain it to me like I'm 5. You know, maybe this part, yes, because what the fuck? The other stuff was completely not necessary, but this is like, what are we talking about?
Between a tremendous child custody dispute in Canebrake.
Okay.
And Christina Parcell had been going through a very tremendous child custody dispute with John Mello.
Okay.
Since
John Mello and the victim had a child custody dispute.
Aida was 3 years old. At the time, Aida was 9. For almost 6 years, they had been battling custody over Aida Mello. And that custody dispute raised to a certain level beginning in October of 2020 when John Mello and Aida Mello went to Italy. And John took Aida Mello to Italy, and Christina fought to get her back.
Okay, he took
And
the
in
child out of
April
the country.
2021, Christina obtained Aida's custody. And they came back from Italy, and that's how they ended up living in the Canebrake neighborhood.
So if this was like the other cases that we cover that have child custody issues, it would have been a murder for hire scheme, right? Think, you know, again, allegedly like Shanna Gardner, think Adelson's, right? Like the child custody shit, right? They always hire a third party, you know, a lot of the time in these cases. So, okay, but that's just.
So the question is, how did Zach Hughes become involved in this?
Thank you.
Well, Zach Hughes had a relationship with John Mello starting in about October of 2020, around the time when he left for Italy. And that relationship grew. And it grew to the point where Zach Hughes.
Wait. They were, is this a gay thing? I mean, nothing wrong with that. Hold on. And they started their relationship when the dude was in Italy? Hold on. Oh boy. Yeah, CBRE. I don't know.
And that's how they ended up living in the Canebrake neighborhood. So question
So Canebrake, but the thing that got it wrong.
is, how did Zach Hughes become involved in this case? Well, Zach Hughes had a relationship with John Mello starting in about October of 2020.
It sounds like gay lovers, but also like, what is it? Virtually like long distance, like USA to Italy?
The time when he left for Italy. And that relationship grew. And it grew to the point where Zach Hughes began inserting himself into this custody battle at the behest of John Mello.
Like Donna.
He began doing things like sending photos of her to the neighbors in an effort to shame her, an effort to show that she's a bad mother.
I have no idea.
And as the
I will say, we're just, I mean, we don't know. If there was a gay, if there was like a thing where like, you know, they were lovers, right? The defendant and the dude, then it would make more sense that there could be some sort of animosity between him and the victim. However, again, one of the few things, my knowledge was that he had never met the victim, the defendant.
Disputed elevated into a situation where custody might not go in John Mello's favor. And at that point, Zach Hughes made the ultimate decision.
Huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, I hold in my hand the indictments from the grand jury
I thought he was going to pick up the knife. That would have been a lot more powerful.
charging Zach Hughes with harassment and burglary first and murder. And the grand jury, true bill of these cases, they came out, and these are the charging documents.
Oh boy.
And while the defendant at this point in this case is certainly clothed in innocence, once you hear the evidence from that chair, you hear the evidence that's presented to you, you're going to find beyond a reasonable doubt, and the evidence will show that Zach
Right.
Hughes is a cold-blooded killer.
Oh boy.
He committed murder, he committed harassment, and he committed burglary first. Thank you.
So he really wanted the jury to know that the burglary came first. You guys, so that's it. He's done. Y'all. I don't know what that word is, Twiz, that last word. Kids, well, that escalated quickly. That's what she said. Also, we have a new inside joke here for those of you guys. The blunt force trauma, that's got a story to it, but that's what the eggplant there is for. Twiz, I think so. Twiz saying, so he never met her, but he was sending pics of her to other peeps to please his lover. Maybe. Now there's also the child stuff. I don't. This case again had a reputation that I knew, being the most complicated, complex, and it's like, but that's what you're going to say. Because everything that we're saying here, the jury's asking the same questions. They're like, wait, what? I guarantee you, they're like, we're confused. They should be not confused when you finish. Couldn't agree more. Worst opening in history. Wait, that was the whole opening? Yeah. It was over in 22 seconds, guys. It was over in 22 seconds.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
Yeah, equal to this. Amazing. So now we are getting into the defense, I guess. That's funny, Twiz.
Hang on, making the court defense is going to defer opening until our case. Thank you.
Oh no! What is this real life, you guys? Did you hear that? Hold on. Is this real life? No. Oh my God, spinning wheel. This isn't. What is happening?
Hang on, making the court defense is going to defer opening until our case. Thank you. Which is your right.
No opening from the defense. That's all we get. That's all the jury gets. That's it. That's what we get. He said the defense is deferring their opening, he said, until our case. Does that mean they're going to give an opening statement at the beginning of their case in chief? I've never seen that happen. I mean, all of this is highly unusual. Let's listen again.
Murder, he committed harassment, and he committed burglary first. Thank you.
Hang on, making the court defense is going to defer opening until our case. Thank you. Which is your right.
And the judge said, which is your right. Are you saying that smart, like sarcastically or for real? Did these lawyers get the assignment like 2 minutes before court? I mean, I don't think so. I mean, remember, they were supposed to start this trial in January and they couldn't seat a jury. They went through all the jurors and they couldn't seat a jury because my guess is they were all, had heard of it or conflicted out or whatever. That's what you do. Interesting, Denise. Okay. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Interesting. Okay. It does make sense in a way. However, I wish that we had more to go off of so that we aren't lost in space and time right now, because the prosecution didn't help. But maybe that's part of it too, right? Because the prosecution's opening was, well, we just heard it. It's like, I guess maybe the thought is like, let the jury be confused during the prosecution's case in chief. And then when the defense comes in, they can be like, here, jury, don't worry. We'll clear this up for you. We know they did a shit job. We'll clear it up. Maybe. Interesting.
Correct, Your Honor. This
Yeah,
one called
right.
Sarah
Thank you.
Young.
Okay, first witness. And we're off, to quote Michael Scott. And we're off like a herd of turtles. Here we go. Wow, this is insane. This is special. There's the defendant again, in case anyone's just getting here. Wow. 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 What did they say? Sarah who? Well, we'll hear her name. I guess she has a long walk.
Just place your left hand on the Bible, raise
Okay.
your right hand. Do you
On the
solemnly swear
Bible.
to tell the truth, the whole truth,
South
and nothing but the
Carolina.
truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name.
At least it's not the same jury box that they had in Murdaugh.
Sarah Young,
Ms. Young, who are you employed?
the Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm the 911 tape research analyst.
All right, what is a 911 tape research analyst?
Essentially, we pull 911 calls for the solicitor's office and the officers.
Okay.
So how does
Awesome. We're going to get to hear the fiance calling 911. Sweet.
911 office?
Remember, the same fiance, let's just all remember because this is confusing. The same fiance who's now in custody because of charges for the child porn, that same fiance, we're going to get to hear his 911 call. Wow.
Essentially, when a 911 call comes into
Holy shit.
dispatch, dispatch determines whether or not which agency the caller is needing. So whether or not they need police, fire, EMS, they'll get information from the caller
Wow.
and they'll transfer them to the proper agency.
And are the calls recorded?
Yes,
And when
Yes.
do they begin recording?
Started February 11th.
automatically. As soon as someone calls in a 911, it automatically starts recording.
So while it's ringing on, say, the caller's side, it's recording on your side?
Yes, sir.
Is that fair? And do y'all maintain all of those records?
Yes, sir.
Inside the 911 office?
Yes, sir.
And are those records kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
I know that. I know that episode, Twiz. I know that. Oh my God. You could have gone, Kids Mix. What were you thinking?
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 7 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
Are those your initials on there?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what is this?
That is a recording of the 911 call.
All right. I'm referring, is this a recording of a 911 call?
Okay, they're just laying the foundation to get this in evidence. I'm gonna skip ahead. We want to hear the fucking call.
499.
Oh, the caller did not give his name. Interesting. The fiance dude. Oh my God.
And do you know what address that it was calling for?
Yes, so the address provided was 122 Canebrake Drive.
Do you know if that's in Greenville County?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 7 into evidence.
You no objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, State's number 7 comes into evidence.
Your Honor, State would like to publish it.
Publish. Sweet. Here we go. 911 call. What was 122? I'm just, and by the way, I'm covering up the law and crime logo there because y'all know they're notorious for like taking people down. Oh, I see why you said.
I'm sorry, I think I might have a debt. Okay, let me connect you. Walked in my fiance's house, she wouldn't answer my call, there's a very weird smell, I can't get her to come around. Okay, let me all over the floor. Let me connect you to EMS there, hold on just a moment. Right.
Fire. What's the address of the emergency?
122 Canebrake Drive.
122 Canebrake Drive. And what's another street? Your Canebrake Drive?
I don't know, Southeast Drive.
Okay. In Greer?
Yes.
All right. The phone number you're calling.
I'm sorry?
The phone number you're calling from?
864-436-2499.
864-436-2499. And has anyone said the positive COVID-19? If it's COVID-19 positive? No. Negative assessment.
I just walked in.
Right.
I smelled some weird smell. I was out on the floor.
Okay. You smell a weird smell and you flat on the floor?
Okay, he's really hard to understand him. Let's do this. See if we can understand any better. He smells a weird smell. This is fascinating.
COVID-19 positive? No. Negative assessment.
I just walked in. my fiance, I came in the back door, she couldn't have been here. I smelled some weird smell, and it was like she fell out on the floor.
I think he said, I smelled a weird smell and it looks like she fell down on the floor. Is he underwater? Like, what is going on?
Okay, you smell a weird smell and she's flat on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, just one moment. Is she breathing?
No.
Okay, then we need to get her, turn her over, make sure she's flat on her back, nothing under her neck. You have something to put over her nose and mouth, and we're gonna start CPR, sir.
Okay, I think she's gone.
You think
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to actually do the CPR or not. That's always the thing, right?
she's gone?
Like Alex Murdoch did. I went and checked him. Yeah, bullshit. Sarah Boone with CPR. You did not.
Okay. And
Well,
what
no.
did you do?
Not no.
I'm sorry.
It's interesting that the first thing he mentions is the weird smell, right? I mean, we can't hear everything he's saying, but like he said that before even saying she was on the floor. So like, I mean, either that's pretty sus or like the smell must be so bad or strong or weird that you're not mentioning the rose petals that are fucking everywhere, for example, or I don't know, your fiance being deceased on the floor. Like the smell is the predominant thing.
Well, wait, we're gonna put her flat on her back, and then I'm gonna walk you through the steps to do that. If you think that she's able to do the CPR, then we can. I
Right.
have no problem walking you through that.
It looks like it's brain matter everywhere. It looks like there's something
There's
wrong.
brain matter everywhere.
It looks like maybe shot me out. I don't know.
Like somebody had shot her. Okay, all right. All right, do you think that she's not viable?
I don't know.
Okay, so look.
It
so
seems like he's saying that it's not viable to do CPR, so maybe she's been there for a while. These are all questions that I don't have the answer. We're gonna find out together, because what's gonna happen is that I guarantee you the next witness they're gonna call is going to be whoever was the first responder, and we're gonna learn all this together in due time. We have to be patient, right? This is just how the jury learns it. They learn it one thing at a time, and that's how we're learning it. Yeah, not viable. I know it's very odd. This is everything about this is odd. I guess that means to do CPR. I don't know. I mean, because usually they have you do it anyway, right?
So she won't respond.
Eyes are open. Okay. All right.
There's a lot of blood.
And a lot of blood. Okay.
Anyway, the flowers, like somebody must have come here.
Uh-huh.
And some off and knocked off, it looks like in the hallway.
Okay.
But the smell is very.
Okay. All right. Give me just a moment here, sir. Give me just a moment. So it looks like somebody may have broke in and shot her in the head.
Me, I don't know.
Okay. I understand. Okay. I'm sorry. Say it again.
Somebody here now.
I've got some people coming, sir. Do you see anybody still nearby, an assailant or anything?
Interesting.
No?
No.
All right. The front door was locked? Okay.
So what's interesting is it seems like he's what this dude is saying. It's like he's not, well, we heard the 911 operator say, so it seems like she was shot in the head. So I guess he can't tell what happened to her. We know it's it was a knife, right? So I guess he can't see, he's not clear if it's a knife wound or maybe there's not a knife lying around. We're going to learn all this, but it's just interesting that he's saying that, because usually you would think it'd be pretty obvious if somebody was shot in the head versus stabbed, right? He does seem very calm.
Yes.
Like normally a stabbing is like, oh, yeah.
Yes. Okay. I have everybody coming. I'm sending the paramedics to help now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next.
That would be my first thought, James.
Move anything, leave everything as it is.
Yeah.
I mean, not only that, I mean, that's like always going to be the first person they look at, right? Is the fiance. So like, that's like the common sense first suspect, even if you don't add into it this call, which has a lot of things going on.
If you can, go ahead and step out of the house, and that way, wait for the paramedics and the police at the front of that. Yeah, I would go back out the way you came to, keep the scene as it is.
Yeah.
And then if they want to go through the front when they get there, then they'll let you know. But I'd go back out the same way that you came in.
Okay.
And leave everything as you found it.
I think it's
Yeah, okay. Leave it. Just however.
I can't figure out how the fuck he sounds the way he sounds. Are they going to explain that? Probably not. I mean, what the, how? Is he doing, it's like, I mean, it almost makes you think like, is he doing that on purpose? Because like, that's, I feel like it would be impossible, right? I mean, we've heard 911 calls from forever ago with people under all kinds of circumstances. This is the hardest person to hear. We can hear her just fine. Like, what the fuck?
I can let them know you didn't know if you turned it on or off,
Yep.
but just leave it as it is right this moment.
The same thing, really, really,
Maybe.
really small.
Oh, really weird.
I mean,
Yeah, almost,
oh my God, he's talking about the smell again. Hold on. Wow. 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 Right, Kit Smiths. I'm sure that's correct. Yeah. And that's how the CP stuff. Yeah. Oh my God, the spinning wheel. Come on. Okay, hold on.
Oh, really weird.
yeah, almost, chemical.
Like a gas or a chemical? More like a gas smell?
No, it's more like someone who's a pesticide.
A pesticide smell. Wow.
All right, go ahead and get out the door and go to the front and wait for them at the front, of the house. Leave everything as it is. Is there anything else that I can do for you, sir?
No.
All right, I've got them all coming.
All
All right, thank you. Sir, this is the sheriff's office.
So what I said, because again, I'm learning with you guys, right? What I said was I was quoting, it was like Fitz News and stuff because they're in South Carolina. So the way I had learned about this case was from a few months ago or whatever. They were talking about it. They were saying, yeah, it's slated to go to trial in January, and I heard them say, and they said like, this is the most complicated, twisted, complex, convoluted cases that we've ever heard of. Something like, and that's when I was like, note to self, watch this trial. And like they go and elaborate on like how it's like, this is like, no one can figure this the fuck out. And then I saw something on Court TV, just like a second of Vinny, and like Vinny was saying the same thing. And then somebody else was saying, basically that's like, seems to be everyone's interpretation of this is like, not just bizarre and not just this year, but like the most complicated, complex, case that anybody has ever come across. So yeah. Maybe.
Is that the recording of your tree from 911?
Yes, sir.
I think we're going to figure out as we go along how come it's complex.
No question, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, on to the next witness. Sweet. Excellent.
We ask the witness to excuse.
Okay, let's get on to the next. Go on to the next witness. Sweet. So again, this is probably going to be the first responder on the scene. This fucking spinny wheel. Okay, they're calling an ex-witness. I know, right? That's what I thought. Because and that's literally what I thought, Kitsmans. I was like, how is that even possible? Right? So.
Deputy Chris Robinson.
Okay. They have a far walk, it seems like, the witnesses.
solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Right.
Chris Robinson,
And with whom are you employed?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office,
And what's your current rank?
Master Deputy.
Master Deputy. And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
Currently on uniform patrol.
And what does that entail?
Answer your day-to-day calls, 911 calls.
How long have you been with the department?
10 years.
I'm going to refer you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember getting a call to?
Okay, so just clear. So now we're October 13th, 2021. So that's the date of the homicide.
Neighborhood?
I do.
Okay. How did you get that call?
It was just a call for service at the time. Someone called 911 and I responded to that address.
Okay.
Where were you located when you got that call?
Pelham Road at the Q2,
How far away is that to the King Break?
a couple miles, maybe,
How long did it take you to get there?
just a few minutes.
Now, did you go with your blue lights on, or did you go?
Absolutely, just for the nature of the call, yeah, we responded.
You ran code.
So, what address did you arrive to? Do you remember?
I'm not 100% the exact-
122 King Break.
That would be it, yes.
And
Yeah.
so what happened when you got there?
So once I arrived on scene, I made contact with the complainant, Mr. Post. He was standing in the driveway. I was kind of briefly spoke to him, trying to figure out kind of what was going on.
Interesting, right? This is the first interaction with law enforcement.
He told me that he
Wow.
arrived home or arrived to the victim's address
Wow.
when she wasn't answering her phone. So
Hmm.
he said he went in the back door, it was unlocked, and that's where he located her.
In the back
So at
door.
that point, another deputy arrived on scene. So we decided to go in there and clear.
So did they not live? Hold on, I have a question. So did they not like you guys or anyone can answer? But so did they not live together? Because it was her fiance. So that kind of sounds like maybe they didn't live together. Like because he said he went to her house. So I don't know.
Door. He said it was unlocked. They always leave it unlocked. So that's the way we
Okay.
made entry. Went inside immediately. As soon as we got inside, immediately smelled some kind of chemical odor.
Wow.
Something unusual. We weren't 100% sure what it was. I could never figure it out. But we
Interesting.
cleared the residence. I located Miss Parcell in the living room. There was blood all over the floor. Looked like there was drag marks on the floor where she was had been drugged by her feet or drugged somehow. She had multiple lacerations around her upper.
That's interesting because remember that I just pointed out earlier, right? How it was weird. How is he seems to think maybe she'd been shot or whatever. Like to me, this sounds like something that when people are pretending they didn't do it, they do shit like this, right? That's just, because it's like, if it's clearly lacerations and you're like, I don't know. It's like, come on. Right. Wow. And the fact that she was drugged is interesting. I think that the 911 operator told him to go wait outside. Pretty sure. He came in the back door and then I think she said, go wait outside because you didn't want to disturb the scene. So I think that that's why he was found in the driveway when you got there.
Her face or neck area.
All right, I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to take you back a little bit. Now, when you get out of your car, did you walk down the driveway?
Yes, sir.
And what cars were parked there?
There were two cars in the driveway. They were kind of parked one behind the other.
That's
one,
true.
One was Mercedes, was the back one. Not remember which one the first one was.
But this would be stab wounds not looking how you would think they would look. Right? You know what I mean? I know that about with gunshots for sure, but like I don't know. He described lacerations, right? I don't know.
About where did you encounter Mr. Post?
He was in front of the first car closest to the house.
And then that's where did you obtain some information from him about what was going on?
Correct. Like I said, the basic information about,
Seems not-
or he came home and he couldn't get her on the phone, so that's why he showed up.
And so, your next item to do was to clear the house.
Correct.
And did you do that alone, or do you?
No, Master Deputy Brookshire was there. He went inside with me. We did it together because we didn't know what was inside or who else was inside.
So at that point, you have
Right. I will say so far, this prosecutor, in terms of his questioning, is not nearly as bad as his opening statement. Like this is okay, right? This is he's not completely botching this like he did the opening statement. But this is a standard protocol, right? Where they don't know if anyone else is in there. There could still be a killer loose, whatever, right?
no idea what you're walking into.
Correct.
Is that standard procedure to have two individuals clear the
Mhm.
house?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all in fact go and clear the house in this case?
We did. We cleared the entire house. Didn't find anyone else inside besides Ms. Parcell.
Were you wearing a body camera?
I was.
And was it functioning properly
Correct.
that day?
It was.
Have you reviewed that body camera?
I have.
I'm going to show you.
Oh,
this
boy.
marked as State's Exhibit A.
This case doesn't play around. We first witnessed 911 call. We're getting into the body cam footage. Holy fuck. Let's go through this. They're going to get it into evidence, whatever. Okay. We know how that works. We're going to go. No objection. Great. We want to see this. Holy shit. Wow. They're not wasting any time. No wonder the state rested their case already. Man. Wow. Okay, let me pull my banner down. Holy shit, guys. Wow. This is like not normal, right? Normally the whole first day, like you don't get into any of this. Yeah. Right?
So what is
Molly's
that?
not doing anything.
That's us arriving on scene, or me arriving on scene.
Wow. Is there a weird filter on it? Why is it that color? I've never seen that.
And so is that the first time you saw this
Interesting.
location?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And are those the two cars right there that you can see the silver one in the front?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And there was a red one behind it, I believe.
But why is it this color? I've literally never. Weird. Very weird.
Is that where you encountered Mr.
Yes.
Post?
Yes,
Court
sir.
researcher.
And what is Mr. Post doing?
There he is. Okay, let's take a good look at. There he is. He's got a towel. Remember, this is the dude who's now in custody for the child porn or whatever.
And what is Mr. Post doing?
He was making a phone call. I'm not sure exactly who he was on the phone with, and we're just kind of getting basic information from him.
He looks
Kind
fancy.
of figured out what was going on, kind of what he saw.
Wow, he looks fancy. He looks like he just got done with like some sort of fancy business thing, right? I mean, that's right. That's what it looks like to me, right, Heather? Same thing. It looks like when you've got old pictures that, you know, like real film, and it like goes and looks like that. Denise.
And what?
Are you gathering information from Mr. Post?
Yeah, just basic information. Try to figure out exactly what we have.
Now you have audio on your.
He's got the towel.
Yes, sir.
All right. We're not playing the audio for these purposes.
Okay. So yeah, just basic information, trying to figure out, you know, when was the last
Interesting.
time he talked to her, things like that.
Interesting that they're not playing it, the audio. Why? Wait. Why are they not playing the audio? I mean, I can't imagine that had to do with the motion to eliminate, because the motion to eliminate was strictly like about the CP. And unless he's like literally talking about CP at this moment, highly doubt that, right? That's interesting though.
He was, you know, dressed nicely. He wasn't, there's
Yeah,
nothing on him like
fancy dude.
struggle or anything like that too. So he didn't seem like he was in a hurry. So
You know, it's the other thinking about Murdoch again, right? Though, did he really try to do CPR or whatever? He doesn't have any blood on him, right?
seemed like there was, she was deceased, just according to his body language, if that makes sense.
And so where are you going down here? The side of the house?
Yes, sir. He pointed us to the back. This is
Like,
the back
shouldn't
door.
he have
said
blood
that,
on him,
it was always
though?
unlocked, and that's where he made entry. So this
Shouldn't he have
is where we
blood on
decided
him?
to go because we knew that this door was more than likely unlocked. We had good access to the house.
So is this your first entry into the house?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Now,
Yeah, but
did
how
Mr.
do you know
Post,
that
tell
without
you which door he
checking?
entered into the house?
He did. He said
Yeah.
he'd come in the back door because he said they always kept it unlocked. So, and that was the door.
They always kept it unlocked.
So the door being open
So
right there was.
that
not
might
the door.
sound crazy to some people. That doesn't surprise me though. This is not uncommon for South Carolina, even though this is in Greenville, which is a major city. But anyway, they always keep their back door unlocked. Amazing.
No, because he already said he was already in it. He had already been through, and that's where he went in. So I'm just talking to Master Deputy Brookshire here. We're just kind of talking back and
You
forth
right?
about what we see inside the house, kind of what each other's going to do, kind of your primary job responsibility, and that's all standard.
And in clearing the house, what is the
Yeah,
purpose
it'll
of
be-
clearing the house?
One, to secure
It'll be really interesting to see how they rule him out, right? For sure.
any kind of evidence, and also make sure
How
there's
do
no
they
one
rule
else
him out?
inside, maybe no other victims or the suspect as well.
Thank you, Twiz. Perfect. It's chloroform. Excellent. Well done. Well done. Well done. You win. You win the prize on that, Twiz. You win the prize.
So where is
The only way this could get weirder is if they involved fucking chloroform.
Deputy Brookshire?
He's to my right. He's holding on. There's a hallway on the right side of the
And
house.
so where did you just see right there?
Miss Parcells' body.
Okay, so that was the room where you found Christina Parcell?
Correct, in the front living room area.
There's the defendant again. Wow. Every time they show him, all I can think of is I bet he wore that suit for a concert. Where's George?
And y'all continue to search the house for any suspects?
Yes, sir. We're just continuing to clear. I had him hold the hallway, and I kind of just moved up and cleared, kind of behind him, up to him.
Was it
and we started clearing
Maybe
the
it was
bedroom
George.
hallway.
Maybe it was George. Oh my God. Maybe it was George. Oh, by the way, Kitsmits. Oh my God. I'm glad I thought of this. So Kitsmits, I was just the other day, I was talking about shipping, and I was saying, so well, this one day, Kitsmits and Fender taught me what shipping was, and nobody in the chat knew what it was. And I was like, wow, this is crazy. I'm telling people what something is. No one knew what shipping was. But the reason we were talking about it is because we were shipping George Anthony and Donna Adelson, which is terrifying to think about. Yeah, 33. Oh, the victim. I don't know about the victim. They have not said how old the victim is. The defendant is 33, but the victim, we don't know yet.
We're just sitting there just kind of talking our way through this, kind of, hey, what do you see?
And are you conscious not to disturb any part of the crime scene as well, as best you can?
Correct. Try not to touch anything. Obviously, opening the doors or whatnot, we kind of have to push them open. But we're not kind of rummaging through anything or opening any drawers, or we're just looking for humans at this point. So big areas where somebody could hide.
Did you find George Anthony? Did you know what shipping was, Denise, or did you learn something new today also? Because we were shipping earlier, we were shipping Elaine from Deputy Heard and Lolly. We shipped them, and then we shipped George and Donna.
Yes, sir. I believe that was the last bedroom that we cleared at that point. I believe I come out and we secure the house so nobody goes in or out.
We're not okay. So they're seeing the photos and we're not seeing them. Obviously, I guess my guess is that there's a dead body, and so we're not seeing it. Obviously.
Are you corresponding with other officers?
Oh, you were there. Okay, cool.
Awesome.
Talking on the radio, just kind of letting them know what we have at this point. Getting a supervisor on the way. They always respond to these kind of incidents.
Is that the front door right there to your right?
Yes, sir.
That's not the door you entered into.
No, sir. That's the front door to the residence that leads into the front living room area that Ms. Parcell was located in.
So Lane, maybe for Elaine and Lolly. Lolly.
At this point, I'm just checking to make sure there's no signs of life.
Gonda would be George and Donna. Ghana. Dorge. I like Dorge better, maybe.
Looking for any kind of weapons to make sure it wouldn't. She did it to harm herself too.
Oh, did they find a weapon? I wonder. We'll find out.
And then now we are exiting
the back door.
The back door.
Interesting. He said they looked for weapons, but didn't.
So did you just cut your body camera off about that time?
Yeah, Elaine, that's good.
Let me ask you this. That's about when you finished clearing the house.
Correct.
Right. Your body camera still continues to operate.
Correct.
Do you remember what you did after you cleared the house?
Went back and talked to Mr. Post, got some basic information, names, kind of the last time he spoke with her, things like that.
Yeah, he looks like a good suspect, though, right, Mr. Post?
Waited on everybody else to show
That's before the child.
Did y'all begin putting crime scene tape up?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just locking down the house, making sure nobody goes in or out.
I mean, the thing is this, right? He looks like already like a good suspect for a lot of reasons, right? But that's before you learn about the child porn. And like we know the victim has a young daughter, right? So
keep the crime scene preserved best we could.
And as far as Mr. Post is concerned, did he appear to have any blood on him? Anything like that?
No, he was dressed pretty nice that day in a sports coat.
Fancy dude. Had no blood on him. You know, again, I can see how, like, here's the thing, right? Again, a la Murdoch. It's interesting, right? This prosecutor asked that question to be like, hey, jury, he didn't do it. He didn't have any blood on him. But for those of us who watched Murdoch, right? And even if you didn't, it's like, well, hang on. If you do go and check a body when it's a bloody ass crime scene, like it is here, like it was in Murdoch, and there's blood fucking everywhere, and you don't have any blood on you, so something's up here, right? Because shouldn't you like? And you know, then of course there's the other people make the argument of like, if it's your loved one, wouldn't you hug them? And you know, that's yes, I guess too, but beyond that, even just because people react differently, beyond that, if you've got someone who's checking them and says they're checking them, but then they don't have blood on them, right? Whether they're acting, no matter how they're acting, right? That doesn't add up. So let's just listen to that again. It's interesting, right? Using it to prove the opposite thing.
Did he appear to have any blood on him? Anything like that?
No, he was dressed pretty nicely that day in a sports coat. Yeah, nice slacks.
You're just answering the questions.
Ross, wow, so efficient. Wow. Okay, so this is the first time we're seeing the defense do anything, right? Because, you know, wow.
I was.
Interesting.
You talked a little bit about some of the comments Mr. Post made to you after you arrived on the scene. Testified to that in direct examination. I want to talk about some of those comments.
Oh, thank you. Because I was like, hey, how come we're not hearing the audio, right? Interesting. We're going to learn what he was saying. Wow, guys, this is fucking riveting. Normally in trials, you expect boring stuff, and that's normal. This is insane. And I had a feeling it was going to be like this. but there's no reason to expect that because this is like, wow, man. Twiz. Psh. Right, exactly, Kit Smith. Yes, pretending to do CPR on the phone. Yep. Oh my God. I know. I think you have to appreciate when they ask the questions
Isn't it true that roughly about a minute, 25 seconds in to your body camera, Mr. Post told you that he was there every day, or practically every day?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, he's moved in the body camera. There was no exception as it relates to audio. The whole video and audio is overruled.
Okay.
So if I remember correctly, yeah, I mean, he says he's there often.
Isn't it true that roughly at about 12 minutes and 45 seconds in, somewhere in there, Mr. Post told you that he did not at that point feel comfortable continuing to talk to you? Do you remember that?
I do when I was asking questions.
Heather!
And isn't it true that while you were talking to him, he directed you to another deputy, a deputy Dan Bevel, who might know more about the situation? Is that true? Do you remember that? At about 13 minutes and 35 seconds in, roughly.
I believe that was with a different case.
But while you were there that day, isn't it true that Mr. Post directed you to Deputy Bevel as someone who might know more about this case? Is that true?
Not about this direct case, but I guess.
Okay.
Involved with it.
Okay, back up. What? Hold the phone, guys. What is happening? I know, I'm backing it up. The spinning wheel will just not be so shitty. Yeah, I don't know. This is weird.
At about 13 minutes and 35 seconds in, roughly.
I believe that was with a different case.
Okay, I did not go back. Pause for fuck's sake. I did not go back far enough. This is, I don't know what this is, but we need to make sure we know what they're saying. That's okay, kids. That's why I backed.
And isn't it true that while you were talking to him, he directed you to another deputy, a deputy Dan Bevel, who might know more about the situation? Is that true? You remember that? At about 13 minutes and 35 seconds in, roughly.
I believe that was with a different case.
But while you were there,
so I'm like, wait, what? Because the I almost said defendant, the fiance dude, right, was saying to this guy, go talk to this other deputy. He might know more about it, right? When this deputy was the first one on the scene. So I was like, that's odd. Well, how would he know more? And then this deputy says, I believe that was about a different case. What?
That day, isn't it true?
Probably.
Mr. Post directed you to Deputy Bevel as someone who might know more about this case. Is that true?
What?
Not about this direct case, but I guess he's been involved with it.
Oh, the child corn? Had there already been, wait. That can't be it because the dude's roaming free. They don't know. Okay, let's just watch.
With the victim before.
Involved with the victim before. What is happening? Can we not have more information, please? Don't just leave us hanging like this, people. I don't think so because I don't think it was because he was out in his sole suit, right? And we know he's in custody now. So whatever they found was bad enough. They didn't give him bond or he didn't make bond, but he's not been released. And so that's why I was feeling like that they didn't discover that until after this happened. So there must have been some other issue prior. But so the domestic, well, we've not heard anything yet about like domestic violence, right? We've just heard about child custody, but I don't know why that normally goes through the family courts, right? Like, I don't know why a deputy Bevel would be involved in the child, especially when it was overseas. That sounds like that deputy Bevel's not the man for the job on that one, right? If she's the kids in Italy, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe Deputy Bevel is the man for the job. Maybe he's.
At some point, was Mr. Post placed in the back of a patrol car that day?
He was.
Oh, Denise.
He was the first one to find her, so standard procedures to kind of to investigators who arrived to speak.
How did you clear him?
at the time, isn't it true that
You know, I have to wonder if their strategy, the defense strategy, was going to be to try to suggest that this Bradley Post dude is the dude who did it, because that seems like a reasonable thing to do here, right? But I wonder if they were relying on some of that stuff coming in that literally right before he gave the opening jury instructions, like that decision was made right last minute about the motion in limine. That they couldn't get into the stuff. Like, for example, if the defense was allowed to get into all the child porn and all the charges that Bradley Post has and all this stuff and involving the victim, you know, making the victim look bad, I guess, but more so maybe the point was to make Bradley Post look like, you know what I mean? Like, it makes sense, right? It makes complete sense. And so maybe that's part of too why, you know, I wonder if maybe they would have had an opening statement. I don't know. I will say, I know there is a video available of pretrial hearing, and I don't know if it was the same day, might have been the same day, but it's separate from the court feed here. There's like a pretrial hearing probably on these motions in limine, because we just heard the judge's ruling. We didn't get to hear the argument, right? We just heard him rule on it. So we can always, you guys let me know if we want to go back and watch that, so then we can learn more about the stuff that's not coming in. Might be a good idea. Well, the defendant is charged with the harassment, though.
I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you. Can you redirect? No redirect.
The defendant was charged with the harassment, and they don't know who he is yet, I don't think. Because the defendant had no criminal record, had never been charged with anything until this happened, right? He was just a pianist. Mm-hmm. Right. Threw his gay lover. Oh, God, play this while they call him. Threw his gay lover under the bus. This old dude with a. Okay, hang on. No. The gay lover is a different dude. Let's make sure it's clear. There's two old dudes in this case. There's the old dude in Italy. Okay, Mr. Last name started with an M, right? There's the old dude in Italy who might be the child's dad. Maybe, we don't really know. And then there's the old dude who was the fiance who showed up at the house. Two old dudes. The one that might be gay is the one in Italy, potentially with the child, who might be involved with the defendant. You know what we need? Let me see if there's a visual. Let's just see if there's a visual for this, because we need a tree, you know. Let me see if I can find something that explains who everybody is. Hold on. You know, I bet if I go to Court TV, hold on, let me just see what I can do here. Well, I'll look for this, and I'm going to keep playing this and look for it. See what I can find.
The state calls Bradley Post.
Oh my God, are you no. Pardon? This is the most insane thing I've literally ever seen. Their third witness is Bradley Post. Speak of the old dude who was the fiance who found the body and all the other stuff. And again, just to clarify, I don't think he's the gay one. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. I'm still going to look for the thing, but wow. What? Literally, this is the type of thing you expect towards the end of the state's case, right? You save the best for last. Wow. Okay, guys, we're going to learn something. Oh, approach for a sidebar. There's the sidebar sound. Yeah. Wow. Because they've got both sides, I think, have limitations on what they can ask him, and see if the sidebar's over yet. He's drinking some water. Is he practicing Chopin in his head? Beethoven, maybe. We know he loves Beethoven. Wow. Okay, there he is, guys. This is the same dude who was Fancy before. This is Fancy dude, but now. Wow. They haven't turned the sound on, by the way. It'll turn on in a sec. I didn't mute it or anything.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Bradley Post.
Good afternoon, Mr. Post. Where do you currently reside?
Greenville County Detention Center.
And
Wow.
Have you been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Wow. Let me see what you guys are saying. If you want me to try to pull up, I think I found something that will talk about who the people are. This is the craziest. This is fancy dude. This is your Denise. This is who you think is the defendant or the suspect. This is Bradley Post. Remember how fancy he was before? This is the same dude. That's him. This dude. That's him. Yeah, he's in custody. Do you guys want me to keep playing this, or do you want me to pull up what I found that I think shows who everybody is? Do you guys, I don't know if it's going to have spoilers where it labels people or what. I don't know. Right. Well, the other dude I think is even older. Let me pull up the thing. Yeah, Mello, that's the other dude. Let me pull up. Okay, hold on. Hang on just a second. Yeah, I wasn't joking, right? Remember when I said this gets complicated and you know, the thing is we don't even know anything yet, right? We just know very little. And my thought on this is it just gets more complicated the more you know. Sometimes it's like the more you know, it makes it more clear. I don't know that that's the case here. I think it's like the other way around. So I'm going to pull this up and see if I can just get to the part. Hold on. Okay. I'm just going to try to see if I can get to the part because he's got, okay. Well, there's the victim. She was a vet tech, as I said earlier. She's the victim. So, but I think there had a thumbnail and it had a visual, okay, of all the people. I don't want to know what they're saying because I don't give a shit. But I want to get to the visual that Court TV made. Oh my God. Look at the dog though. Let's not, we don't want any spoilers. We want to get to the picture. Oh my God. Don't look on the screen if there's spoilers, guys. I don't know. Oh my God. Ah, that's the video we watched earlier. So I don't know how to find it. Basically, I'll show you guys why I clicked on it because like here, see, this is what I saw in the thumbnail. I want this. I want this. And that's not everybody, right? And it's like play, and then it doesn't show the thing that is in the picture, right? So I'm going to keep looking for something. I'm going to go ahead and play the testimony. I'm going to keep looking, and then we'll come back. Wow, though. Let me see what you guys are saying, too. Thank you, Twiz. The chick that died was 41. Thank you. So 33, 41, and then mega old, basically. She does. Right. Heather, you guys are so funny. Okay. Right. And okay, I'm going to keep looking for a graphic. See, normally I would have made that, but again, I'm brand new to this. So we're learning together, which is also a fun way to do it. So let's come back to Mr. Post. Wow, though.
Do you know the victim in this case, Christina Parcell?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We dated and were engaged on and off about 6 years.
And about when did y'all start dating?
2016.
And in 2016, where were y'all living?
I was living at my house in Rivoli Lane. She was living in her house or apartment.
Oh, they were living in separate houses. Remember, guys, when I asked that question? Why were they fiancés living? Yeah, I just, though.
Were you aware of a child custody dispute between Christina Parcell and John Mello?
Yes.
And was this custody dispute ongoing from 2016 up until 2021?
Yes.
And how were you involved in the child custody dispute?
I would.
Oh my God, YouTube. Just still looking for this thing. Wow.
Listen to her talk. Sometimes I'd assist her to go to an attorney, whatever, but, she'd just tell me about what it was.
Was it contentious?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Was there a lot going on?
Yes.
Huh?
Was John Mello fighting very hard from his perspective?
Yes.
And Christina was fighting as well.
Yes.
Now, do you know where Christina was living on October 13th, 2021?
On Cambridge Drive.
Is that 122 Cambridge?
Yes.
And do you know
I'm sorry that YouTube sucks right now, guys.
who was living at that house at that time?
Yes.
Who was living there?
Her sister and her daughter and her.
Okay, what is her sister's name?
Tina.
Tina Parcell?
Yes.
Why does that have to be
And
Tina and
did you have
Christina?
the occasion to go to that house?
Yes.
And would Christina Parcell go to your house on Rivoli Lane?
Oh my God.
Yes, sometimes.
And what kind of car was Christina driving at that time?
Lexus.
And who owned that car?
It was mine.
All right. Did you offer her to be able to drive that car?
Yes.
And did Christina Parcell have a cell phone?
Yes.
And did you assist her with the payments on that cell phone?
She had actually 2 cell phones. She had her own sometimes and mine also. Yes.
Wait, a burner phone or what?
Yes.
Between those 2 phones? Do you know about when Christina moved to Cambridge?
I would have to think about it. I'm thinking maybe April, May, somewhere in that time frame.
And did you have the occasion, as part of the child custody dispute, did Christina Parcell have to go to Italy?
Yes.
And do you know the circumstances surrounding why she would have to go to Italy to get her child? Can you tell the jury what your understanding of those circumstances were?
Mr. Mello kidnapped the.
Okay, I've got a chart for you guys. So I just paused it. So let me pull this up. I mean, well, it's a start anyways, okay? So here's, because we don't have a face to the name John Mello. There's John Mello. So even older dude, super old dude. This is the dude. Remember, okay, guys, gay lovers potentially, right? This is the dude in the middle, this dude. This is the dude who I think is the father of her daughter, who took the daughter to Italy, was living in Italy, and at that same time formed a relationship with the defendant. This is Mr. Mello, the even older than the one on the stand, right? And I don't know what his status is. I'm sure we will learn. I have no idea what the oleo is. But there you go. So that's at least that. I might be able to find another graphic that has some more things on it with the people, but that's at least helpful to have to figure out who Mello is, right? So that we don't get the 2 old dudes confused with each other. So.
And left the country.
Do you know about when that was? If you can't remember, it's not.
It's probably 6 months before April, whatever that works out to be.
And as a result of that, what did Christina do when Aida moved to Italy with John Mello?
She found out where he was
Y'all are
located.
so
She
fucking
contacted
funny.
her congressman and
Y'all
the
are
State Department and the FBI.
And did she attempt to obtain the return of Aida back to the United States?
Yes.
How did she do that?
Through the State Department. I think it was the Hague Agreement.
Interesting.
And did Christina actually
That's interesting.
fly over to Italy?
Yes.
Do you know how many times?
Twice.
And were you assisting her and helping her throughout this process?
What do you mean?
Financially, were you helping her?
Some, but she was receiving contributions and reimbursements from those organizations.
No, this is Mr. Post. No, it's not. This is Mr. Post. This is Mr. Post. That's the dude who was in the driveway, fancy dude. Yeah, that's fancy dude. Like, let's see. I'll go back so we can see fancy dude and then I'll come right back to you. So 245.46. So let me just go back a little bit so we can see the comparison of fancy dude. Yeah, you read ahead to us. Don't give us any spoilers because we're learning as we go along. Not to mention there might be things that you read that don't come in at trial. We don't know the context and all that. So, okay, okay, never mind. Good. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, okay, good. Excellent. I mean, yeah, he looks nothing like this guy, right? I mean, you would not know they're the same. That is for sure the case.
Obtaining the return of their children.
That's correct.
Taken abroad.
Yes.
And so did you emotionally support her? Are you involved? Did she tell you what's going on?
Yes.
And so do you remember did Christina ever get the return of her daughter?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
Why? But see, best friend, but why would they be best friends or gay? I mean, I guess gay lovers are like Hughes is so young. Mello is so super fucking old. Like, how are they best friends? And anyway, just doesn't make any sense.
April, May timeframe
Very odd.
of the year.
Of 2021.
Yes.
I'm going to take you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Can you tell us what you did that day, starting in the morning?
Well, she had a job interview and
She is Christina Parcells?
yes, Christina Parcells had a job interview. Typically, when she had something critical, I would call and try to make sure she was
Job interview. Another
there. And she was.
similarity with George Anthony, right? The job.
And when she was driving to the interview, she called me and we talked for a while. And then she was a couple minutes from her interview. And so she hung up.
Sorry, Denise is just cracking up. Okay, I know they think Mello's wrong. Boyfriend killed her for custody love for his Italian lover. However, I think this post fiance old fucked it. Oh my god.
And as far as you know, did she go to that interview?
Yes.
And then when she was at that interview, what'd you do?
Young, not wrong. Watch it.
Things,
Young boyfriend.
Clean up and do laundry.
Thank you. Let me read that again because this is important. You see that there was a correction here. So they think Mello's young boyfriend killed her for custody love. Right. Yes.
Dishes and things like that.
And then did you ever attempt to contact Christina?
Yes.
About when did you attempt to try and contact her?
I think it's around 11 o'clock plus or minus somewhere in there.
And so how did you do that?
By phone?
And were you successful?
No.
So as a result of your unsuccessful attempt to contact her, what'd you do?
I thought I should probably go over and see how she's doing.
And did you do that?
I did.
Why did they not
How
live
did you get
together?
I
I have
drove
so
my
many
car.
questions.
What kind of car did you drive?
Mercedes?
Wow.
Is it red?
Yes.
So Fancy was right, guys. He was fancy. He's no longer fancy. Like the song, I'm so fancy. You know, I always reference that. He's not fancy anymore. Wow. Imagine if you're on the jury. Well, it's like we're seeing it for the first time, so it's shocking for us too, right? Like the jury sees him in the suit, all fancy with his hair, and then they see him like this, and then the Mercedes, and it's like, wow, what did you do to fall that far? What did they say? Fall from grace or whatever the fuck? Oh, thanks, guys. They were on again, off again. Okay, thank you. Wow.
When you drove over there, where'd you park it?
In their driveway.
And when you arrived to
He said in their driveway. Oh, because the daughter, I guess, lived there too. Okay.
122 Canebrake, what did you do?
I went to the front door and rang the doorbell.
Where was the daughter then?
And
Oh boy.
were you able to enter?
No, she didn't answer.
So then what did you do?
I walked around the back door because frequently they'd leave the back door unlocked. I walked into the back door.
The jury just saw the body camera of
Oh, thank you, Kit Smith.
Chris
Thank you. His
Robinson.
sister Tina also lived
Did
there.
you see him go in the house?
See who?
Deputy Chris Robinson, the officer who you spoke to, the first person you spoke to on scene.
I may have, but I don't recall who he was because there were several people.
And the
there.
door that he used.
Remember,
was-
Denise, he could be giving off guilty vibes if he's guilty of the CP stuff, right? I mean, I don't know. Is it like guilty vibes, but we don't know what the thing is, or guilty of a certain, I mean, you know, because, well, he's not been found guilty, right? But like, in other words, right, his charges are the CP, right? So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe a person who does that stuff has a certain vibe. Wouldn't surprise me, maybe. Yeah, Twiz.
The door
Yeah,
that you used
saying
to
what I
enter-
was just saying. Yeah, thank you.
Do you know what door he used?
We read
I
each
think they
other's
went to the
minds
front
over
door.
here.
No, they might have went to the back door. That's right.
Is that the door that you used? To
Back
enter the
door.
house? So you did enter the
Back
house.
door.
Right. Again, I'm not sure whether it was the front door or the back door that they entered.
And so,
Huh?
what did you do when you walked inside the house?
It was dark, quiet, and so I walked back to, down the hallway to see if she was in the bathroom or the shower, and it was all dark. And I looked on the floor.
Well,
And
that will be coming. So Twiz, so that will come in at his trial. But remember when we started this whole thing out, the first thing we heard was the motion in limine. The videos of him doing acts on kids is not coming into this trial, at least that we know of yet. Who knows what'll happen, but that was what the judge and the judge, just like in all these other cases, right? The judge is like, now something can happen that can open the door, right? But at the initially, right, the ruling was we can't get into that as it pertains to him or the victim. And again, the way he said it, the judge made it seem like the victim was also involved in this stuff. But that's going to be dealt with when he has his trial.
right at the entrance of the living room and off that hallway, there were petals from like a rose. And as I looked into the room and I saw her on her back.
And when you saw her,
Wow.
on
This is
her
just
back,
wild.
Was
This whole thing is
light
crazy.
around the room?
Yes.
what did you do?
I walked over and yelled at her and then called 911.
So it shouldn't, his shoes,
And when you called 911, what were you?
his shoes should have blood on them at the very least, right? Even if he should, at least the bottom of his shoes should have blood on them.
requesting?
I told them who I was and where I was, and we needed, I guess, an ambulance or and the police assistance.
At this time, on October 13th, did you know where John Mello was located?
I assumed he was in Italy.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Post.
By the way, speaking of this, just to follow up on things we've talked about before, remember when we've talked about things we might want to watch together, like in the Discord? And I said I would go and check. I did that. So I'm glad you mentioned this, Denise, because I did follow up. So I mentioned The Birdcage. We've talked about Curb Your Enthusiasm, and I've also talked about The Room. I don't think anyone that in the Squirrel crew has actually seen that movie, but I've talked about it. It's my favorite, one of my favorite movies of all time. When I say favorite, it's a B movie, right? It's like the worst movie ever. So those were three things we had talked about: was The Room, Curb Your Enthusiasm, and The Birdcage. And I've got 9 seasons of Curb. I don't know what season they're on now. Let me see. Got 9 seasons of Curb, which is obviously plenty. And then I've got Birdcage and I've got The Room. So there's 12 seasons of Curb, but I've got the first 9. So any of those things are possible. Something that's weird to me. He knew she had an interview. Then he called her when it was supposed to be done. She didn't answer. So he goes to her house. Interesting. That's a good point, Kit Smits. So you're thinking because he probably should have assumed she was still at the interview, right? Denise's mind is made up.
I'm going to show you
guys
some envelopes. I'm going to refer you back to around June of that same year, 2021.
Oh.
Show you some envelopes.
I think these are important.
And ask you if you recognize these envelopes. I'm going to show you.
But yes, also to follow up, we can also watch that movie Role Models if I can find a way to get it. I don't know what it's about, but if you guys have any other requests, we can totally do a movie night for sure. I was actually thinking about doing that tonight because I was like, initially I was going to do Karen Reed, right? And then I was like, oh my God, there's so many documents. I'm like, do I really feel like reading all of those documents? And then I was like, oh, let's do something more fun. Let's do Murdoch. And then after that, that's when I thought, okay, wait. No, sorry. Let me back up. I thought I had the Karen Reed thought first. Then I thought, well, maybe we should just do like one of the movie nights instead. And then I was like, no. If I want to do something more fun, Murdoch will fit that, right? And then it was after that, right before this live stream, right, was when I saw something about this, and I was like, oh my God, this trial started. How did I miss it, right? Because I was waiting for it, and I was like, holy shit! And like I told Twiz this, I was like, oh my God, like scrambled. And I'm like, create a thumbnail. I did all of this like literally last minute. None of this was planned, right? Because I didn't know, which is great. Because again, we're going into it with the same knowledge, except Twiz has read ahead. Fuck you, Twiz. Just kidding. So anyway, but I did think about that. But we can always do that and plan it. The only thing that sucks is there's some squirrels that aren't in the Discord, and but there's nothing we can do. We can't watch that shit on YouTube, right? But maybe it'll encourage people to join the Discord if they know that means that we can have a movie night, right?
It's one.
I'm glad you like it. Wonderful.
4,
Cool.
5,
Yeah, honestly, this shit is better than any fucking movie or TV show I could think of. Yeah.
I'm gonna start with exhibit 1. I want to make sure the jury can hear me okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna stand this way. I'm gonna start with exhibit 1. And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how you came in contact with this document.
It was mailed to me.
Say it again.
It was mailed to me.
Okay. And is your name on it?
Yes.
And the return
Right.
address is a PO box.
That's right.
PO box is that.
Yep.
It's also my P.O. box.
I mean, it wasn't our decision that the killer left rose petals fucking everywhere, right? Like that, whoever it was, George Anthony, Wendy Adelson, this dude on the stand, the other old dude with his gay lover or whatever they are, or the pianist, whoever it was left rose petals everywhere. We didn't make that decision, right? That happened. So they were asking.
Was it mailed to you?
June 30th.
Did you receive
Which is an interesting
other envelopes
choice,
as well?
right?
Yes.
Okay.
The
Tell
Rose
the jury
Petal.
about how that happened.
Be a little more specific.
So tell the jury you received an envelope. What did you do once you received it, and did you receive other envelopes?
I wonder if this is going to get into the harassment charge that the defendant has.
I received the envelope. I opened it because it was very suspicious,
Oh.
with my return address. And
Oh.
I looked at it, and then I called my attorney.
Why did you call your attorney?
Was the
Because
writing
I-
all done with newspaper magazine letters like they do in the movies? Like, they cut out each letter. Is that why it was suspicious? Because he said he didn't open them. He thought it looked suspicious, so he didn't open it. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Contents inside.
Can you explain? Can you describe the contents?
Yes, there were naked pictures of Miss Parcell. And
Okay,
if I-
let me back it up. I thought he said he didn't fucking open it. So how would he know what the contents are? Oh my God. Did you guys, hold on. Did you guys hear that? Wait. What?
And then I called my attorney. Be a little more specific.
So tell the jury you received an envelope. What did you do once you received it, and did you receive other envelopes?
I received the envelope. I opened it because it was
Okay,
very
thank you.
suspicious, with my return address. And
Thank you.
I looked at it, and then I called my attorney
Why did you call your attorney?
because the contents inside.
Can you explain? Can you describe the contents?
Yes, there were naked pictures of Miss Parcell. And if I remember right, there was a mailing list of which would kind of indicate that they were going to be sent also to those locations.
Interesting.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit.
This has got to be the harassment
Is
then.
that a similar
So-
envelope as well?
Yes.
Interesting.
And did you open all these envelopes?
No, I did not.
On State's Exhibit 2,
Wow.
what is the address that it was mailed to?
It was mailed to me, but my name was misspelled.
Oh, wow.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 3.
Wait, how do you misspell the name Bradley Post? Wow. So this has got to be, so the state is alleging that the pianist took these naked pictures of her. How are they going to prove that though? That seems more hard than murder, right? Because you can do that without leaving DNA. Wow.
Another envelope.
Yes.
And is it a similar envelope to the other ones that you received?
Yes.
And what is the address on that?
I'm 24. It's 25. It was my neighbor's.
So 25 is your neighbor's house.
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4. You recognize that envelope?
Yes.
Where was that envelope?
It was sent to an establishment that I spent a lot of time with.
And what is the return address on there?
It's mine.
How did you obtain this one if it was sent to another establishment?
What
I've
establishment?
known since the very first one that others may be sent to people. And so since I knew the owner very well, I told him that he may be receiving an envelope with those dimensions. And I said, if he does,
Brothel? Is this like
I'd appreciate a call back.
preschool?
And State's Exhibit 5, is
Denise? I know.
that another envelope?
Yes,
And what is the address there?
my address.
I know. I mean, right? He's never met her, but he has naked pictures of her, apparently. I mean, I don't know. Like, and the interesting thing is it's not like he just has the pictures, right? It's like he has these pictures with the intention to mail them out to people, which actually sounds more like blackmail, right? Very odd.
And the return address is,
My P.O. box.
and State's Exhibit 6.
Yes.
What address is that one?
It's 22, which is another neighbor.
Or are you saying, Denise, are you saying that this dude took the pictures and, that could be a thing. So remember, he said that one of the weird things was the return address was his own address, right? So are you saying this dude did this on purpose to try to make it look like it was somebody else? And then he misspelled his own name? But it would make sense that he would have naked pictures of her if they're like, it's the fiance, right? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I could see that. Maybe, right? Like, let's just say that this dude is the killer. Let's say he's a mastermind, right? Then maybe this is what you do to try to frame somebody. You take these pictures, you mail them to yourself, I guess, and you spell your own name wrong. I don't know. Kit says, my guess, right. There you go. Because baby daddy, right. Baby daddy would have seen her naked because we have to, right? Well, I guess pretty much, right? You at least have to go pantless, right? Baby daddy. It's just still crazy that that dude is so old. And she had a baby with him? Wild.
So
This
after
case.
you received and collected all of these envelopes, what did you do with them?
Wow.
I talked to my attorney and we set up a meeting.
All right. And after you talked to your attorney and set up a meeting, what did he suggest y'all do?
That we would meet with the county investigator, who we did with Mr. Bevel, and also to talk to the post office.
Okay. Now we heard it. Did you guys, Mr. Bevel? So that was now that part makes sense, right? Because we were like, wait, hang on. It seems like the CP stuff hadn't happened yet, right? Okay. So they had already had contact with Mr. Bevel because of these pictures. Do you guys see how that closed the loop on that one for us? That's good. That's good. That's why he said you should talk to that other deputy he knows more about. Okay. Yep. Now that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay.
And did you in fact have that meeting with law enforcement?
Yes.
And what was
So
the purpose of that?
let me just add, but that means, remember the fact that Mr. Post said that to the responding deputy, the first on the scene, the fact that he said that to me means that this dude on the stand, Mr. Post, connected the pictures to being somehow tied into the murder. That's what that means, right? Because so like this closes this is interesting for two reasons, right? Because again, now we know what the case was, right, with Mr. Bevel, but also again, he brought this up at that time when he found her dead, as in you should go talk to this dude who knows more about this other case, right? So he must have thought it was related. Interesting.
That meeting.
To give them what we call evidence, or the things that we were sent, and ask them what we should do next.
And were you in essence filing a complaint with law enforcement for a potential crime?
I don't understand the question.
Were you going to law enforcement in an effort to give them evidence of a potential crime?
Yes.
And when you're meeting with law enforcement, you say Detective Daniel Bevel
Mhm.
and Mike Nicholson with the Postal Inspector's Office.
That's a good point, Kit Spitz.
Did you tell them how you obtained these items?
That's a good
Yes.
point, Kit Spitz.
And did you discuss who you
Yeah.
might send them?
Yes.
And who did you tell
Ooh.
law enforcement that might send these photos or had possession
Oh my
of
God.
these photos?
We thought we knew who, of course, was behind them, but we weren't sure who sent them because he was supposedly out of the country.
So who did you tell the detectives had
What?
possession of those photos of Christina Parcell without any clothes on?
Mr. Mello?
That's John Mello,
Yes.
and that is
Okay.
That is who she was engaging in a child custody dispute with over Ida Mello?
Yes.
Okay. Let's listen to hold on. My brain's like, I guess part of what he's saying is like, if it came from Italy, it would have a different stamp. Is that part of what he's saying here?
So who did you tell the detectives had possession of those photos of Christina Parcell without any clothes on?
Wow.
Mr. Mello?
That's John Mello,
Yes.
and that is who she was engaging in a child custody dispute with over Ida Mello?
Yes.
Well, and that does make sense, right? Like we were saying, who was it that said before smartly that it would be more likely for the fiance or for the baby daddy to have seen her naked because they have to have sex, right? Right. Kit Smits, that was you. Yeah. But it sounds like he's saying it didn't come from Italy because my thought is it must be because it would have some sort of stamp, right? You know, when it goes across the country, maybe, I don't know.
Now, finally, Mr.
Right.
Gross,
Right. So what I'm saying is, how would he know? Why would make him think that? And the only thing that would make him think, because you can mail stuff when you're out of the country. That's my point, right? You can be in another country and still mail stuff. Like he could have, like in other words, Mr. Mello could have had those pictures from whenever, brought them with him, right? Brought them with him to Italy and then mailed them from Italy. So my thought is he must have assumed there would be a big stamp or something that says came from Italy. Right. Okay. Yeah. That's what I was saying. Right. The post. Yeah. That's what I was saying. Because he didn't clarify it, right? As to why. This is important, right? Because what this is doing is this is setting it up that there's a thing like a Canadian general, right? Like a middle person. That's what this is setting up. This is setting up like someone did this on his behalf, right? Just like all these other cases, setting up a middle person. And so that's why it matters, right? And so that's why I was like, these are questions these questions should be done by the way, this should be asked by the prosecution so that the jury understands why he thought that, right? Because in other words, why he thought it was from Mr. Mello, but not from Mr. Mello, like that matters, right? So anyway, we shouldn't have to be doing this work ourselves.
I'm going to ask you,
Right.
have you ever met Zachary Hughes?
No.
Have you ever talked to Zachary Hughes?
Yeah. How would he? Well, he would have had to mail it to Hughes from out of state, right?
No.
Have you ever corresponded with
Out of
him with in any way, shape, or form through email, social media, or the like?
No.
When was the first time you knew who Zachary Hughes was?
When my attorney said to me to come see me, and he showed me a picture and said this person was arrested for the murder.
Yeah.
For the murder of Christina Parcell?
That's correct.
I'm in the fast
A couple
lane.
more questions, Mr. Post. You and
Where is it
Christina
from?
Parcell were engaged.
Yes,
Did you
So
give her
where's
a diamond ring?
I did.
Was she wearing it that day on October
Oh.
13th, 2021?
Yes.
And on that day, did you provide her or give her any flowers the day before?
LA to
that day?
Tokyo.
No.
Didn't give her any roses or anything like that, did you?
No.
Well, that would look pretty bad if you did. Yeah, I gave her a bunch of fucking hell. I think he's done. Yeah, again, the prosecutor could have cleared that up with the whole postage thing. Maybe that will come back. I don't know. But yeah, anyway, so for boom, 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 boom. First things first, I'm the realist. Drop this and let the whole world feel it. I'm still in. Oh wait, sorry. And I'm still in the murder business. I can hold you down like I'm giving lessons in physics. You would want a bad bitch like this. Drop it low and pick it up just like this. Cup of Ace, cup of Goose, cup of Chris. High heel, something worth a ticket. I don't know how she says this. High heels, something worth half a ticket on my wrist. I'm trying to say it like her. Taking all the liquor straight. Never chase that. Rooftop like we bring an 88 back. Anyway, I don't. Oh yeah, champagne spilling, you should taste that. And then, I'm so fancy. You already know I'm in the fast lane from LA to Tokyo. And then they change the beat there. And then it's like, anyway, but there's people clapping and whatever. What am I even doing? I'm just, for those of you guys who missed it, I've been rapping recently on live streams. So yeah. Just reading these lyrics are funny. Anyway, yeah. What did I do? Right, that's true. Oh my God, a bunch of roses sprayed with chloroform. Hilarious. Thanks, Denise. Woo! Right? Yes. 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 A couple of gats, hold on. Gotta do this right. I realized too that if I wanted to try the next episode again, I would need my guitar because it doesn't sound the same without the bass line. You need the bass line, and you need something else there to make it make any type of sense. So anyway, I thought about that and then I forgot to do something with that. Okay, where is it there? Let's see here. I love this. What in the world is in that bag? What you got in that bag? Couple of cans of whoop. Oh wait, that's the wrong verse. Hold on. We need to get to the gats. Get to the gats. I think that's the last verse. Custom fitted. Oh wait, I just saw it. Where'd it go? Ah, okay, there we go. What in the world is in that room? What you got in that room? A couple of gats, a couple of knives, a couple of rats, a couple of wives. Now it's time to choose. I love the couple of wives part. You know what I mean? So good. Freaking love it. I feel like I get better at it. Well, I've only done it twice. I feel like I get better at rapping it each time. Anyway, hi, I'm Kat. Well, the trial's still going on. It just started. We're all watching it. We're all brand new to this one. Yes, you guys were saying, thank you, Twez. Thank you. I'm just seeing that now. I was looking it up on my phone, so I did. Thank you. Couple of gats, couple of knives, couple of rats, couple of wives. So yeah, see, I remembered the rats part, but I was like, I missed the knives part. I knew gats and rats and wives, and I missed the knives. And that makes, gats, knives, rats, wives. There we go. You did a good ass job just eyeing me, spying me. Thank you. Couple of cans of whoop ass. I freaking love it. Love it. So anyway, I'm Kat. Hopefully you'll stay here because we're at the very beginning. As you can see, he's the third witness. So I think they're about to start cross. So And not only that, we're almost at the end of the day anyway.
Mr. Post, if you could just answer any questions that the defense counsel has.
And we're on to cross.
Thank you.
What do you think they're going to do, Denise? Oh my God.
Mr. Post, just first question, you just mentioned that you were engaged and that she was wearing the ring. Do you remember telling law enforcement on the day this happened that she wasn't wearing the ring?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, you don't recall saying that?
No.
You remember, now you're saying you remember seeing her with the ring?
Yes.
Okay. You were also asked if you've been charged with a crime. It's actually 9 charges, is it not?
Correct.
Ask you about some background questions about yourself. So how old are you?
69,
What's your date of birth?
128.56.
And where are you from?
I agree.
When did you move to South Carolina?
July of, I think, 89.
What
Oh,
brought you to South Carolina?
Employment.
Are you married?
Was I married at the
Were you
time?
married?
Yes,
And how many times have you been married?
twice.
that's
any
a
children?
bummer, cat.
No,
How are you making a living in October of 2021?
I was retired, so I was from my investments and interest.
And
He was
also from selling
fancy,
the
he was
business?
rich.
Yes,
Okay. And did you make a lot of money from selling the business?
I don't know what your definition of a lot of money is.
What's your definition?
That's fair. I want to know what the business was, though.
Did you have millions of dollars?
Objection, relevant.
Did you have a couple of gats, couple of rats, sorry. Did you have a couple of gats, couple of knives, couple of rats, couple of wives? Look at his face. He's like, why are you rapping at me, fool? Objection relevant, so he said.
All right. So when did you actually meet Christina Parcell?
I met her at her father's cigar shop.
Huh?
Which I kept 20 years prior.
And you actually dated for a period?
This is amazing. He met her 20 years prior. Wasn't she a child then? Oh. That makes sense, doesn't it? So remember, okay. Twiz, thank you. You said the victim was 41, right? 20 years prior? No, she would have been not a child. Okay, never mind. She would have been an adult. But wow. But her father's cigar shop. Amazing.
Time back then?
Again, that's the definition of date. Yes, we went to lunch or dinner, but it was only a couple of weeks and that was it.
Oh, yeah.
And
We
why
all
did you all break up at that time?
It just, it wasn't chemistry and we both had other things to do.
All right. And then you reconnected then in about 2016, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you began dating again at that
Yeah.
time?
You know, it seems like she likes old dudes because I think Mello is even more of an age gap. So she was 21, he was 49. Denise is like this guy. Y'all are fucking amazing. It's too bad MCAT didn't stay. He's 16. Yeah, he's 69 now, right? He said that, right? So okay, so let's do the math. So 49, 21, 21, 49. That is, wow, 28 years difference. But again, we're going to I think the age gap is even bigger between her and Mello. That's wild. Yeah, 21 and 49. 28 years? The age gap between the two of them when they met was more than she was old on the planet, having lived on the planet, which is wild. Twins. Yeah, it's like, and then, yeah, again, but the Mello dude. So she was with this dude after Mello. So maybe she decided Mello was too old. I can't wait to find out what that age gap is. I mean, it could be 38 years. We don't know yet. But maybe she's like, he's a little too old. So then she went with this dude. Wow.
Soon after.
Wow, that's
have you
creepy.
seen her much in the years between?
No.
Have you seen her at all?
That is really
For 10 years, no, I didn't hear her name.
And then you began dating at this time. Now, Parcell, Ms. Parcell had a daughter at that time, is that right?
That's correct.
You've already testified her name
Right.
was Aida. Is that right?
Already had a daughter
And
with
how old
Mello.
was Aida when they began dating?
I don't know if I defined it when I dating, but when I saw her for the first time in 2016, I think she was 3.
And she gave up
Does
custody
that make anyone else's stomach turn?
of Aida shortly after y'all started dating?
I don't know the exact date, but she did change the custody arrangement.
And you at this time did not know Aida's father, John Mello. Correct.
I knew of him because I was told, but no, prior to coming, no, I didn't.
Okay, prior to meeting or getting back to
Gross.
Ms. Parcell, you did not.
Correct.
know Mr. Mello. Okay. And did you break up during the period of time between 2016 and 2021?
Yes,
How many times did you say you broke up?
I really don't know many.
Okay.
within.
That is so crazy. I don't understand
Maybe not.
people that do that.
Somewhere I never counted it.
You know, it's like you hear this all the time, right? We were on again, off again. I can't relate to that. I literally can't even relate to that. I don't understand how that works. It doesn't make any sense to me, but that's just me.
And that was at least in part because
I think
of the
you're
turbulence
not alone.
caused by
Pretty sure everyone hates them except for themselves, maybe.
the custody battle between Ms. Parcell and John Mello.
It was part of it because it was becoming front and center of her life. So it affected a lot.
Okay, but you would continue to get back together. There was multiple times you broke up.
Eventually, yes.
Yep. How long have you lived at 24 Rivoli Lane?
7, 8 years.
And you mentioned Ms. Parcell and Ida were living with her sister, Tina, on Cambridge.
So you know what's making some more sense? Yeah. So we are all on the same page. So you know what's making more sense though? So remember, like again, going back to the motion in Limine where it was like they couldn't bring in the CP stuff. It's making more sense now, right? Because in other words, the defense, I'm sure, wanted that in, right? Because again, we're seeing how clearly the defense strategy would be this dude did it, right? And you would want the CP to come in. But the problem being, and this is why that must have been a massive blow to the defense. The problem being that there would have been no way for the CP to come in with him without it also tying to the victim. That makes so much more sense thinking of it like because that was why, right? The reason the reason why that isn't being allowed in isn't because it makes this dude look bad, right? It's because it's prejudicial to the victim. And so that's why that was such a big deal. We probably should watch that pretrial hearing, I think, to learn more about that, because that's really interesting. So when you've got stuff like that, that's so relevant to this dude, and that maybe that's a theory you want to go with, but the thing is like that just goes to show you how much it implicates the victim's involvement, right? Like she must have been fully in on this thing in order for the judge to make that call and rule in favor of the state, where it can't come in because it's so prejudicial to the victim. Wow, but what a blow to the defense though, right?
Before that.
There was an apartment off of Woodruff.
Okay. And the three lived together there too?
Yes.
And did you live with anyone at Rivoli Lane?
I don't understand the question.
Did anyone live with you at Rivoli Lane?
No.
Right. Well, we don't, maybe that's how they just found it, right? But we don't really know yet. We don't know much. We don't really know anything about the murder yet, right? Who knows? It could have some relevance, but at the very least, with knowing nothing about if it could tie in or not, at the very least, you can imagine that if you're a defense attorney and you're on cross exam, like what we're watching right now, did I update my banner? On cross exam, you would want to be able to ask him about that, right? If again, going with the idea of the defense theory wanting to be like pointing the finger at this dude, like we see in trials all the time, right? You want to point the finger at this dude, you want to bring that shit up, but they're not going to be allowed to bring it up on cross with him because of the motion Lune. Oh God, Kit Smits. Maybe I should back that up. That's hilarious. Yeah. I mean, because we know the reason there was a motion to eliminate is because the defense wanted this to come in, right? And the judge, again, that's what that pretrial hearing is about. The judge, this was a big decision, right? And the judge put a lot of thought into making this decision because it was going to be such a big blow to the defense. So, okay, hello. YouTube doesn't like this dude either. Yep. What we'll do, since this is almost over this day, we'll watch the hearing, because I think that's going to help. That will make things a lot more clear. And the jury's obviously not going to know that, but we want to know. So we'll, some messages are not showing up. What do you mean? Oh my God.
Did you live with anyone at Rivoli Lane?
I don't understand the question.
Wow.
Did anyone live with you at Rivoli?
Wow.
No.
They're alone. Was it? I guess there was one exception.
Incredible.
When, Ms. Parcell moved in with you from October 20 until Ida returned.
She didn't really move in. She would stay with me because she always had a house or an apartment that was hers.
Okay. When did you and Ms. Parcell get engaged?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. And do you remember getting engaged at least the second time at the airport? Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was when Ms. Parcell returned with Ida.
That's correct.
And there was quite a group around there when you got engaged, right?
That's correct.
Who all was there?
Friends, her parents. Some of the friends I knew, some of the friends I didn't.
Okay, and this was the Greenville Spartanburg Airport?
That's correct.
Okay, when Ms. Parcell returned from Italy with Ida.
Yes.
You mentioned letting Ms. Parcell use your Lexus. You would help her financially in other ways as well, right?
She used my car when hers was broken, or she needed to get one because she had her own car.
And you would pay her credit card bill sometimes?
Sometimes.
Okay.
You have to give her a credit card of your own.
Yes, whenever she was buying for me and buying my groceries, yes.
Okay. Do you recall being able to
There you go.
have power of attorney over her bank account at the bank and travel address?
I don't recall giving power of attorney.
You don't recall having her power of attorney?
I don't recall it.
He doesn't recall it.
Now, you had a clone of her phone.
Oh, did you have it in Top?
That's correct.
So
Liz, did you have it in Top Chat maybe?
this phone that you had of hers would keep track of everything that was going on in her phone. In other words, it was an actual clone. You could see her incoming and outgoing emails and texts and all of that. Is that not right?
No, it wasn't an exact clone. There were certain applications that we could see, but it was mainly for her bills and to make sure that she got home at night.
Okay, but you mentioned also you would use an app called
Now make sure you're not in Top Chat, people.
60 to keep track of her too, right?
Yes, and that was on my phone.
Okay, so that was on your
Interesting.
phone. That wasn't on it. So
Huh.
the phone was for keeping track of what she was doing with her.
I don't,
Wow.
it might have been, but I don't remember if it was on that one. Like I said, she had two phones at several times, hers and mine.
And what methods did you use to communicate back and
Why
forth?
would she have his phone though? Why do I feel like it had to be a burner phone? Why do I feel like it had to be a burner phone? And maybe they can't say that because that would relate back, that would open the door. I mean, why do I feel like it had to be, like, why would she have his phone? What phone do you have then? Christina, keep track of her. Yep. The victim, keep track of her. So first there's the power of attorney, then there's keeping track of her. And then there's the fact that she had two phones, but then he says it was her phone and his phone. The question is, how did they communicate back and forth? So if she had his phone, how was he communicating back to her? What, telepathy?
By texting and
By the way, I have it ready to go out. It's not very long. It's efficient, just like the rest of this shit. So after we finish with him, we're going to watch the pretrial thing.
Call,
Right?
text, email.
Okay, do you remember what platform you would use to communicate?
WhatsApp, say it.
At the end, we were
Say it.
using one called Signal.
Oh.
Knowing that her future, with Mr. Mello, there was something going to happen. And so
Huh?
we used Signal, which we didn't use very long because it was very difficult to use.
Something was going to happen. What?
And you mentioned that Ms. Parcell gave up custody of Ida a few months after y'all started dating.
I have no idea. I only said WhatsApp because Adelson's right came up in that, but I don't know what is happening. You knew something was going to happen. Objection vague. That's me objecting to it. Sorry. It's not. He wouldn't be allowed to elaborate probably. Oh my God. What you got?
Future,
What you got in
with
that?
Mr. Mello, there was something going to happen. And so
Yes. I need to go back further so I can hear the context. I did not hear that part. Did anyone hear that part? I don't think she gave up custody. I thought she was fighting for custody and Mello took her. Right? Should I go back a little bit further?
Communicate back and forth by texting and that's
call, text, email.
okay. Do you remember what platform you would use to communicate?
At the end, we were using one called Signal. Knowing that her future, with Mr. Mello, there was something going to happen. And so we used Signal, which we didn't use very long because it was very difficult to use.
Are you guys saying that when he says something was going to happen, you're saying that that means giving up custody? That sounds more like foreshadowing of a murder or something. Like, you guys, let me go back for a little bit further. Maybe I didn't go back far enough. This is crazy.
Emails.
Y'all are
texts,
so
and all
funny.
that. Is that not right?
No, it wasn't an exact clone. There were certain applications that we could see, but it was mainly for her bills and to make sure that she got home at night.
Okay, but you mentioned also you would use an app called Life 360 to keep track of her too, right?
Yes, and that was on my phone.
Okay, so that was on your phone. That wasn't on it. So the clone phone was for
Well, that-
keeping track of what she was doing.
Clone phone? What the fuck is a clone phone? Yeah, if the Life 360 is on his phone and she has his phone, how does that help him keep track of her? I'm really confused.
It might have been, but I don't remember if it was on that one. So like I said, she had two phones at several times, hers and mine.
And what methods did you use to communicate back and forth by texting and that sort of
Call, text, email.
Okay. Do you remember what platform you would use to communicate?
At the end, we were using one called Signal, knowing that her future with Mr. Mello, there was something going to happen. And so we used Signal, which we didn't use very long because it was very difficult to use.
And you mentioned that Ms. Parcell gave up custody of a few months after y'all started dating?
Yes.
Huh.
And she gave up custody to John.
What?
That's correct.
And
Weird.
then at some point, she changed her mind and decided she wanted custody.
Huh.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I heard it. Thank
And
you.
around how old was Aida when she did that?
When she turned over the custody?
No, when
Interesting.
I think you already told us that Aida was 3 or 4, I think 3 when she gave up custody.
Yes.
How old was Aida when she
Oh.
tried to get custody back?
I wonder if that's because she was concerned about him doing some things to her daughter, maybe? Huh. Because then she changed her mind. And the question was specific, right? Wasn't it like, when did she give up custody? It was like when you got, hold on, let me just see. It sounded like they said that she gave up custody when these two got together, right? Hold on.
Right.
Yes.
And around how old was Aida when she did that?
When she turned over the custody?
No, when she, I think you already told us that Aida was 3 or 4, I think 3 when she gave up custody.
Yes.
How old was Aida when she tried to get custody back?
I don't recall.
Was it years, months after she gave up custody?
I don't recall the time. I just remember the instances that caused her to do it.
Okay, and that was because of her contentious relationship with Mr. Mello?
Yes.
Now remember, it sounds like we're going to learn more when we get to that pre-trial thing. It sounds like the victim, though, again, is involved in some way in the shit, right? That's the reason why they're not allowed to bring it up in trial, is because it's prejudicial to the victim. So the jury's got to be like, can someone please tell us why the fuck he's in shackles and orange, right? It's just like, can't you just tell us?
Mello took Aida to Italy. Testified somewhat about that already, but that was around October of 2020, correct?
I think so, but I'm
Does
not
that sound
sure.
right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Does October 2020 sound right?
Yeah, I'd have to get a calendar to work backwards, but yeah.
Basically, a year before her murder.
When she finally came back, it was in April
Yes.
of 21.
Yes.
And they were in the Canebrake house at that point?
I think they were in the apartment and then moved to the Canebrake house almost immediately.
Okay. Now, you used the term kidnap. You are aware that John Mello was exonerated for that?
Afterwards.
Right.
But not when he was there. He was found guilty by Italy, the state of Italy, and had to return.
Okay, well, maybe we're using distinctions here, but he was found to have to give her over to Christina, but he wasn't found guilty of any crimes.
That I don't know.
He didn't go to jail.
That I don't know.
Okay. But when he came back here, you were aware that he was exonerated for taking Aida to Italy, right?
After Miss Purcell was dead, yes.
Okay, well, that has nothing to do with it. He
Oh my
was
God.
It has everything to do with it.
Oh my God.
Exonerated for
Okay. We're back. What things are happening here? Remember, it's so interesting because there's stuff they can't say. So this is really fucking interesting. Yeah.
You used the term kidnap. You are aware that John Mello was exonerated for that?
Afterwards.
Right.
But not when he was there. He was found guilty by Italy, the state of Italy, and had to return her.
Okay, well, maybe we're using distinctions here, but he was found to have to give her over to Christina, but he wasn't found guilty of any crimes.
That I don't know.
He didn't go to jail.
That I don't know.
Okay. But when he came back here, you were aware that he was exonerated for taking Aida to Italy, right?
After Miss Purcell was dead, yes.
Okay, well, that has nothing to do with it. He was
It has
exonerated.
everything to do with it.
he was exonerated for having taken Aida to Italy because he had custody of Aida. Is that true?
Ask your question again.
Your objections outside the scope of his knowledge.
Okay. Yeah, I agree, Kitsmans. Yeah. Right. Huh. The thing that's really interesting here to me is how he says it has everything to do with it. Again, like the murder, I guess, right?
This is what they were asking. So
Wow.
Mello had custody of Aida when he took her.
There's not been a lot of objections so far.
That doesn't mean she could be taken out of the country without the mother knowing.
Okay, well, you know the court's exonerated for that.
But you know that the Hague agreement returned her.
I'm talking about in South Carolina. So for him taking Aida to Italy, since he had custody, he was exonerated for having taken her to Italy.
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And when he took her to Italy, you and Ms. Parcell spent some time trying to find where they were by looking at Facebook and Google and things like that. Is that right?
In context of what you're saying, I don't agree with, but yes, it was quickly found where he was.
Okay. Well, you can explain this.
Mr. Mello likes to use Facebook, and he posted a picture of his daughter to kind of show off that he had her in Italy. In the background, there was a poster that showed where he was.
Okay.
Oh.
And then
Oh,
at that
snitching.
point is when Ms. Parcell
Snitching.
about trying to get her to go back. Correct?
Correct.
And you did mention that you helped her with that.
When I could.
And you were helping pay her legal bills. And I know you had an agreement where she was going to eventually pay you back, but you were giving her money for attorneys.
Sometimes when she needed it because she was working.
Okay. She made 2 trips to Italy. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, he's not saying she had gold, Digga.
And the first time she was gone a couple of weeks.
I don't recall being that long, but it was more than a week.
And Lutina, her sister, went with her the first time.
Yes.
And then the second time she went back by herself.
Correct.
And that's when she returned from with Aida. And then you proposed to her.
Yes.
Okay, now, I want to ask you a little bit about the packages. So, State's Exhibit number 1 is the one that's dated the 30th of June of 2021. And that's the first one that you received, is that right?
I think so. I just have to look at the dates, but yes, the earliest.
Okay. This was mailed to your house. And there also were some that were mailed to other locations, but intended for you. Is that right?
I don't think it was immediately, no. That was sent like a warning.
Okay. Well, that was sent first. But where was the other one sent that was intended for you?
To my neighbors and to a place that I have frequented.
Okay. That was Cigar Bar called Outlands?
Yes.
Okay. The contents of that have been described, you described as photographs of Ms. Parcell.
Yes.
And you said they were naked photographs, right?
Yes.
Do you recall any of the other materials that were in there?
I think there was a potential mailing list of where else it was being sent, like a threat.
And do you recall one of the pieces of paper that was sent to you being a website purportedly from her?
I don't recall it was there, but I was shown that it was.
Okay. And
Right.
the website from,
Except she's also messing with 2 of them. I guess they're old white dudes. I guess they're both rich. So yes, no broke old white dudes, only rich, only rich old white dudes.
website labeled Escort Advertising and Discussion?
I don't know.
Did you not look at it at that time?
I don't recall, no.
Okay. Were you aware of all of this about her past when?
What are you referring to past? It was the pictures that Mr. Mello had taken that they were using.
We're talking about the website.
Same thing on the website. I was told it was the same pictures.
That was what you recall.
Wait. Oh, right. That literally, this clicked for us at the same time, the website. Oh my God. What the fuck is happening? Y'all? She was working as an escort. That's how she meets. I wonder if that's how she meets these sugar daddies, right? Isn't that what you call them? Oh my God. And then the part about you paid her credit card. Oh, Destiny's Child, right? We got some Destiny's Child with that one. At first we started out real cool, taking me places I ain't never been. Wait, that's not a good key for that. Let me switch that up. Let's see. At first we started out real cool, taking me places I ain't never been. Then what is the next part? Then when the call comes, Anyway, can you pay my bills? Can you pay my automobile? Can you play my blah, blah, blah? If you did, then maybe we could chill. I don't think you do. So you and me are through. Do you boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that's that one. Anyway. Oh, thank you. But now you're getting comfortable. Thank you, Twist. Thank you. But now you're getting comfortable and doing those things you did no more. You're slowly making me pay for things your money should be handling. And then you asked to you. Oh, wait. And then you asked, did you drive something in my car? Then you asked, did you drive my car? Drive it all day and don't fill up the tank. Oh, anyway, yeah. Keep going. My favorite verse is when he goes, and then you use my cell phone, calling whoever that you think at home. And then when the bill comes, all of a sudden you be acting dumb. No, none of these calls come from, but your mom's number's there more than once. You trifling. Something. Silly me. I found another. A baller. Times get hard. Need someone to help me out instead of a scrub like you. Oh, scrub you to know what a man's about. Oh my God. Right. Thank you. Good for nothing kind of brother. Thank you. You good for nothing kind. Yes. Thank you. You trifling. Can't be trifling. People, make sure y'all don't trifle. I could do an entire, I love the 90s and the early 2000s music. I love it all. I just, we're not going to get off track because we don't want to try. Like, I'm talking to myself here. Stay on track, Squirrel. Stay on track. Right. Oh my God. Oh God. Yep. Every day I'm trifling. Oh my God. Say that. No, I'm not doing it. Play the thing.
So I don't have pictures associated with it, right?
I don't know.
Okay, did you read the contents of it?
Ladies, can you handle this? They can handle this.
Why did you not read those? Why did you not read the information that was in the package of the sentence?
Yeah, because I knew it was a threat. He was constantly trying to separate us and get me to not assist her.
Oh. Huh. So there's a love triangle happening. Like they both are fighting over the lady, the two old dudes. He was constantly trying to separate us and tried to make me tell me not to assist her or keep me from assisting her. Something. Wow. Oh, Kidsmiths, we have a new squirrel friend, another new squirrel friend in Portland, by the way. I'm trying to remember who that was. And I said, hey, maybe you'll meet Kidsmith someday. And then everyone joked about how as long as they don't bump into Glenn, y'all two don't bump into Glenn, everybody's happy. Who was that? Mm-hmm. Now this dude's the spring chicken of it all, right? The spring chicken of it all right here.
I mean, we approached. Sure.
Approach. That's funny because this closed captioning said, come here, my heart, or something like that. Appropriate for Valentine's Day and for the rose petal shit, right? I wonder if they're going to be done. What are they doing?
This witness at this time, Your Honor, think I need anything from the state.
Nothing to say, Your Honor.
Are they calling other witness?
This would say, step down. No subpoena. We have a subpoena? Yes, sir.
There's the judge whose name I don't know. See, I'm wondering if this is pretty much it. Nope, there's another witness. Jesus, they are efficient as fuck. Wow. Okay, Well, since we're almost done with this day, we'll watch this last witness. I figured this dude was going to finish out the day. We'll watch this last witness, and then we'll switch over to the pretrial. Wow.
Jocelyn McInnes.
All right, Ms. McInnes, who are you employed?
Right now with Fetch Pet Insurance.
And
Oh, pet girl. That sounded weird.
I was working at Valley Walk Animal Hospital. As
That girl, I should have said, not pet girl. Jesus Christ.
Just manages day-to-day operations, hiring, firings,
So
inventory.
she worked with the victim. I guarantee.
In Greer.
Okay.
And on October 13th, 2021,
I missed her
you had the
name.
occasion to interview Christina Parcell.
Yes, I did.
Do you know about what time she arrived and you interviewed her?
It was 8:30.
And how do you know that?
I did watch the video footage verifying it, but I also had it on my calendar from back then to verify too.
So yeah, so the actual interview was that interview from inside y'all's cameras?
Yes, it was.
And you went back and reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
And so what time did Christina Parcell arrive to the veterinary clinic?
So this dude's doing all of the kind of pulling the lolly here. He's doing all the questioning. You know,
right around 8:30.
And what was she interviewing for?
For a veterinary technician role.
And what is a vet technician?
Oh, right, guys. Thank you. Y'all are smart. Yes, thank you.
About what?
Okay, thank you. I missed her name. I don't know what to call her. I don't want to have to back it up because, anyway. Okay. Did anyone catch her name? I mean, I didn't hear them swear her in. Anyway, that I bet you guys are right. Smart.
She left at 8:47.
Oh.
Just very briefly.
Oh my God, he's already done.
McInnes, is that right?
Yes.
Just a couple of questions for you.
This is
Was that a
crazy.
full-time position?
Don't worry, guys, I'm here. Every time that streamer does that, I'm like, don't worry, I'm here. I never know if it cuts out on y'all's end or not. But anyway, I backed it up just in case. That is interesting. What he was saying is that she was already employed. And I wonder if that's referencing the escort service or whatever.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Was that a full-time position that she was interviewing for?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Were you aware that she was already employed?
Yes, I was at the time.
Okay.
That was one of the questions I asked her.
There's the defense
You know
attorney.
why she was looking for another job?
I didn't ask her that.
Yeah.
But it was a full-time position that she was looking for.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Honor. She can be released.
And she's off. This is insane. Is this a race? Is this a race to the finish line with this case? This is wild. Okay.
We are going to stop and have a lunch break, and I'm going to ask for y'all to return at 2:00. I told you I'm going to be a broken record, but just like I said yesterday.
For whatever reason, what's the thing that's odd is they're going to lunch. So this is day 1, part 1, as y'all can see. I can't find day 1, part 2, or anything else of day 1. Apparently, only Long Crime is having this. There's not court TV, so I don't know if something happened to the cameras. I'll look and see if I can figure it out because we're gonna actually jump and we're gonna watch that up. Not jump, but jump around. We're gonna watch that pretrial hearing I keep referencing because I think that's where we're gonna learn the context for the child corn stuffy stuff. So, and this is on Fitz News, which is awesome because look how good that looks. And I can pull this down. We can have a better view. So yes. Okay.
There are a couple things before we get into the motions.
That's the judge. Oh my God.
First, I know that we are going to have, obviously, a media presence, and we welcome you. Our courts are open to the media. I do want to make sure that everyone in the media has received a copy of my order. When we were initially going to trial, I had an order, then I did an amended order, and then, of course, I just did an order for this trial that we're in now. But please make sure that you have that. And again, I welcome you to our courtroom. I do want to just say a couple of things, though, and I think that you all are probably fully aware of this, and this is really for your protection, but you are not to use the name of a minor in any.
Okay, we don't need to listen to this. I think this was the day before the first day of trial. It was either the same day or the day before. I'll double check. We want to get to the motions eliminate. He does look like a concert pianist. Absolutely. Kids, did you see the part where he was playing? Well, I guess probably not, because that was at the very beginning. We watched one of his videos. Okay. Let me see something here. Yeah, this was the day before. So if trial started on February 11th, this was on February 10th. I don't know why the spinning wheel is just like this. Okay, perfect. Because look, motion eliminate. So this is the right spot.
Later, the state filed an amended motion.
Okay, now we're here. Excellent.
Eliminate. And I think that we will hear that one first.
Go for
Yes,
it.
Your Honor. The state filed a motion for a gag order specifically regarding the accusations that were alleged by the defense counsel against the victim in this case, Christina Parcell. And it was in conjunction with our motion to exclude evidence relating to the case against Brad Post, who is going to be a witness in this case. Your Honor's familiar with. He's been charged by the state of South Carolina, being prosecuted by the Attorney General's office for sexual exploitation of a minor. That case occurred about 2 weeks. Those charges were brought against Brad Post about 2 weeks after the murder of Christina Parcell, and about the same time that the defendant in this case was charged. And so we filed a motion for a gag order for the purpose of keeping those statements out of the record and out of the press and from reporting on it, because the state felt it was prejudicial. And it was in conjunction with our motion to exclude evidence of child pornography that is allegedly found on Brad Post. And I say allegedly because Brad Post has not been convicted. He's been charged with sexploitation of a minor first and third, and I believe buggery, based on lots of
Exploitation. I didn't know that. I thought that was just like a lingo thing, like not a real term. Oh my God, everything's flying on the floor. We're gonna watch. Kids, he plays really well. Of course, no surprise, right? Went to Juilliard. We'll watch a video of him playing here in a sec. Oh my God. Yeah, but he said sexploitation, right? I mean, what?
videos and photographs that were located on his phone and thumb drives and computers. He just happened to be the fiance of Christina Parcell. And so we've asked this judge, your Best Honor, one, to keep the defense from putting those in their motions. Put those things in their motions so that that information, which has been unsubstantiated at this point in the trial, at this point in our procedure, and if it was necessary for a filing, to redact it so we could keep it out of the hands of the press and a potential jury. In addition, the state was intended to comply with the Victims' Rights Act as well, which a victim, in this case, Christina Parcell, has a right not to be shamed and ridiculed in the case against the defendant who's allegedly committed this murder.
Right.
So that's sort of gone on, and that we filed that back in October, Your Honor. And at this point, the state withdraws that motion for a gag order, as we've now picked a jury. And so it's basically moot at this particular time. And then we'd like to move on to hear the exclusion of the child pornography evidence or anything related to the Brad Post case in there for the purposes of this trial. I'd like Your Honor to hear that. I know we've been motions, and I know you have something to say about the gag order.
Yeah, and just for the record, I mean, you've withdrawn it now, but I would be denying that. And just for the record, I have reviewed Nebraska Press Association versus Stewart, In Re Murphy Brown, LLC, State, Rec Co versus State, State versus Price. And again, I would be denying that motion if it was not withdrawn. I also would note the case of Ex parte, capital U Drive It, in which it stated, quote, judicial proceedings and court records are presumptively open to the public under the law. And First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and the state Constitution, Article 1, Section 9. I do want to note for the record that at no time has there been any order by any circuit court, any judge here that has ever sealed any of the filings that have been made. It's my understanding for the record that the—
You guys hearing that? Y'all hearing that? Beautiful. Beautiful. South Carolina, you're winning right now because Florida was in the lead for this. But given the recent happenings in Shanna Gardner's case, you know what? South Carolina is winning for me right now in terms of transparency.
State specifically asked the clerk's office to hold certain filings. And so I just want to make sure that the record's clear and that the clerk will be instructed to make public any filings other than, I guess the gag order does not need to be filed. Okay. All right. We will move on with your motion, which is your motion in limine, amended motion in limine.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
When you're ready to
Okay.
proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, so the state filed a motion, an amended motion to exclude any reference to any evidence of the child pornography. I say the alleged child pornography. Again, has not been substantiated in any court, as Brad Post has pled not guilty to those cases, to his particular case. All of the items were found on devices in his possession or under his control. And so our first argument, Your Honor, was that in this particular case, in the case of who killed Christina Parcell, Zach Hughes has been charged with that crime. That particular crime that may or may not have been committed by Brad Post has absolutely no relevance to this particular case. And so that's of course
great, because we're going to hear, they're arguing, guys. I need to update this too. They're arguing, so we're going to learn the ins and outs of this. Yeah.
our first argument
Like,
of that. And we highlighted in our motion, Your Honor, the highly prejudicial effect of putting in.
I'm not up on the politics, so I don't know what it is about the politics, but you're welcome to say whatever you want. I'm not up on it, but yes, that did y'all, for those of you guys, hopefully you heard what that judge just said about not sealing things and things being transparent. That was epic.
And the fact that child pornography may have been on some of his devices there. And I cite State v. Cooper as well. Evidence which can have no other effect to cast a bare suspicion upon another or raise a conjectural inference that the crime was committed by another is not admissible. But not only is there conjecture, Your Honor, there is absolutely zero relevance to any and all child pornography, to this murder case. And there's no nexus, and the defense cannot provide a nexus at this stage in the process. And so, Your Honor, we would ask you to exclude any and all reference to child pornography, which goes to also Brad Post's testimony as well. We've also asked this court to limit the testimony of Brad Post. And for the record, Your Honor, his attorneys asserted a blanket Fifth Amendment protection on his behalf in relation to that. It's my understanding State v. Lawrence is the main case on that as well. And the key to that is that he's not an inculpatory witness. He's at the bottom of the chain when it comes to evidence against Zach Hughes. His testimony will be, I've never even met Zach Hughes. I don't know Zach Hughes or anybody that from in the public. And so Zach Hughes, the name of Zach Hughes will not come out of his mouth other than I don't know who he is. So by allowing impeachment evidence, pursuant to Rule 608 and 609, diving into his current charges, because they're not convictions yet, of a non-inculpatory witness is what State v. Lawrence and others stand for. And so when you have a non-inculpatory witness, your ability to go into their potential impeachment sort of diminishes and it lessens as you go forward. All the other cases that we cited, Your Honor, are folks who were eyewitnesses to crime or they were in the car before a murder happened. In this case, Brad Post is merely just going to talk about how he.
So what he's saying basically here is the thing that is a distinction from the other case law for their here, right, is the fact that Brad Post can't possibly be an inculpatory witness because he doesn't know Zach Hughes from Adam, as they say, right? Because he doesn't know him from Adam, he can't say like that. He's making that distinction, right? Versus it's different if you're going to be using this or attempting to use this impeachment as impeachment evidence with a witness that is inculpatory. In other words, to prove the defendant's guilt. What he's saying here is we're not offering Brad Post to prove the defendant's guilt. He can't help us with that because he doesn't know who the fuck Zach Hughes is except for now, basically, right? And so they're bringing him in just to give the events of the day, I suppose, or brought him in at this point. So we already watched it.
Arrived at her house at around 11 o'clock on the 13th
Yeah, I don't know.
and found her deceased body inside her house, and the house where she lived with her sister and her daughter. So we would ask this court to restrict that any mention of that evidence on those grounds in relation to Brad Post, as well as the impeachment. We would ask this court to limit the impeachment or the conversation about his pending charges to have you been charged with a crime would be the extent you can go into his pending crime now that he's defending against. Otherwise, Your Honor, at the end of the day, going into his particular crime would
Did y'all hear that at the end of the day?
serve this jury absolutely no purpose as to whether Zach Hughes committed this crime or not. Again, at this stage in the proceedings. So we would ask Your Honor that. And we would also ask you to restrict the defense's ability to cross-examine him on that particular area.
That's what I said.
As again,
You
it's,
guys remember me saying that? Literally, I was like, I said, oh, we're doing cross. Did I update my ticker? And then I was like, yeah, I did. And then I was like, yeah, that's one of the things, right? Is it restricts them from being able to go into cross. See, I know things.
not relevant, and it's extremely prejudicial. And I remind Your Honor, if this jury hears about any child pornography related to the victim in this particular case, you cannot unring that bell. You cannot unring that bell. And it is.
The reason this is so interesting, right, is because this adds another layer to it. We've learned now that this victim apparently was also an escort on websites, right, with the sugar daddies. But this is what I was saying, right? This was my thought because of the judge's ruling, but now we're hearing it spelled out, which is that clearly the state's not even arguing, like the state is saying she was involved somehow, right? That's why it's prejudicial to her. Wild.
Highly, highly prejudicial to the victim in this case. It is a violation of the Victims' Rights Act unless there is a mechanism and relevance and a path to that evidence at some point in time. And Your Honor, the state believes there is no path to that evidence. There's certainly no path to that evidence at this stage in the game, and before the state has even permitted any.
I feel like too, we're going to get some insight into the defense's strategy and potentially did their strategy have to change when we get to the defense argument, right? Because again, the judge's ruling on the first day of trial could potentially change what their strategy ended up being.
Presented any evidence to this jury. And so we certainly would ask Your Honor to restrict that. And if you do restrict all of those things, we would ask that we don't need an in-camera proffer of Brad Post. As far as the state's questions, we have gone over those. I've submitted those to the court. I've submitted those to defense. Brad Post has responded to those. He did not assert his Fifth Amendment right on any of the questions that the state begins to ask. And so by allowing the defense counsel to get up here and ask him questions they know he's going to take the fifth on, or in that square box of child pornography related questions, it would really just allow them gratuitous information into the world. That has no bearing on this particular case. And so we would ask Your Honor to have, there's no reason to have an in-camera hearing and restrict their cross-examination and of course our direct examination to non-child pornography related.
It's interesting, right? Because there's a lot of nakedness, right? There's like the naked pictures of her, but that was from doing the escort stuff. And then there's also the child pornography. So people are all naked up in here.
Testimony,
you know what I mean?
Regarding the defendant and the victim in this case.
Anything else from the state?
Not at this moment.
Please, court. First, a timeline I think would be useful. The state moved to exclude this evidence in September of 2024. In November, we had a bond hearing for our client. After the bond hearing, the state instituted the motion for gag order, and sometime around in there amended the motion in limine. So, Your Honor, I would argue that timeline, I don't think necessarily they were in conjunct with each other. Your Honor, this I just have to deal with this from the get-go. The state has told Your Honor once again that these allegations related to the child pornography are, quote, wholly unsubstantiated. This is a refrain that we've seen repeatedly in the pleadings from the state. We have made it very clear in our pleadings in response to theirs that we in no way want to discuss this topic irresponsibly, discuss it gratuitously, but over and over again, when the state alleges that it's wholly unsubstantiated, we just have to address that, Your Honor. It is highly substantiated. We have evidence to show that. And as an officer of the court, I represented that in pleadings. Mr. Moyer has represented that in pleadings. And that evidence exists, and we're prepared to introduce that evidence. But I want to set that straight. That evidence exists. We're prepared to show it and prove it. As it relates to what the ask is in the motion, extraordinary relief they are seeking. 16,000 or more images of child pornography.
Oh, boy.
We have photographs. We have videos.
Oh, boy.
They want Your Honor, without having seen any of it, without having it introduced at trial, any exhibits whatsoever, to categorically exclude 16,000 or more pieces of evidence that we may or may not seek to introduce. So they want Your Honor, again, to, from the bench, without any evidence introduced of any kind, without opening statements, with nothing, they want Your Honor to exclude that evidence.
Mr. Gorman, assuming that is the case, their point still is, I don't care if you have 45,000 videos, it's still not relevant, is what they're saying, if I understand correctly. So
and relevant being makes a fact and issue more probable than not. It is highly relevant. There are cases that discuss relevance in the context of Rule 402. Relevance relates to evidence that helps the jury get at the truth. right? And I would actually cite
So
state.
it's clear that they think it's all related, right? Which honestly, Bradley Post said that a couple times, right? He was like, they're all related. I'm like, I wish we knew what the fuck was going on here. Like, how is this all related? What is going on? I mean, there's like, because like there's the CP and then there's like the escorts. Like, I mean, I guess this specifically is just the escort stuff, right? Or sorry, the CP stuff. But like, it's just interesting. Like that she like it's like saying she would get murdered because of something related to this. I don't know.
Versus sweat for that proposition, and I can give you a cite on that.
Yeah.
But relevance is evidence that assists the trier of fact, in this case, the jury, to get at the heart of the matter, to get at the truth of the case, right? And the truth of the case, the bases for the relevance in this case are enormous and will become much more clear after the trial starts. And that's one of the reasons why Your Honor should, at a minimum, decline to rule on this issue until the trial starts and Your Honor can see some of the evidence and what the cross-examination is.
So we know now he doesn't do that, right? But I wonder, Denise, I hope you're still. I wonder if they were going to actually do an opening statement, but then they had to, I don't know. I wonder if this really kind of, what do they say, hamstrung them a bit, because he's saying at least let's get some of the evidence in so you can see it, and then we can deal with it then.
But Your Honor, to again, in a vacuum, to exclude this evidence before Your Honor's had a chance to review it, before it's even offered as evidence, I'm not even sure how you do the 403 analysis, right? Because it's such a fact-intensive analysis. The other thing is when the state argues that it talks about prejudicial evidence, absolutely. Every piece of evidence the state seeks to offer against Mr. Hughes, they believe is prejudicial.
I knew he was going to say that.
Every piece of evidence, should we decide to do that, we offer is going to be prejudicial to the state. But it's not unfairly prejudicial. This evidence is not unfairly prejudicial, Your Honor, because this evidence came to pass based on.
That's a really good argument, right? Because basically the way that the reason I'm saying that is because it's an adversarial system. The whole point is like once one side against another. So in other words, he's making that distinction between prejudicial and unfair, unduly prejudicial, right? Again, I thought that was a brilliant thing for him to say. Like everything they're going to offer is going to be prejudicial against us, right? Now, not unduly prejudicial, but by definition, it's going to have to be same when it's our turn, right? So Kitsmans is agreeing that it's a good distinction. Yeah, I think he's doing a good job here.
In no small part, the actions instituted by Brad Post, who was engaged in this illegal conduct with Christina Parcell.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, it's highly relevant. Your Honor, at this time, there was a discussion about the impeachment and the nature of the charges. Oh, I also want to clean up one fact, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Moyer. The state indicated
that. Correct, Kitsmans. Yes, it can be. Yes, and it's just a matter of if it's more prejudicial than probative, then you have a problem. But that's where you get the term often used, unduly prejudicial, right? So it still can be, again, it can be prejudicial and still be probative. It's just, it can't be more prejudicial than probative.
In the timeline
here, I think it seems like this is definitely probative, right? It seems like.
Ms. Parcell passed, and then a couple weeks later, Mr. Post was charged with violations of South Carolina law. The timeline is this, that Ms. Parcell passed on October the 13th, that there was one warrant for sexual.
Oh, that's smart, Denise. Saying, okay, I hadn't even thought of that because, like to see like he's doing the world a favor. Oh, interesting. That's very good. Thank you for that insight. I totally agree. It's relevant. I mean, again, I don't see the way around it. It seems highly relevant. But that's really interesting. That could be the connection, right? Wow. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Exploitation of a minor, 3rd degree, obtained by the Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about the vigilante aspect of it. That hadn't occurred to me of like doing the world a favor because you're getting rid of a child, and like, yeah, that's interesting, right? Like Mello could, if Mello is like a master manipulator, right? And he, because of the custody shit, then he could try to manipulate this dude into doing the murder for him. Yeah, interesting. That makes a lot of sense so far. Yeah.
October the 19th. So 6 days. 6 days after law enforcement obtained.
Liz, I've literally been saying this like 1,000 times. That's clear. The state said the same thing. I pointed it out earlier. They're all saying the same thing. She was doing the that's why it's prejudicial to her, right? Because she's the victim and she was also doing it and it makes her look terrible.
an arrest warrant for Mr. Post. And they continually obtained warrants after October the 19th, culminating, I believe, on November the 23rd, wherein they obtained an arrest warrant for Mr. Post for criminal sexual conduct with a minor in the 3rd degree. But I just wanted Your Honor to be aware of the fact that 6 days afterwards, the Greenville County Sheriff's Office obtained a warrant for Brad Post. Now we defer to Mr. Morey to talk about cross-examination related to Mr. Post pending.
Right. My understanding is the photos that were mailed, my understanding is those were not child shit. Those were naked photos of Christina from the website, the escort shit. And then the child, the CP stuff was found, what did they say, 2 weeks into the investigation or whatever. So those I don't think were mailed. I think they'd be in much bigger trouble if they had been mailed. Wait, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. I see what you're saying. Kids was right. Right. Exactly. Like, because if she was it sounds like she was an escort. And so her naked pictures would be on a website, right? That I see. Yeah. So then all he would have to do, this the young pianist is go to the escort website thing and then bada bing, bada boom. Like, in other words, and that's where metadata would come in, right? Like, I want the metadata because I was assuming the way it was framed that these were pictures that were taken with a camera. Is that what you guys thought? Which I mean, okay, I guess they were, but what I mean is like different from printing it off from a website, right? Not to mention any search of his phone or computer would show that he accessed the website. By him, I mean Zachary Hughes. If he did, right, they'd be able to see if he accessed the website. I'm sure that will come up. Right. So the other thing, well, he could have just found them online, or he could have been directed to obtain them online by someone who knew they would be there, right? Is that what you guys are saying? Right. That's what I thought as well, Kitsmith. Right. Like personal photos. Yeah. So, but I think it's, well, we don't know. I think that the defense, okay, again, if I were to say what would the defense hope to prove? I think the defense would try to hope to prove that the dad of the child knew that, and that was why this whole thing happened, right? But yeah, it's entirely possible he didn't know. That's what the state would probably say. Because yeah, think about it, right? If you are the dad of the child and then you learn that the mom is doing that, and so is her fiance, and there's a minor child involved and y'all are fighting over custody, like there's a lot of motivation there as well, right? For Mello to be, so in other words, the defense has two people they could be pointing the finger at here that reasonably, sometimes you've got these people, they want to suggest in different cases, right, a suspect where it's like, it's kind of a stretch. Here it's like, there's plenty of reasons to, they've got two other really good suspects. Well, and of course they both were suspects initially anyway, and then they were ruled out. So yeah, it's interesting. And it's interesting too, because depending on which one you want to point to, your strategy would maybe change, right? This is very interesting.
Charges and applicable sentences, potential sentences.
May it please the court, Your Honor. So there are really two issues that are associated with this. Is one, should we have an in-camera hearing for Mr. Post? And the second is, what can we ask Mr. Post about his pending charges? So beginning with that first issue, I think we clearly need to have the hearing, Your Honor. The state expressed concern that we don't want Mr. Post just being asked a lot of questions that he's going to plead fifth to. Well, that's exactly why we need to do this outside the presence of the jury, so we know what he's going to plead fifth to and what he's not.
Sure.
So we're not just stopping every few questions, having to send the jury out and then hash it over. So, we're prepared to ask him the questions. We're prepared to hear what his answers are, and if he's pleading the fifth, and if he's doing so properly, then we can let that lie. But Your Honor needs to be able to vet him, to make sure that he's not pleading the fifth irresponsibly. That is a question that he should answer, then he needs to answer it. So we would ask that we have that hearing tomorrow morning. We think the hearing should last 30 minutes or so. So I think that would be a wise use of the court's time and would save a lot of problems throughout the trial. The second issue, Your Honor, is whether or not the the defense is allowed to cross-examine Mr. Post about his pending charges and about the penalties. And if it please the court, I did prepare a brief, we did prepare a brief memorandum that talks about some of the cases that I'm going to mention now.
Right. Right. That's what I was saying earlier.
Background. Bradley Post faces.
I think what I do. I said I compared him to a Katie McBanwell, but for anyone who's not been following the Edelsons, that name would be lost on you. But yeah, the hitman. Yeah, that's essentially. I guess she's really the middle person. But yeah, I mean the hitman. Yeah, murder for hire. That's what I was getting at. But like, yeah, again though, it just is interesting, right? Because going the different options, right? Because like they could also try to implicate Mr. Post, right? That was because that's what, you know, I know many of you guys think he's guilty, right? So
9 different charges. So he has one charge of criminal sexual conduct with a minor 3rd degree. That charge is violent. It carries up to 15 years in prison, and it is carries automatic sex offender registry. He has 5 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor 1st degree. Those charges are violent. They carry sentences that range from minimum of 3 years with no parole to 20 years, and sex offender registry is discretionary. He has 2 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor 3rd degree. Those carry up to 10 years in prison and discretionary sex offender registry. And then he has a charge of buggery that carries prison for up to, carries a 5-year straight prison sentence with mandatory sex offender registry. Now, Your Honor, the law in South Carolina is crystal clear that the defendant's Sixth Amendment rights are violated if he is not allowed to question a state's witness about pending charges and the penalties. I'm not aware of a single case in South Carolina where the defense was prohibited from cross-examining a state's witness. And on appellate review,
and maybe the love triangle was really between all 3 men. We thought the victim was a gold digger and liked dudes that were older, but what if it was really the young pianist who went after the old rich dudes? Mm-hmm.
It was not going to be error. And that goes not only to naming the charges, but to bringing out the penalties. And I'll go over 4 cases very quickly in a minute. But before I do, I think what is especially telling on this point is the fact that the case that the state uses, State v. Smith, is a case in which the Supreme Court ruled that it was error for the defendant not to be able to cross-examine a witness about the charge that was pending against him. In that case, they just mentioned that he had pending charges. The defense was not allowed to go into what the exact charges were, and the Supreme Court said that was error. Now, in that particular case, he found it harmless error, but it was error nonetheless. And there are multiple.
Mr. Boyer,
yes, sir.
And I know I'm interrupting you.
That's quite right.
As we go along to ask questions. In that case, the witness, was it someone who was a co-defendant?
Your Honor, in that case, no, it was not. It was someone who testified. He was a victim in the robbery case. He testified about identification of the robber who was the defendant in that case. That person had pending carjacking charges. And actually, in that case, what happened is the state actually dismissed that charge that morning in an attempt to try to keep the defendant from being able to ask about it. This was actually a PCR case, and the Supreme Court ruled that it was deficient of the defense attorney for not pressing that issue and striving to have that charge named. Again, in that particular case, it was found to be harmless. There are a few cases where the courts have found it harmless error. There are many where the courts have overturned convictions, murder convictions. And so basically what you're being asked, it appears, Your Honor, is to just go along with the erroneous ruling, and let's just hope that the Court of Appeals finds it harmless. So so that's State v. Smith. Now there are other cases, Smalls v. State. That is a case where the Supreme Court overturned the conviction because the defense attorney was found deficient for not attempting to impeach the witness with a charge and potential penalty. There's a State v. Gilliam. There, it's a burglary case. There was a co-defendant in that case, and the defendant was prohibited from questioning the co-defendant about the penalty for burglary 1st degree, which was 15 years to life. And the Court of Appeals found that to be error and overturned that conviction. State v. Mizell. In that case, the defendant was denied permission to question a witness about pending charges.
That's right.
And
That's true.
was denied being allowed to ask about potential sentences, and the court overturned that conviction as a violation of the Sixth Amendment. And then State v. Sims, Your Honor. In that case, there was a state's witness testified, had numerous pending charges unrelated
I love a good butt for
to the murder case that was before the court. He had drug charges, grand larceny, robbery charges, and the court ruled that the specific charges could, the trial court said that the specific charges cannot be mentioned, only that he had pending charges, and that was found to be error. So, Your Honor, in this case, I think the law in South Carolina is crystal clear that when a state's witness is cross-examined and he has pending charges, he can be asked about what those charges are and what the penalties are. And so, Your Honor, we would seek to do that.
Does it matter to you that it's the AG's office as opposed to the solicitor?
It's the same party, Your Honor. It's all the state. So that does not make a distinction. It's in the 13th Circuit. It just happens that and I don't think it matters. I think the charges could be in Richland County. It could be in North Carolina. What matters is there are pending charges. And the implication is that somebody testifying with pending charges, even if they don't have a deal. In fact, it's even more relevant when they don't have a deal because the courts have ruled that that person is going to be going out of his or her way to try to ingratiate himself to the prosecution so that down the road, when he or she comes before a court for sentencing, that person can say, Judge, I cooperated with the state. You need to take that into consideration. I testified. And so whether this is a deal or not, whether it's in 13th Circuit or not, whether it's being prosecuted by Mr. Wilkins' office or not, they're pending charges and they need to be asked about.
So that's your argument for 608C bias?
Yes, sir. Not this time. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Briefly, I'm going to have Mr. Hofarth respond to the Smith case, but Your Honor, this is a simple issue. The defense cannot establish any relevance whatsoever to the case against Brad Post that, number one, I can't give Brad Post any deals because I'm not prosecuting him. So it is very relevant.
Oh, there you
that
go,
issue.
Wes. There's the answer to that question.
What is on Brad Post's
There's the answer
phone
to that.
has nothing to do with this case, and they still can't establish a nexus to it. They can't establish any relevance to any of that. And until they can do that, there's no reason this jury needs to hear anything about what's going on with Brad Post and his separate crime. Because, Your Honor, whether they like it or not, Brad Post is not on trial here. Zach Hughes is on trial here. And so the fact that Brad Post may have child pornography on his phone really has no place in this courtroom here today. Mr. Hofer is going to respond to the State v. Smith, and I think it's related to the fact that Mr. Post is not an inculpatory witness, and that's what they keep not wanting to talk about. His all the cases that Mr. Moore is talking about have an eyewitness to a crime, somebody that's very inculpatory to the defendant.
He's literally repeating himself. What? Why?
Mr. Post is not going to inculpate Mr. Hughes one iota, and therefore your ability to go down a rabbit hole into some pending charges that he's not pled guilty to is limited in that respect.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'll be as brief as possible, but it's important to start with the foundation here where we're talking about the testimony of Brad Post specifically and the nuance with this case with the backdrop of South Carolina law. I cited Smith and Mitchell in the state's brief because they are the most.
But here's the thing. I think we got the context of this, and that's interesting. That's what we want. I don't think we need to watch. We can all come back and watch the rest of this, but I have good news. I found the rest of day one. Remember when I was like, this feed ends, like they didn't come back after lunch? I found the rest of day one. I have it ready to go. So why don't we pull that up? And because we're going to fly through some more witnesses, looks like. So let me. Okay, let's see here. Woo! Here we go.
Thank you, Judge. The state would call Darby Jackson.
Darby Jackson. Here we go. Oh, the little young prosecutor dude's going to do the questioning, I guess. Every trial's got a spring chicken. This one's got two spring chickens. We got the defendant spring chicken, and then we got prosecutor. And everybody else is old for the most part, right? Funny. Oh, I meant to show a video of him playing piano. I forgot to pull that up for you, Kit Smits. Although I don't know that YouTube wants me to do anything.
Jackson. Good afternoon.
There she is.
I am a paralegal for the Lawrence County Attorney's Office.
Okay. Back in October of 2021.
Okay.
Where were you employed then?
Greenville County Forensics.
What specifically?
Oh.
I was a forensic evidence technician. So I
Oh boy, we're getting into the evidence.
Process scenes as needed.
When you say process scenes, what kind of activities would you be doing when you're processing scenes?
So it depends on the scene. I would typically go, I would document the scene, taking photographs, taking video if necessary, collect evidence, process for fingerprints and such.
And were you involved in this particular case specifically? Were you involved in processing a scene on 122 Canebrake Drive in Greenville County on October 13th of 2021?
I was involved in the investigation. I did not process the scene at 122 Canebrake.
Okay, so you responded out to 122 Canebrake.
I did.
Okay, and as part of you responding to 122 Canebrake, were you responsible for collecting some DNA samples for subsequent testing?
Oh boy.
I specifically responded to 4 Mickey Street to process the complainant.
So it's super quiet. I have it all the way. I mean, the volume, it's, you know, the court feed, or they're just not, unless you're saying it's like, I mean, I can still hear it. It's quiet, but I can hear it. But like, it should be, you know, in other words, there's nothing else I can do here. I should move these up though, so where they can be seen easier.
And who is the complainant?
It was Bradley Post.
Okay. And did you
Wait,
subsequently?
why are there 2? That's odd. Why are there 2? Okay, I don't know.
Buckle swab samples from Bradley Post?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show Ms. Jackson what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11.
Sorry, Miss Jackson. Woo! I am for real. So buckle swabs of Bradley Post.
10 and 11.
Oh my God, why is it
Do you
double?
recognize the 2 items I've handed you?
I do.
Okay. And I believe they're labeled, so State's Exhibit 10, DHE2, and State's Exhibit 11, DHE1. DH being your initials?
That's correct.
So to your knowledge, these are the samples that you collected at the time of your involvement in this case?
That's correct.
And after you collect these samples, or first, let's explain to the jury, when I say buccal swab, what exactly is that?
So a buccal swab is a cheek swab. We will take a sterile tube, cotton swab essentially, swab the inside of whomever that we need to get it from, their cheek.
Okay. And you thereafter place it in a container like this?
That's correct.
And after you place it in the container, you seal it?
Then I take it to property and evidence, and my involvement is complete.
And in this particular case, with relation to State's Exhibit
One thing
10,
that's interesting, right, though,
did you
is
subsequently-
again, thinking about the defense strategy, if you're going to go with like the thing about like, say that Zach Hughes was manipulated by Mr. Mello, we don't know yet what his status is. I think I said that at the beginning of the live stream. Like, we don't know yet what his deal is. Like, has he, and no one knows, I'm sure we'll learn, so we don't need to look it up. Like, you know, if he's been charged or arrested or whatever, but you would imagine it would be a lot harder to make that argument to a jury if indeed you know the other person isn't being charged with anything, versus if they were already charged with something, it would look like you could, you know, like we see in so many other trials, right? Like the other person's already been charged, and then it's like, oh well, you know, it was all their idea, and you know, yeah, the manipulation and stuff. I don't know.
Submit them into evidence.
We don't know.
All right, this time the state would move into evidence, State's Exhibit 10 and State's Exhibit 11.
No objection. Counsel, without objection, number 10, number 11.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much.
Oh my God. No way.
Ms. Jackson, you said that you were working now as a paralegal,
That's correct.
and you said the Lawrence Attorney's Office?
Lawrence County Attorney's Office.
What, is that the solicitor's office, or what is that?
No, so the Lawrence County Attorney, the county attorney will work more on civil matters. He represents the county.
I don't know if Mr. Hoffman asked you this. If he did, I apologize. When was this sample taken?
It was taken on October 13th, the day that I responded.
I've got nothing further on.
Okay.
Something to say.
He's released from a subpoena. They're gonna bring up.
Time to say McCall, Master Deputy John Garrett.
Okay, we're getting another law enforcement officer. Just.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you.
They're just lightning speed. It's
State
crazy.
your name for the record.
I've never seen anything like this in a trial.
Master Deputy Garrett, is that's your current rank, Master Deputy?
That or investigator.
Investigator, okay. Good afternoon. I know out there, but where are you currently employed?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and what role specifically?
I'm a homicide investigator.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Were you employed at the sheriff's office back in October of 2021?
Yeah, all she did was collect the buccal swab from Bradley Post. That's all she did. She collected it. That was it.
Okay, and what role was it? Same?
I was a homicide investigator.
Okay. Were you involved in the present case specifically on October 13th of 2021?
I was.
Okay, did you respond to the scene at 122 Canebrake?
I did.
And when you were responding to the scene, what specifically was your role there? What were your priorities in responding to the scene?
I was at the law enforcement center at the homicide office when the call came in, and other investigators and officers were already at the scene. So before I left, I was tasked with obtaining the search warrant for the scene at 122 Canebrake.
Okay. And so I'm getting that search warrant. You thereafter go through the scene?
Yes, I did.
The house, I mean.
Correct. And once I obtained it, I delivered it to the scene and responded for any other duties that were requested.
Okay. What were your observations of the scene at the time that you went through it?
When I got there, the road was blocked off, probably a block or two on each side. Patrol vehicles, yellow crime scene tape, and we also had personnel blocking intersections.
Yeah, we're gonna get some pictures too.
Taking the scene around 122.
Okay. And so going through the house, what were your observations there?
I didn't do that until later that evening. I was there for hours. Crime scenes was processed and documented the scene. So I was waiting for another task, and I was documenting information where other investigators were going door to door looking for like video surveillance and things like that. But I didn't have another task until later in the afternoon. I did a secondary search, or later. It was hours later, almost at dusk, to go through the crime scene.
So that would be after the technicians go through, collect what they deem necessary?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time you went through the scene, were you able to identify or collect anything at that time?
Yes. I was with the investigator's department at the time in a white clear plastic bag with a white powder substance in the living room.
Okay. What? You said the living room. Was the living room the same room that Ms. Parcells was found?
That's correct.
Okay.
What now is happening, people? A plastic bag with a white powder in it. Wasn't chloroform though.
If I showed you a picture of that substance, would you recognize it?
I would.
Wow. What? This is crazy. White substance in a bag. You've got the rose petals, the smell of the chemical. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Approaching you with State's Exhibit 9 and State's Exhibit 37. Starting with State's Exhibit 37, what is that?
That's the clear plastic bag with a white powder substance observed in the living room area.
What the fuck?
And did you subsequently, and I don't want to say collected, but did you subsequently pick it up to identify it?
I did.
Okay. Showing you what's State's Exhibit 9. Can you confirm for me that that is the bag that you picked up and identified?
It is.
So that's the position that you found that bag when you went to the house.
That's correct.
And then 9 is the actual bag.
That's it.
All right, this time the state would move State's Exhibit 9.
Pictures?
Which is 9. Has been completed.
That's really
That's
quiet.
That's if it's a controlled substance.
Why do you say, first observations, you believe it to be a controlled substance?
Yes, sir. I had a previous assignment in narcotics for 14 years, and to me, it appeared to be the way it was packaged, and appeared to be a controlled substance.
Okay.
Oh boy. So now we're getting into some drugs. Is it cocaine? Oh dear.
What occurred after you conducted a field test?
We did a presumptive test for cocaine with a field test.
Wow.
After that field test was conducted, what did you do thereafter?
It was ultimately secured in the property and evidence section at the Greenville County Law Enforcement Center to be secured.
So it was thereafter submitted into evidence?
It was.
This will be interesting to see what happens with her autopsy, right? Did she have drugs in her system? Is it going to be that she was dealing drugs also? Or is it going to be that it was planted there to make it look like she was dealing drugs? We don't know yet.
Go to State's Exhibit 9.
Good night, Denise. We love you too. I'll yell out if I have any questions. Hopefully you heard the part about the white substance that appears to be a drug. Because what?
My objection, there hasn't been a full chain established yet throughout the continuation of where
Oh.
that evidence went. So until that happens.
Interesting.
Your Honor, a full chain doesn't need to be established at this point. This is
Well-
the individual that collected States Exhibit 9, conducted the initial, the field test of States Exhibit 9. At this point, the foundation's been laid for whatever it may be to be introduced.
We love you back, Denise. Happy Valentine's Day. Squirrel love for everyone. Wee. Go squirrels. Go squirrels.
After collecting what was States Exhibit 9, during your time on the 13th at Cambridge, what other roles were you associated with there?
I did a secondary search later after other investigators searched the room, so I never found anything significant of it.
So he found the white substance, and that seems to be the important thing here.
Thank you, Investigator Garrett. I have no further questions for you.
Yeah, Jesus, this is you guys. Are they going for a record with this or something? I have.
Thank you. So what was the reason for going back into the?
Never seen this.
residence later that day?
I was on another team that we were assigned different rooms to search for evidence, and I can't remember the rooms I searched, but I think there were the living room, another bedroom. There's multiple rooms in the residence, and groups have already searched, and then other investigators were searched across and searched behind them to make sure we didn't miss anything or just double check each room.
Do you know how many investigators and forensics technicians had already searched the house?
I don't. I know there were several out there, several investigators and a lot of forensic technicians. But I don't know the exact number.
Around what time was it when you and Investigator Sparkman went back in to do the subsequent search?
Dusk, around 6:30-ish.
There you go.
And State's Exhibit 37. So you said this accurately portrays where that bag with suspected controlled substance was when you saw it?
It does.
That is before it was moved.
As far as what?
I'm sorry. This is before any officers.
That's right. That's where forensics documented its original location.
And so it is clearly observable to somebody walking by.
Yeah, you can see it. It was pointed out pretty early, I think.
So had that already been known to have been there?
Right.
Or did you find it?
It was already known. It was brought to my attention.
So somebody already told you that there's suspected controlled substance in there? And you went back?
That's why he was saying the chain of custody. Okay.
And so what you did with that bag then was you took it to the property and evidence room?
Eventually, yes, sir.
Okay. When would that have been? How much later?
It was that day. I think it was logged in on the 13th. Later that day, myself and Investigator Sparkman together did.
Okay. You, Investigator Sparkman. Do you know who's, was it you, Investigator Sparkman, in the chain of custody?
Him. I was with him.
Investigator Sparkman.
And therefore, we gave me the item number JS for Sheriff Sparkman.
Okay.
Item number.
And do you know who got it out of the property and evidence room?
To be tested.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You just whipped it on out. Holy shit. That's insane. Not usual.
What do you, let me just ask you what you're pulling out there.
Yeah, you can't just be whipping it out.
Property and evidence sheet, which would document the chain of custody.
Oh, hello.
It's actually the lab report.
Oh my God. What is happening? What is happening? Why is it in your pocket? Why do we
I
not
don't have what
ask
chemist, but it would have been brought out later at a later date to be
Ugh.
positively identified by the forensic crime lab, but I don't know which chemist did it.
Okay, so would the chemist have come and gotten it, or did somebody else get it and take it to the
No, the
chemist?
chemist would come down. They would put in a request, say they want to be analyzed, and then the chemist would come from the lab, pick it up out of property evidence, take it back to the lab.
Okay, so you don't know who the chemist was?
I do.
So you don't know who then had that State's Exhibit number 9 after you?
I don't.
That's not his, that what
Did you
happened
bring it to court
after
today?
him is not his
I did
purview.
not.
Do you know who brought it to court today?
Not exactly. I could assume it would be the lead investigator, Investigator Sparkman.
You know who gave it?
Oh,
to
hi.
Investigator Sparkman?
We thought you were asleep.
Okay, property evidence.
Hello.
Just a couple of questions. Did you have any other involvement in the case after the 13th?
Yes, I obtained another search warrant for 2 Tyndall Avenue.
That's probably Bradley.
And when did you write your report?
We don't know what it is yet.
I wrote it.
I mean, I think I said Coke as like just me guessing, or well, I said chloroform. We don't know what it is yet.
Earlier, but it wasn't finalized until October 2024. It was a rough draft. It did not get processed.
What is being processed mean?
Clear through the what we call our code 5, an incident report system, where it's set in limbo for a time as a draft before it was approved.
Okay, when was it approved?
October 15, 2024.
2024. Was that after you met with the prosecutor's office to prepare for trial?
I'm not sure if that's when we did or not. I can't recall when we met. But it was close to that because we're doing an inventory of what needed to be done, and this is one thing that needed to be done.
for finalizing report.
That's correct.
One moment, please. Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, just like that, we're on to another witness. Jesus Christ. It's like speed dating, but with trial. Okay.
Okay. Krista Marie McCall.
Krista.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell jury where you're currently employed and what your role is there?
I work for Greenville County Department of Public Safety, the Forensics Division.
Huh.
And what specifically do you do for the forensics division?
I work in drug analysis.
Oh my God. Are we going to learn about the chloroform?
Can you break down a little bit about what is drug analysis? I know for some of us, but what is drug analysis?
So in my job, I'm a forensic chemist. So officers may pull a suspect over or arrive on the scene and
Here we
there's
go.
suspected drugs there. So they collect them from the suspect and then they submit them for property and evidence for analysis. Sometimes on the TV shows, you may see that they do a chemical color test and then they put it on top of the hood. Well, that's giving them an indication of what they're looking at. But a problem is sometimes that can give false positives, such as cocaine and benzocaine will both give you the same color test. So that's
Okay.
important why those drugs come to us. Because we
jumping right
confirm
on in.
or we not confirm what the officer thinks it is.
And what is your background there as far as education and how you landed in that role with the sheriff's office?
Before I worked in forensics with the Department of Public Safety, I worked 13 years as a pharmacy technician. And then I also did 2 years at family court. And then I have 10 years currently with the forensics division. I have a bachelor's of science in biology, minor in chemistry, and a master's in pharmacogenomics from the Manchester School of Pharmacy.
Wow.
And you may have said this, and I apologize for saying it again, but how long have you been in your current role with the sheriff's office?
I've worked for Greenville County Department of Public Safety. We're separate from the sheriff's office.
Oh, see, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh,
Yeah, we have, I've
Which
been
is
there for 10 years.
interesting.
Before that, I worked 2 years in family court.
Okay. And
That's
in
interesting.
your current position, it's fair to say it primarily consists of you processing and analyzing these substances that are submitted to you?
Yes, sir. Suspected controlled substances.
And approximately how many cases a month do you process?
I would say in a year, I'll do over 10,000 cases.
Your Honor,
Wow.
at this time, the state would move to qualify Ms. McCall as an expert in drug analysis.
Thanks, counsel. I've got no objection.
All right. First expert of the trial, guys. Happening right now.
Drug analysis, ladies and gentlemen, an expert witness is a person,
Yes.
or normally a person cannot give an opinion, but an expert witness is allowed to. And so when a person testifies, normally they must testify as to either what they saw, they heard, or sensed by smell. However, we do have an exception when someone is qualified because of education or experience, and they are permitted to give their opinion in certain areas the court qualifies, in which the court qualifies them.
They can
And
also
this
rely
witness
on
would be
hearsay.
qualified in the area of drug analysis to give an opinion testimony in the area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate. Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCall, are you involved, how are you involved in the present case?
Well, I don't really read the background on all the cases that we get because we get so many in.
There'd be no
Currently
reason
our
to.
backlog is 7 months behind.
There'd be no reason
So
to.
how I got a subpoena, and then I had a pretrial meeting with the solicitors, and that is how I became involved that this was going to be going to court.
Okay, let me get more specific.
This is feeling like a South Carolina trial a little bit right now with that. It's awesome.
Were you charged with processing any substances as it relates to this case?
I was involved with this case because the officer requested it to be analyzed because I'm assuming at scene, he thought it was a controlled substance. So he went to property and evidence, put the evidence there and put a lab request with it. And then I go down to property and evidence and I say, can I have some drugs? And they hand me sometimes 60 cases of drugs. And I have to go through every single one of them and analyze them. And then I write a report and then the report goes out to the different parties that are involved in the case.
Okay. If I showed you a specific item, would you be able to confirm whether or not you conducted any testing on it for this case?
Yes, because when I receive my stuff, I make sure it's sealed by the officer.
You
And
put
if it's not, it
initials.
goes back down to property and evidence because you want to make sure your evidence is sealed because that means that somebody could have tampered with it. So if it was open, I take it back down to property and I say, I'm not working this item. You need to get the officer to fix this. So when it gets fixed, I will go back down there and I will get the item and I'll come back to the lab and I'll do a chemical test That gives me an idea of what I'm looking at. And then I do 2 confirmatory tests, which is a FTIR and a GCMS analysis.
Wait.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states.
Hang on. Did you guys hear that? Like, she was saying that, like, if the thing's not sealed when it comes to her, she has them fix it, as in, like, they seal it and then they give it back to her, and then she knows that, what? I don't know. I mean, I initially seemed like if you think something's been tampered with, you shouldn't, like, aren't you going to be like, I don't know. I guess sometimes things can be tampered with and that's part of evidence. So you would want to test it, but it seemed like she was going to say, I'm sending it back to them. I'm not going to test it. But then she's like, have them fix it. And then it returns sealed and then I test it. Anyway, good night, Kitsmans. We love you. Happy to see you. Please join us on the next one for this.
States Exhibit 9 there.
Okay.
Could you confirm whether or not that's the item that you did testing for specifically for this case?
Okay. Should I leave it down here? Am I allowed to bring it out?
You can.
Well.
Okay. Okay.
Oh.
Yes, this is mine.
How do you know that?
I know that because I have a date when I worked it, and then there are my initials. And then here's the date when I opened the officer's bag that he sealed it in. And then after I weighed it, here is the weight of the item and then the item. So my initialing is all over this bag.
There it is. That's what I was.
Did you create a report that indicated your findings as to what that substance was?
I did.
Okay. And what did you determine that substance to be?
Your Honor, I would object from the standpoint, Rule 901, for the purpose of authentication of the exhibit. The state has to establish from beginning to end, because it's fungible, who handled it, what they did with it. The probative value of her opinion as it relates to the nature of that substance is nil, because there's been no change.
Stop. Why are they not selling? Why is the judge not yelling at him to stop talking? What is happening? What? You cited the rule 901. Shut up. The jury's present, dude.
As to what happened from the time it was seized.
Oh my God.
This witness testimony.
Wow. That's crazy.
And I would overrule your objection. Thank you, Your Honor. I can ask the question again.
Yes, sir.
What were the results of any testing you conducted on State's Exhibit 9?
So after the test is, after we analyze the substance, I create a report and it goes to peer review, which is that one of my peers have my results and we have to agree that we both agree that this substance is what it is. So when he has a state exhibit, I have an item of JS4 and it was described as a bag containing powder substance when I received it. But when I work my cases, I take everything out of the bag because weight is very important when you're looking at charges for individuals. So I did create a report and here it is.
Okay.
I love her. She's awesome.
Did you determine that that item is a controlled substance?
I did determine that this item is a controlled substance, yes.
And what controlled substance?
Cocaine, 4.97 grams.
Okay.
Can you speak a little bit? And I realize, extremely complex, but when you spoke about it a little bit, but what type of testing you do to break down that finding?
Yes, so at first I do a chemical spot test, like I said, like you watch on the shows, just to give you an idea. You get a color change. You're like, okay, like blue, maybe benzocaine, cocaine, procaine. So in this instant, I got this bag containing powder substance, took it out of the bag, weighed it. That 4.97 grams is the net weight, not the gross weight. Then after that, I ran it on an FTIR, and that basically puts light through the drug, so I can, if I erase it, then you can see it. But the problem in this case is that the FTIR is only good for pure substances. It's not good with cutters. So sometimes when people sell what they have, so they put other things in it. So they might put procaine, they might be procaine, cocaine, and benzocaine in there, but I'm looking for that cocaine. FTR, I cannot see it. So I have to take it to another instrument called the GCMS, gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, and it will separate out each individual.
No way. We heard about that at length in the most recent Casey Anthony episode. That's hilarious that we're hearing about that again.
And you take 5 different pills and you crush them all up and it's a white substance.
Brilliant question, Twiz. How is this not prejudicial against the victim? A great question. It's a great question. Yeah, the only way that I could think to answer that would still be problematic because it would be based on the theory of the case. Like, in other words, I don't know. We don't know yet, but I wonder if the state is intending to be like, oh, this was planted there by the killer, right? Maybe. We don't know. And again, the answer, it'll make more sense, I think, when we get the autopsy report, because then we'll know if she had drugs in her system or not. But still, it shouldn't matter if it's like, because that's part, in other words, it would, to say it's not prejudicial to the victim and to, like, in the way I just described, would be like making an assumption that the state's theory is correct over any other theory. And so that's not good enough. If Denise said if she's still listening, if she's still listening and still awake, maybe she will weigh in on that, or maybe well, okay, actually, hold on, let me think of another way to answer it. So remember, the other side has to have an issue, right? So for example, if the defense didn't want to suppress this, okay, if for some reason this could be involved in whatever theories that they have going on, they didn't want it suppressed, they didn't object to it, right? Well, I guess they kind of objected with the other witness with a chain of custody, but in other words, even if it's something prejudicial, unduly prejudicial, if the other party doesn't object, it comes in. You know what I mean? So that could be part of it too. Maybe the defense has no problem. But yeah, no, defense, Your Honor, she was a crack whore escort. It could have been anyone. I see. There you go. There it is. Yeah, brilliant. That's it. That's a great point, Twiz. Yeah, there you go. Widen the net, right? Talk about a third party culprit. Widen that net. It's amazing. Although, having said that, we know she had the old white dudes, seems to be a theme. That's funny. I mean, having said that, the defendant does not fit that profile. So.
And did you put it there?
Okay. So I know you spoke to it earlier, but how many times, ballpark, have you analyzed cocaine specifically in your current role?
Oh my goodness. I've been working 10 years and we do over 10,000 cases. I would say in Greenville, methamphetamines, number one, cocaine and fentanyl. Cocaine's probably fentanyl's probably coming in at number two, and cocaine's probably coming in at number three. So not as often as it has been in the past. It's just you drug trends of what people are doing.
Say hundreds of times?
Oh yes, definitely.
Okay. What would you say is to the quality of the cocaine that State's Exhibit 9 in this particular case?
Well, I can say after the analysis, it did have cutters in it. So usually when we analyze cocaine or cocaine base, which is crack, we can use the FTIR because it's usually a pure substance. But in this case, I couldn't see that backbone of the drug, so I had to take it to the GCMS.
No backbone.
So it did have other substances in it. So
there you go.
I can't tell you a number on
That's
purity.
it. I think you just solved it. You solved it. Everyone thought it was so complex. Twiz solved it here. Maybe he's a crack whore escort too. Bam. There you go. There you go. That would explain also how he's tangled up with the other fella, the Italian fella. Oh my God.
But I can't tell you that there were other substances in it.
At least to the extent that you had to do subsequent
I had to
testing.
do a subsequent, yes.
Her sweater blends in with the chair almost.
Thank you.
Oh, she said thank you. That is so cute. Who thanks people when they're done? Okay, cross time.
You said you worked in the family court?
Yes, sir.
What did you do in the family court?
I took payments and I translated in the courtroom.
Oh.
Picked up on bench warrants for child support.
That is smart. Interesting, right? He was like, I'm going to go. He paid attention to the family court part. That's interesting.
You translated,
Yeah.
you speak another language?
Yes, sir.
What language do you speak?
Spanish.
All right. I wish I could do that. So just a few questions.
Yes, sir.
You said that you roughly process or handle 10,000 cases a year. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
It's a lot of cases.
It is. We have a quota we have to make every month.
Okay. What's that quota?
100.
Wow, you're way above that. And you don't work 7 days a week, do you?
No, I work Monday through Friday.
Okay. Just kind of interesting. At 10,000 cases a year, wouldn't surprise you if you worked every single day of the year, you would on average test 27.3 cases a day.
Yeah. Just sometimes there's single item cases and you're talking about an 8-hour day. So we set up a whole run.
That's a lot of samples to test.
It is.
Okay.
Something tells me he's not going the route of I'm impressed with this, right?
One second.
Yes, sir.
Wait, is he done? What? This, what a surprise is this case? I expect him to try to go the route of like, so then are you cleaning your equipment in between? And like, is it floppy? You know what I mean? That's what it seemed like he was doing. Any other questions? Okay. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. That's this case. Jesus. Yeah. Or you mix something up. That's another good point, Twiz. Yeah. Yeah. The assembly line of drugs, it sounded like.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell
On
the
to
truth,
the
the whole
next
truth, and
one.
nothing but the truth, so help you God? Pleased to see you.
This is crazy. Look at the dude in the red jacket. Oh boy.
Good afternoon.
I don't know how to spell that. Hold on.
Milagros Maracayo.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What are they calling you?
Where do you currently live?
My address is 133 Cambridge Drive on Greenville, South Carolina.
Okay. Were you living, how long have you lived there?
Around 9 years.
I don't
You were
know.
living there throughout 2021.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a crime that occurred in October of 2021?
Quiz, your guess is as good as mine. I have like literally no idea. Even when he repeated her name back to her, I was like, what words are you saying? I don't know what you're saying. It started with an M, so we're going to go with that. Come on, Banner.
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit about your home there. At the time in 2021, did you have cameras around your home?
Yes.
Oh.
I think like 7 cameras.
Oh boy.
Okay. And in October, on October 13th,
Wow.
thereabouts of 2021, did law enforcement come to you specifically?
Yes, they went to my house.
Holy shit. Cameras, people.
And what were did they ask about some cameras?
Yes, they asked about if I have some camera available.
Did you give them access to your cameras?
Yes, I
Okay. And to your knowledge, did they take footage from your cameras from that day?
yes, they already.
Wow.
Have you had the opportunity prior to trial to review footage from your
Oh my
cameras?
God. Are we going to get to see it?
After they already did it, yes, I was.
Let us see it. I hope we get to see it.
If I showed you the USB of that footage, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay, they're going to do that whole thing. Yeah, that's it. They're going to show it later. It looks like he's going to say, I have no further questions. Maybe.
Mayor Collins, thank you so much. I have no further questions for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. I mean, so I guess when this will come in, it would be with whatever whoever it was that maybe analyzed it or something. Which this is laying the foundation. Still kind of surprised that they didn't play it now, but cross probably don't. Yeah, I figured no questions. My God, we're on to the next witness. Just crazy. Wow.
Bench. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Please be seated.
Red jacket.
Donald Peyton Sellars.
Okay.
Sellars, good afternoon. Could you tell the jury where you currently live?
207 Saratoga Drive.
I'll give their exact address.
Cambridge
It's just
And how
only
long
in
have you
South
been-
Carolina.
Since 2009.
So safe to say you were living there in 2021.
That's correct.
And for the jury, approximately, are you familiar with a crime that occurred in the Cambridge neighborhood on October 13th of 2021?
I am aware.
Are you familiar with the residence 122 Cambridge? At least where it is?
Yes, drive past it occasionally.
Okay. Approximately how far from
Do you drive past it when you're taking the Trescott shortcut?
your residence is 122 Cambridge?
So I think there's 380 something homes in the Cambridge neighborhood. I'm on Saratoga, which is on.
How would you know that? That's insane.
Okay, so
probably about 4 streets away.
Okay, less than half a mile?
Sure.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to meet with law enforcement after that incident, October 13th of 2021?
Yeah, I think it was.
Oh my
October
God, is this an
21st.
eyewitness?
The
No
deputy came by
way.
the house and asked if they could have footage from our camera.
Oh, camera again.
So
Okay.
you had cameras on your house at the time?
I did.
Okay. And in meeting with law enforcement, did you provide them with footage that they were requesting or looking for at that time?
I did. I think I emailed Deputy Barnett a link to all the footage from that day.
Okay. And to your knowledge, all the footage there was accurate and represented what they recorded that day?
Yep, it was just pulled directly from the desk cam and submitted directly to the deputy.
Got it. Did you have a chance to review that specific footage prior to today's trial?
Yes.
Okay. If I showed it to you, would you recognize your initials? I'm showing you what it states Exhibit 12.
This is probably gonna be just like the other witness. He's gonna say, I recognize that. I wonder if they're gonna do a bunch of these. Do they have like a ton of camera footage?
I would call the other side of the neighborhood. Yes.
And
Oh, cross.
you've been made aware that the incident was on 10/13 of 2021, right?
That's correct.
And had you spoken to any law enforcement officers between October 13th of 2021 and October 21st of 2021 when you turned over the video?
No, not until the deputy came to my door.
Okay. Had you looked at those cameras to see if there was anything of significance prior to the officers talking to you?
No, sir. I had no idea what they were looking for at the time. They just asked me to submit the date footage, and I did.
Okay. So you were just asked to give them all the footage from this one particular day?
That's correct.
You remember from how early until how late?
Interesting.
It was, I mean, basically the officer came to my door on the 21st of October of 2021, and I submitted pretty much the entire day's footage from the October 13th.
And the way you gave it to them was by email?
By email, correct. I emailed a link that gave
Mm.
the video with the footage. That
Oh,
was
interesting.
they said, give me as much as you can, and I give it the entire date range.
I think that's all I have. One moment.
Email.
Thank you.
Email. Okay. You guys, this is just. We're on to the next.
The Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Please be seated.
Stacy Rushing,
Ms. Rushing, good afternoon. Where do you currently live?
116 Cambridge Drive in Greer.
How long have you lived?
I wonder.
About,
So here's the thing. It looks like they're going to do a number of these. I wonder how many of these they have, where they're just literally saying, "Yep, did you have the video? We turn it over." Okay, that looks like law enforcement. There's going to be another neighbor. So let me just count my witnesses here. So 11, because we're just going to skip because this is fine. 11, 12, and now we're going to go to witness 13. Looks like law enforcement. Oh, good. And he's spelling his name.
Harvey Shropshire. Shropshire is spelled S-H-R-O-P.
Wait, Hart.
S-H-I-R-E.
Oh my God. Wait, hold on. Wait, what?
Harvey Shropshire. Shropshire is spelled S-H.
The thing says Harvey, but it sounded like Barbie. These names.
Harvey Shropshire.
Oh no.
Shropshire is spelled S-H-R-O-P. S-H-I-R-E.
Harvey. Okay, it is Harvey.
Agent Shropshire, with who were you employed?
South London Law Enforcement Division, or SLED.
And how long have you been with?
55 years.
Oh, shout out to Sled. Hold on. I'm just typing in his thing. Shout out to Sled. Sweet. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Harvey Sharp. What a tongue twister. Glad that's not my name. I'm just doing this on a thing. So shout out to Sled though.
Total 31 years in total.
Congratulations. And what are your main?
Congratulations.
I'm a tech agent.
Weird.
What is a tech agent?
One part of my jobs is audio and video enhancements. What is that?
Oh.
For SLED?
Yes, sir.
All right, so tell us, jury, how that works.
Well, what we do in tech services, once we had that part of the division,
Nightbot, wake up.
whomever, it has to be local law enforcement or federal, we bring the product to us and we input that information into the computer to a format in which it recognizes.
And are you basically working enhancement software?
Yes, sir.
And have you had any special training on that enhancement software?
Yes, sir.
What type of training?
Through the company that we use is the computer system is adjudicated. They send us off to Cary, North Carolina for training.
And how long is that training?
Well, it's
North
ongoing,
Carolina?
yearly software update. And once you get your certification, you certify to enhance video and audio through the system.
And what are the abilities of this software?
It's only enhance what's given to us. We can't change anything. Matter of fact, when someone brings us a video, we dump it into the system. We give the original back to whomever brings it to us, and we enhance while they're there. Tell us what they need and want. We enhance it from from a still shot, and also we put it on CD or DVD form.
And then is that what you return back to law enforcement who requested?
Yes, sir.
Is it typically requested by law enforcement that you assist them in enhancing some sort of video?
Only law enforcement. We don't do it for the general public. Yes, sir.
And does it matter where the video came from? If it came from a Ring camera or a Nest camera or any other like, does it matter?
It doesn't matter whatever format they bring it to us. If it's analog or digital, we dump it into the system. Of course, we got to have a means of dumping it into the system. Through VHS tape, we put it into the system and it converts into a format we can enhance.
Oh, VHS.
So in this particular case, did law enforcement request you to enhance some videos?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that for them?
Yes, sir.
Sweet. Video
part of
time.
getting into
Video
evidence
time.
is, videos.
Oh, literally what I was saying. God, how did I not put two and two together? Remember when I was like, all these people and all these videos, and they're not playing? So this makes more sense. And here's why. It looks like they had a lot. They had a number of witnesses, a lot of videos, right? So instead of like having the videos witness, video, witness, video, witness, video, it was smart the way they did it to wait for him because he's the dude who actually did the shit with the videos, because that way they can play them all together and that makes more sense. Cool. I wonder if it's gonna be like each video got one position and then there's like a path of travel that you can see. Imagine that, right?
133 Cambridge, 207 Saratoga, and 116.
Neato.
Did you have the occasion to dump those items into your system and assist law enforcement in enhancing those?
Yes, sir. And once we dump it into the system, whatever we finish, we always put it on the CD or DVD, and we mark it and give it back to whatever department brings it to us.
I'm gonna show you some, and can you create stills enhancement for video?
Yes, sir, we can.
You already said that.
The system, we make sure our system's never on the network, so no one can have access to it. Only the persons who are there to enhance the video. So once we do that, we have a printer that's set up for the particular enhancement machine, and we print it from there and give it to whomever needs it.
And so you print them out right there?
Yes, sir.
And that's the enhanced part of the video?
Yes, sir.
So you can, I guess, see deeper into the picture, in essence?
And also, we also give those printed videos or printed still shots onto that same media, so that officer will have that same stuff too as well. He or she also.
And they take that media with them. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. I'm going to ask if you recognize it. You take your time.
Yes, sir, it is.
And so what did you do with States Exhibit 14 that you would do in your computer?
Well, first, when we download the information to the computer, the officer who's there that needs the information, we comb through all the different video shots or some cases still shots, and he said, well, this is the point of interest here. So I take the point of interest and actually magnify what's there. I can't change anything. I can't add anything to it. I can magnify what's there by zooming in on it, putting a highlight on it, like you see them circles on there, things of that nature.
All right, so I'm going to show you States Exhibit 16 as well. Describe what you did on that one.
Well, one of the things we try to do is if we have a person of interest, if we can get the video and comb it and follow it to where he or she is going.
That's what I'm saying. Path of travel.
Marks off the person.
Yeah.
In some cases like this, when it's a long distance like this, we tell that person, whoever the police officer is, hey, this guy's of a certain height or a certain build. Whereas he and she can go back to wherever the crime has happened. He can mark it and pinpoint how tall that person is. We do the same thing when it comes to bank robberies as well. We try to get them in the doorway to figure out how tall he is or how wide he or she is.
So in this case,
or how wide? Oh my God. I want to figure out how wide they are.
In the front doorway, you can see the individual white sweatshirt. It appeared to be a white sweatshirt on, and it looked like a backpack.
You know, our state moves exhibits 16
through
23 into evidence. We've already viewed those when we do not.
Interesting.
No objection. 16.
Might be harder to identify, right? Because you can just wear a disguise versus like a car with a license plate.
All right, Shropshire, I'm going to ask you about States Exhibit 15. That would be 133 cane break. Was that taken down to you for enhancement as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you States Exhibits 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Ask you to take a look at those and see if those are the stills that you assisted law enforcement in enhancing.
Yes, sir.
And are those the photos that you were asked to enhance off that
video cameras that you received?
Yes, sir.
Are they true and accurate
Yes, sir.
representations? And where did you focus your enhancement on these particular, on exhibits 24 through?
On the individual on the bicycle, because it's not known for a person
A
with a face mask on.
Oh
So,
boy.
I try to
What?
get, it's a pretty tall bike. I'm 6'5" myself. So the
A
person
bicycle? That tops the Prius right there for a getaway vehicle. A bicycle with a face mask on. Seems like he's not talking about a COVID mask. Probably a ski mask? Wow.
size person, so I try to get some type of features of the person, individual riding the bike.
Oh,
such
boy.
as the mask he had on, and also he was dressed in all black.
Great. Classic.
State moves. Exhibit 24.
Classic bad guy outfit, right? All black. Jesus Christ. Why do people always do that? Like if you're, especially if it's broad daylight, don't wear all black. Wear normal clothes because you're going to stand out like a sore thumb.
I'm sorry, that's my blood meter. I'm sorry, sir.
Oh,
I was turned off.
oh dear.
Still ring. I'm sorry.
Poor guy.
24 through 30, Your Honor. Make sure I got them right.
His blood meter? I don't know. Blood pressure or diabetes thing?
No objection. No objection. State's exhibits 24 through 30 coming up. And then I'm going to refer you to State's exhibit 12. You have to enhance photos on that particular region.
That's true. You did not say class.
And that is 207 Saratoga. I'm going to show you State's exhibits 31 through 36.
Oh boy.
See if those are the photos that you assisted law enforcement in enhancing.
They're going to submit these here in just a sec. Present them. Publish them rather to the jury.
With the zoom on the moving object, and
Oh.
once we zoom in on it, in some cases, if the sun is shining directly on the camera itself, we try to even the playing field, you might say, make it so that it's like it's normal. And that's what we did at that point in time, is put a circle around it because the sunlight itself is almost blinding the camera.
Blinded by lights.
Show you State's
Blinded by lights. I wonder if he's going to play video.
Test run.
Test run?
You don't know anything about this case.
No, sir, I don't.
All right. And so I want you to talk about the circle and enhance.
Cool.
When we get cases in from all different departments, we really have a ball in the game. That's why we said we bring an officer in.
Is that
he or she wants when
is that her
we do
house?
these enhancements. And
I
this is
think
one of the
that's
cases-
her. Wow. I think I think that's her house, and I wonder if that's supposed to be the defendant. Because I remember when it showed when we saw the fancy dude in the body cam, it looked like that car looks like the car. Wow. I mean, although it does not look like this person's wearing all black, but maybe this is actually the victim. I don't know. Anyway, I'll just play it.
cases where you got the camera shooting from a dark spot into a light spot to another dark spot, which is across the street. So we put the enhancement, we try to put focus on the individual that's in the doorway by using light and darkness of the enhancement system itself.
Unless they're trying to say that's why the clothes don't look black, but I don't know.
You'll answer any questions, defense counsel.
Yes, sir.
Oh, just that one picture with him. Okay.
No questions for this witness.
Weird. Very interesting.
Appreciate it, sir.
Okay. Another witness. Wow. They got hand sanitizer there. Safety first. YouTube. Well, we didn't miss anything. They're just sitting there. Jesus Christ. YouTube, what is wrong with you? Why do you do this to me, YouTube? Okay. Well, we'll just play it from here. Hopefully. It's in your time.
We're going to take a short break.
Oh.
And then, I anticipate 10 to 15 minutes, and then we will resume the testimony.
Short break.
for the remainder of the
Short
afternoon.
break.
Okay?
All right. They're almost done with the day, too. They're taking their break. Oh, here's our next witness. Those judges' glasses, that's so funny about them being, they're broken and then they're fixed. Interesting situation with that, though.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Donna Gorman.
Okay. Wonder who this is. Hey, come on, typing on the thing. Come on, fingers. Come on, computer. Okay, here we go. The young pianist
Raise your right hand. Do you
contemplates
swear or
his
affirm to
fate.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Please be seated.
My name is Donna Gorman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh,
Tell us where you reside.
117 Canebrake Drive.
I knew she was going to
And
get
how long did you live there?
15 years.
I swear.
10 years.
South Carolina.
You were living there on October 13th, 2021.
We were.
And do you remember that day?
I do.
And before we ask you about that day, did you know Christina Parcell?
No.
Had you ever talked to her or seen her?
No, I've seen her, but I never talked to her.
And did you know where she lived? at that
Yes.
point? Where did she live?
122.
And where's your house in relation to 122?
Like Greenville, on the opposite side of the street.
And so that morning of October 13th, 2021, what were you doing?
Having my morning coffee.
Is that what you typically do in the
Yes,
morning?
because my husband has just had gone back to work.
And are you currently working?
No,
Are you retired?
we're all retired.
Congratulations. So that morning, where do you usually take your morning coffee?
At the kitchen table, by the window.
By the window. And the window that you're referring to, what does it look out onto?
Damn.
Canebrake Drive.
So she's going to be an eyewitness. Holy mackerel.
Is there a sidewalk that you can see?
Yes.
If
Wow.
somebody were to walk or bike past you, would you be able to notice them?
Yes.
That morning, let me see, are you familiar with Christina Parcell's daughter?
Yes, I saw her taking her daughter to school that morning, walking.
So you saw Christina Parcell and her
That
daughter?
morning, yeah, going to school.
And how would they go to school and pass your house?
They walk up to the end of the street, the school's across the road.
Oh, wow.
And so about what time did you see them?
I was like 7:30.
7:30? Do you remember what Ida was wearing that morning?
No,
Did she have a backpack on?
yes,
All right, and so you saw that from your kitchen table, is that what you said?
yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108. And that's-
So thank God the child was at school when this happened, right? That's why.
That's my plant.
That's your plan?
That's my side window that leads that goes
That's-
out to Canebrake, which is right here.
And is
Like,
the
that's
view
my
that
plant.
you were sitting that
Yes,
Like, that's why that got him to smile. That's
You
interesting.
were accurate depiction of the view you had on that morning?
exactly, yes.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 108 into evidence. No objection. 108 comes in.
Are you gonna show us? Show us. I want to see the plant.
You see that photo, Ms. Gorman? And
Oh, wow.
so if you, in that photo, about where were you sitting on the closest part of that photo, looking towards the plant?
I was sitting.
No wonder they did like that. Look at that view though of the house. Wow, that's great.
I was looking out that way.
And looking out the window right there?
Wow, huge ass
And
window.
Out the window is that canebrake
It is.
right there?
Wow.
It is.
So you testified that you saw Aida and Christina walk past you towards.
I have to say, it's also really cute. It's just like this one plant on this stool all by itself, like it's the star of the show. Really cute.
And around 8:15, were you still sitting there at your thing?
I was.
At your seat, at your table? Did you?
At your
see anything,
thing? Were you still sitting there at your thing? Brilliant.
Of interest that day?
Yeah, I saw somebody on a bicycle.
All right, and so tell this jury what you would have seen
Bicycle.
from that vantage.
Bicycle.
There was a guy on the bicycle right here.
She's
Just all
pointing.
black with a mask on his face.
So,
Classic bad guy outfit.
where about, and so I see those two trees in the photo. Where was he about where those two trees were?
Right in between them.
Right in between them. And you can see through your plant right there
Mhm.
and see him. All right, and so can you describe the person that you saw and about what time it was?
He was tall and skinny. He was on a black bicycle. He was all dressed in black. I did say his sweatshirt was gray, but it was a hectic day that day, very scary, and it was all black. And I glanced over and saw him, and then I.
She went ahead and referenced essentially, it sounds like, because, okay, she went ahead and brought up that she at some point had said it was gray. Which is interesting, right? Like, that's not great because it shows that she was coached or told that that could be like an issue, right? Like, in other words, it shows that she had coaching where they would have said, okay, on cross-examination, they're going to bring up the fact that you said it was gray, but you have to make sure that they understand that there's a reason you said it was black, and that the reason is because it was just so hectic that you made that mistake. Right. And I'm not saying that that's not true. It's just, you know, that kind of reveals that you already had planned ahead for that. And then that makes it seem sus, even if it's not sus, if that makes sense.
Finished reading what I was.
You know, it's like, and this is why it's so crazy, right? Because direct testimony in trials is either a video or somebody like an eyewitness, like seeing it, or a confession. And we all know eyewitnesses are like so unreliable, and it's not their fault, right? It's not her fault. It was a hectic day. There's no, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, but that's why it's so wild that there's so much pressure on them because of the fact that it is considered direct evidence. It's like, of course you said it was gray and then you said it was like, that doesn't surprise me at all. You know what I mean? Anyway, but you can see that she's anxious about it because she already brought it up. So
I didn't see him anymore.
So when you looked over, you saw him, was he wearing a backpack?
Yes.
Now, when you saw him for the first time, did he have anything on his face or his head or anything like that?
No.
And so what color skin did he have?
White.
Interesting.
What color hair did he have?
It's like kind of like a reddish sandy color hair.
And
Why?
were you able to see his face?
why did he only wear the mask on the way, I guess, leaving? Is that what this is saying? Like, why would you do that?
A little bit. How would you see his face?
Does he kind of turn and then turn back?
And did he have gloves on?
Yes.
Or so he's wearing gloves when you saw him?
Well, he was putting them on.
He's putting his gloves on.
Mhm.
And then after he put his gloves on, what did he do?
I guess he got back on the bike and started riding, but he wasn't riding fast enough to get down canebrake. When I looked back up, I didn't see him anymore. I didn't see him go in or come out.
Now, did he put a mask or anything on before he left your vantage point?
Yes.
What did he put on?
A white mask
And
and a hat.
And a hat?
Well, the hood.
A hood? Or-
Well, he had the hood on his coat.
I'm going to show you.
Well, the thing is that when they get to the pictures of the cameras, it'll corroborate what she said, and then it won't seem like it was that bad that she, or it'll corroborate whatever he is.
You recognize, let me ask you this, is the person that you just described to this jury look like the person in that photo right there?
Yes.
How so?
It just does.
Is it
It's a COVID mask.
Is it the same clothes? I need you to respond.
Wow.
Yes.
COVID mask. It's not a. Oh.
Is it the
Oh.
same mask that you saw and put on? And is it the same type of hood or hat?
Yes.
Wow.
And what about a backpack?
It's on there. It looks black.
Is that the same?
And the other thing, I don't think that this probably wasn't scary at the time seeing it. I think it's scary for her in hindsight because she knows what happened. That would be my guess.
Saw that morning around 8:15?
Yes.
Yeah, early morning for a murder. Early morning murder.
Ms. Gorman, you recognize that person in this courtroom?
Yes,
Wow.
Will you point him out for me?
right there.
She can actually identify him.
He's right there.
Or let the record reflect that she's pointing to the defendant, Zachary Hughes.
Now, if I were on the jury, okay, let me back up. We didn't see a picture of him yet. Maybe we will. We didn't see a picture of him yet without the freaking mask on and the hood, right? Remember she said he didn't have the mask on or the hood and she could see his hair and all that. Maybe this will come up on cross because to me it's interesting, right? Wouldn't it have been better to show the defendant without the hood and the mask? Because A, that gives her credibility that she saw that, right? And B, then we have that image, right? We and us, the jury. Because the thing is like, for me, here's the thing. When it shows this picture, yeah. So when it shows the picture, well, this is what I'm saying though, Twiz, this picture right here, I don't care who this person is, right? There's no way you can positively identify them with wearing this. That's why it's the crucial difference is that she says on the way there or whatever, he didn't have the mask on, he didn't have the hood on, and she could see the face, she could see the hair. That's completely different, especially when you've got a redhead, right? Like if you can see, without the mask and the hood, it's plausible that she could actually point to him in the courtroom and be like, there he is, right? But like with this, I'm sorry, that's not, you're just not going to be able to, you can't see the hair, you can't see the face, right? It's just a person in black. And the thing that's so interesting, like I said, is that she said he didn't have the shit on the way there. So, but then where is the camera footage of that? And why would they not show that picture? Because that would back up what she's saying. But then in other words, if they have the footage of him without a mask, without a hood, then the jury can see for themselves and be like, oh yeah, that's clearly a redhead. And then they can decide how much of a redhead it looks like to the defendant or not, right? But it's problematic for me if this is coming from a camera that is stationary, right? Why would it not have him on the way there without the mask and shit like she said happened? So
that morning around 8:15?
Yes.
Ms. Gorman.
Oh, I assume
recognize that person in this courtroom?
Oh, we already watched this part. Yeah, I bet they're going to bring this up on cross because I don't
talk to you about this. 122 Cambridge.
Yeah.
Okay, cross.
Did you pay attention to it and watch what was going on?
Well, there was a lot of us out there.
Did you see Brad Post over there?
I saw him walking around over there. Yeah.
Did you recognize him as well?
Yeah.
And do you know about how many law enforcement officers you talked to that day about what you saw?
I have no idea. There was so many. so many.
Ms. Gorman, if you'll just answer any questions the defense counsel may have.
Oh, now it's cross. Yeah, I don't like that she said, like, you want to believe the witnesses, right? It was like she said and I get it. Here's the thing, right? If you got an eyewitness, right, the prosecution would know, like the point I just made, right? The prosecution would know that there's no way you can make a positive ID in person if that's what they saw, which is what we just looked at, right? With the mask and the hood and all that. There's just not plausible, right? Which is why it's like, okay, so then he didn't have it on the way there, but then he put it on when he was leaving, right? And then it's like, oh, so I got a good look at him on the first time, right? But then it's like, well, then again, how come that wasn't on the camera then, right? Why didn't we see that picture? I don't know. It makes it seem like maybe that wasn't the case. Maybe it would make more sense for him to wear it on both trips, right? So I don't know. Like that's what you should do if you're going to do bad things. I mean, don't do bad things anyway. But like, it wouldn't make sense to be like, here I am, and then put your shit on.
Just to be clear, Ms. Gorman, you said that you saw this person at around 8:15 on the morning of October the 13th. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you said that that person stopped and did a lot in front of your window. Just decided to stop right there.
Yeah.
Bringing up what I just said.
Mr. Wilkins showed you a picture of a person in a white mask.
Well, see, I didn't even need to say a damn thing. They're bringing it up on cross. I mean, like I said, this is problematic. This is the natural way to, like, there's issues here. So
And you looked at that, you looked at that picture and you said, that's the white mask. You remember saying that?
Yes.
You talked about, let me back up. If I understood your testimony, you said that you had seen Christina Parcell, but you never talked to her. Is that
I
correct?
never talked to her, no.
Right, but you had seen her.
I had seen her, yeah.
You also talked about seeing Brad Post. Is that right?
Yeah, in the driveway.
And
the other thing too,
is it true that Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Hofferth?
The other thing too is you have to remember that saying the truth always comes out on cross-examination. You know, if you're looking at a case and there's a list and it's like, here's the list of the evidence, right? There's a lot that matters there, because first of all, that's going to be the list as the prosecution wants anybody to read it and understand it, right? Like, here's the list of all the shit we have, right? But second of all, you haven't actually gotten a chance to see it being examined. And when is it examined? It's examined at trial, but especially under truth. So for example, take this lady. It could be that there's a list. It's like, here's the state's case, and right, and like, let's just say they list blah blah blah, and on that list they're like, we got an eyewitness who can positively ID him, blah blah, and it's like, oh yeah, there you go, right? You don't know until you hear her testify that, at least for me, this is the thing that stuck out to me. It was like that issue about the fact that he didn't have the mask and the hood on the way there, but it's not on the camera. You know what I mean? And also that just doesn't make sense. So, you know, and so my point is, like, stuff can look solid from the from the outset, but once you hear questions about it, right, the context matters, right? And so anyway, it'll be interesting what happens now on cross, but that's the whole point, right? Because there's two sides to view every single thing, and when you see, you know, until trial, you're only getting the one side, right?
And then another police officer came to your home on October the 28th, 2020.
I mean, I believe you. I'm just saying.
That sounds about right.
So more than 3 years after this happened.
And that's the thing, though, that red hair, because we see it in the court, that red hair definitely is like, there's not a lot of red, well, funny, Alex, we're not kind of red hair like that, but the long red hair is distinctive, right? So, you know, again, even more of a reason to have the hood up both times, right? Both directions. So
in your home, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when they came to your home, did they tell you that there was a trial coming up?
They said they didn't know when.
But that there would be a trial.
There would
I came to her house for him.
And that's when they talked to you about things that happened more than 3 years earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
And this, I guarantee you, his point here is the other thing I said. Remember when I was like, you know what? I bet she's saying it's scary in hindsight because she didn't know. I guarantee you that's what it is. That's what he's getting to. And the point is this. He wants the jury to know that she didn't see this dude on a bicycle and think that's a bad guy. He's doing bad things, right? That matters. It's like, this is just a dude riding a bike, right? But the reason she got so emotional and reacted to it that way is because after the fact, she learned what happened. That's what I think is probably going to happen here. Oh my God. Spray on blue hair. Oh my God.
You had with them more than 3 years after this happened, telling them that you knew what Brad Post looked like because you had seen him at Christina's house. Do you remember that?
Yes, I saw him in the driveway, and then a few times going into her home when they were dating.
And it sounds like you sort of have your pulse on what's happening in the neighborhood. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
I got that about her, and I like that he said that, and I like that she said that's fair. When they showed that picture of that window with that plant there, and that's the table where she sits there and people watches. She's retired. Yes, more ma'am. She has all the tea. She knows everybody. She sees the comings and goings. And honestly, that is a great situation if you're going to have an eyewitness, right? And she's got that big window and she can sit there and watch everything. You know, yes, you do it, ma'am. Good for you.
Yeah, I just watch out for people. I don't know. It's just an instinct I have always had.
Why would she be Russian?
So, if you were looking out that window a good bit, I mean, isn't it true? Or you tell me, did you see Brad Post at that location a lot?
Not a lot, no, a couple times. But I did.
I don't think I get the joke.
That unfortunate mishap happened.
But you saw him there enough where you felt like you knew what he looked like.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a meme. Okay, yeah, I don't know.
Would you see, you talked about Christina and her daughter Aida. You testified about that. Do you remember that earlier?
Yes.
You talked about how you would see them going to school, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you may please answer yes, if you,
Yes.
just to make it clear. And she went to Buena Vista, is that right?
Exactly, yes.
Which, and what time would she typically be home, come home?
2:30.
2:30 in the afternoon?
Yeah, they get home at 2:30.
Isn't it true that the first time you told anybody in law enforcement what you saw was on, or you tell me, did you meet with anybody in law enforcement to tell them what you saw that day before October the 28th?
There was a lot of them out there. Yeah, a lot of detectives,
That's not
sheriffs,
a question.
talking to us.
Okay.
But the first time you met with Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Hoffer was more than 3 years after this happened. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That is huge. Sorry, but that is huge. And also why? Like, what the fuck? What were they doing for 3 fucking years? Like, what? I mean, I guess, did it take them that long to get to a suspect? Maybe that's why. I mean, I don't know. It seems like regardless, though, you want to talk to the neighbors, you know, especially when you don't have a suspect. Like, what? It wasn't I'm sorry. My brain's buffering. 3 years later, they talked to her. And she's the house across the street. What? I tell you what, that is impactful, though, because, I mean, come on, right? That's a lot. That's an outlier in terms of talking to an eyewitness with a duration, you know, from the time of the crime. Because normally it's like, if you hear in a trial, it's like, oh, it was a week later or a month later. It's like, that seems like, oh, well, they don't remember. But 3 years? Wow.
1 second.
I mean, it's different if it's like you don't know where a crime happened, but that wasn't the case here, right? The first thing you should do is talk to the neighbor. Obviously. She said, well, if you mean just now, she said there was a lot of law enforcement out there talking to us, but she's that like as if it was like all the neighbors outside of their houses and like a bunch of people talking at once. That is different than like meeting with them and them asking you directly and then they're writing it down.
One of the exhibits.
You know what I mean? Like for example, you know, what I picture is I picture all the sirens and whatnot and all the neighbors coming out of their house to see what the scuttlebutt is, right? And like them asking the law enforcement officers what's going on, and then they ask questions, and it's like there's a lot going on, right? She said that day was very chaotic, but that's different than like meeting with somebody one-on-one, so you can be so everyone can be in a position where they can tell you fully like what happened, but also you want them to be able to tell that without also hearing what other people are saying too, right? And you want the law enforcement officers to be able to like write that down or record it maybe or whatever. So it is different. And that's why they met with her 3 years later. I guarantee you. Like the other thing too is, remember she referenced the gray shirt and then the black. I wonder if she said gray, like on the chaotic, which yeah, that's what she said, gray on the chaotic day, the day that it happened. She said gray. They came back 3 years later and then she said it was black is what happened. That's what it is. I forgot about the color change until just now. But that's not, I mean, you know, I didn't think it was that big of a deal until I learned it was 3 years later.
The person on the bicycle was wearing a hat. Is that correct?
Well, a hoodie that was on the coat.
So is it your testimony that person was not wearing a hat, just a hoodie? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
She said hat and then she said hoodie.
Anything else? You read it right. No redirection.
No, next. Zoom, speed trial. This, you know, the cocaine that they found, I bet that belonged to this trial because I think this trial is on drugs to be going so fast. This trial must be on cocaine and methamphetamine for whatever it is that makes things happen quickly. It has all of the things. Okay. Witness number 15. That is crazy. Crazy.
Nothing but the truth.
Raleigh? That's what the CC says, but not that. Law enforcement again, I think. SLED?
What's your rank?
Master Deputy.
Master Deputy. All right.
Master
Did I get that right?
Deputy.
Master Deputy, so who do you work for?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been there?
Since 2013.
And what have you done for the Greenville County Sheriff's Department?
Worked uniform patrol, canine, homicide.
Shout out to the canines.
I'm in CID now.
What is CID?
It is Criminal Investigation Division, and I'm assigned to the arson.
Arson.
What does the arson mean to do?
Investigating fires.
Really? Go figure.
Were you involved?
Wait, was there a
in
fire
the,
too?
investigation
Don't
of
tell
the
me.
murder of Christina Parcell?
Please tell me there was not a fire too.
How did you get involved in that murder?
At the time, in 2021, I was assigned to the homicide unit,
Okay.
and I was contacted while at the law enforcement center and homicide office to respond to that location in reference to a death investigation.
Can you imagine if there was also
Did you
fire?
respond?
I did.
About what time did you respond?
Roughly 11:30, around that time frame.
Yeah,
Was
no.
there a lot of manpower asked to come out?
That would have
to
just
assist
been
in the
too much.
investigation?
Yes, sir, there was.
So did you respond out to 113 Cambridge? I'm sorry, 122 Cambridge?
Yes, I responded to that location and assisted in blocking off the already roped off scene using my patrol vehicle at that time.
What did the scene look like when you got there?
Crime scene tape was already up, blocking off the roadway. The roadway was still open. However, there was nothing blocking the actual road, so that's why I used my patrol vehicle. And there were multiple investigators on scene along with other uniform patrol deputies as well.
I'm just asking you to just bring that mic from Mr. Judge for us to make sure the jury can hear you.
Got me.
And so, so when you got there, what was the first thing you did when you got there?
I met with Investigator Sparkman, and I was tasked with starting the neighborhood canvas.
So Investigator Department was lead investigator on scene.
Yes.
And what was your, so were you delegated duties, I guess?
Yes, I was. As far as the neighborhood canvas, checking for security cameras within the immediate vicinity of the incident location.
All right, so two questions. One, what was the purpose of that? And two, how did y'all organize?
Objection compound?
So
Why
the
are you
purpose of
doing
that
that?
was to
No. When is
try and determine who was at the residence that morning, and then develop a timeline if we were able to do so. And can you repeat your second part of the question?
That's exactly
So I was
why.
tasked with actually being over the neighborhood canvas. And that being said, there was about 6 investigators total that assisted in that. And once they found
Wait, I don't
cameras
know
at
why
certain
you didn't
houses, they let me know
object.
where they were at, and we would go contact
Come on,
the
people.
homeowners and try to make contact with them.
And so in assisting in the neighborhood canvas, do you come familiar with the Cambridge neighborhood?
Yes, very.
And how many houses do you think you canvassed that day?
Probably 25 to 30
Yeah.
myself.
That's a great point. They're trying to go fast. Like, it's just funny. It's like, literally, what is this? Is there a contest? That's a great point. It's like, all right, here we go. So then the next witness comes up. We're going to ask you 12 questions at once. Get ready. We're trying to save 10 seconds a witness. I mean, it is yeah.
How would it work? Would you just
That's funny.
We would start by, we started at the incident location and realized there was a ring doorbell directly across the street from 122, and that was located at 121. And from there, we circled out utilizing Cambridge Drive all the way down to Saratoga and around the entire neighborhood.
He's going to show him something, an exhibit, probably. I'm showing you what's been marked as. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Do you recognize this? Yes. You can just watch it on mute. I'll just narrate. Oh, wow. Oh, we're not playing anymore. They've got an exhibity. Oh my God, is it going to be a map?
All right, Master Deputy, so I'm going to show you what State's Exhibit
There.
107.
There it is.
I know it's kind of big and bulky. I'm going to hold it right here.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
That is a map of the Cambridge subdivision.
And
It's
it's
on
an
there?
accurate depiction
Oh
of
my
the
God.
subdivision when you were canvassing
Yes, sir.
that day.
The big and
I
bulky
noticed there's
map.
addresses on here
Yes.
as well. Can you
I'm
recognize
so
those
glad they're
addresses?
doing
Yes, I
this.
Um,
I'm so
are those
glad they're doing
addresses points of interest?
They are.
Good.
And do you
Give us the blunt
recognize
force from
those?
the
Yes,
map.
sir, I do.
That is
True and
huge.
accurate description of the Cambridge neighborhood with those addresses.
Yes, sir.
That is huge.
Our state moves Exhibit 107 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. No objection.
Yeah, exhibitees. Get the easel, set that up. Wow, he's able to do it with one hand. That's what she said.
What y'all are doing think I'm showing my age by using an easel. I'll do my best.
He said that for the jury because in every single trial, they use these easels and the technology is from the previous century. So whether he was here or not, that easel would be here and that's what would be happening. But, you know, I appreciate him trying to be funny as if it's not just the law and the court that are like this. It's also very adept, as I noticed, like he's very adept with it. Because he does this every day. Oh.
All right.
He's
So,
getting here.
Let's go over this map. You'll tell this jury kind of describe this map. Can you see what road this is right here?
I cannot read the writing, but I know that's South Batesville Road.
And
So-
what's the entrance to Cambridge neighborhood?
Hang on. He said jury. Where the fuck is the jury? Because I don't think there's any possible way the jury can see that fucking map. Yeah, that's what she
So let's go over this map.
It's a
Let's tell
lot.
this jury kind of describe this map. Can you see what road?
tell the jury, scrab the map. I don't know what the fuck that means, but I don't think the jury can see it. So
This is right here.
I cannot read the writing, but I know that's South Batesville Road.
And where's the entrance to Cambridge neighborhood?
If you see the green square that's parallel with South Batesville.
Oh my God.
Just above it, about 6 inches. That's Cambridge.
yeah, the thing is though, the distance between where the counsel table is and then like where the defense attorney is sitting is not far enough, I don't think, to fit a jury box. Unless they're like way behind, like, but it also looks like there's a door like right behind the defense attorney's head. It looks like that's a door there. So I don't know. I mean, he is facing that direction as if they're over there. So
And so where did Christina Parcell live?
At 122.
Is that right there?
Yes, sir, it is.
it's just an unusual angle though. Normally when we see them doing this, they're having to face it the opposite way. So
About a ring camera that you identified, and where was that first ring camera? you
every
identified?
court is different.
121 Cambridge, which is directly across.
Like a special snowflake.
And did you ever talk to Donna Gorman?
I did.
What address did she live at?
Hers is
Oh, that was Lady
117, which is directly across from 160.
Is that right here?
It is.
And then I have 116 Cambridge.
Yes.
Were you able to find anything of significance at 116 Cambridge?
Yes, they did not have a ring camera. However, they did have cameras on the front side of their house near the gutter up high and on the front side of the house.
Gutter camera.
And then, so I'm assuming your teams of officers are walking up and down Cambridge Avenue.
I bet he's Irish.
This road that
Maybe Scottish, but maybe probably Irish.
Runs into Saratoga, which comes back around, and I'm not sure of the name that it runs into. It may change names at the end, but that's Saratoga Drive that Cambridge runs into.
And so is that 207 Saratoga down there?
Yes, sir.
Right
It is.
accurate?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then this is 133 Cambridge?
Yes.
All right. What is the distance between this clump of houses and then 133 and 207?
This clump of houses. Oh my God.
116 to 207.
This clump
would roughly be
earlier with was it the last witness when he said when you're sitting at your thing, this clump of houses. Love it.
about a half
May
mile.
trial.
They're give or take a few hundred feet.
And so back to 121 Cambridge.
Okay.
You said you identified a ring camera.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about that.
So I met with the homeowner there. I believe his name is Chris, and he had multiple activations of his Ring doorbell camera. And staying there with him, we went through that, and there was multiple vehicles that went by and set off his activations. Well, in the process of doing this, we realized at 9:15 there was a car that passed. And when that car passed, you could see the front porch of 122. There was what appears to be a male stepping into the front door. And then it goes away because it's a short clip, motion activated, and there was no more motion from the road because the car passed. We continued to backtrack, and we were able to see that at 8:07 that morning, Ms. Parcell's vehicle is leaving. And there's multiple other activations throughout this time frame.
All right. And you've reviewed the ring camera at 121.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to play for you State's Exhibit 14.
Oh wow, video. This is probably from one of those witnesses earlier where they didn't publish this. This is going to be one of the, I guess, one of the surveillance videos thingies, Ring doorbell. So the lady with the plant in the window, I think, is the house right beside this house. To the right. To the right. To the right.
Can you describe this to this jury what you're seeing in the background there?
Oh, yeah, you can see it.
SUV that passed by.
Wow.
Activates the camera. And while watching this video, you see the vehicle first, and then in the background, you'll see the suspect, possible suspect, stepping into the front door. Looks like a gray sweatshirt.
You can't. Oh, that's interesting. He said gray, right? And it looked gray in it's the still image that we saw. But that eyewitness said she said gray initially, and she changed it to black 3 years later. You know, this is this thing, right? It's like, yep, we can see a person going in there. Yep. But like, how are we going to figure out who it is? Okay, well, the way we're going to do that is because it has to match all the other shit. Wearing the same thing, doing the same whatever the fuck. So like, this shit matters, right? Like, you know, if you have to try to believe it's always the same person, and then they figure out at some point, we don't know how yet, but they connect it to the defendant. Anyway,
the backpack,
you know.
pants.
Now, have you reviewed?
Because like ostensibly, could there have been somebody with a gray shirt who goes in the house and does what? I mean, who knows, right? And then there's another person that has, but they wear black. I mean, you know, you have to prove it's the same person. And so, you know.
On this video.
Yes, sir. I have.
You have to prove who it is and that they're all that person.
You heard Agent, you did not hear, but Agent SLED Agent Shropshire testified about enhancing these photos. But when did you obtain this evidence in further to the investigation?
So I had been on scene probably 25 to 35 minutes. And as soon as I obtained this, I asked the homeowner, which was, I believe his name again was Chris. He emailed that to me, to my county phone. And I
that guy, we heard from him. Email guy.
The technical services unit with Greenville County Sheriff's Office, for reason being, he could see that a lot better in his office on large big screen TV. He could give us more details other than watching this on cell phones on scene.
Would you consider this sort of a break in the case?
At this point, absolutely.
Why is that?
Because other than this, we were unsure of any suspect. This is the first sign of anything that we had was right here at this point.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16. And I'm going to have you kind of walk us through what we're seeing on these.
Oh boy.
Okay.
So that is a still shot of 122 of the initial ring camera after the white vehicle had passed. That is the suspect standing on the front stoop, front porch, directly in front of the main entranceway of the home.
And is there a car to the right there?
There is.
Did you determine whose car that was?
That was Miss Parcells.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
The problem is we can't tell who that person is, though.
And what is that?
That is the same incident location, 122 Canebrake, with the suspect stepping onto the front steps. I believe that will be at the top of the steps onto the front porch, same incident location.
I'm not seeing that was Exhibit 18. Exhibit 19.
Will be directly after stepping onto the front porch.
Exhibit 20.
Be at the front door,
Exhibit 21.
opening the front door.
And Exhibit 22.
Yeah.
I mean, inside the residence.
Again, it's problematic for me because that other witness said he didn't have the mask and the hood and all that on the way in. She could see his face, but in the pictures. And remember when I was like, well, where's the pictures that match that? Well, there's the pictures, and the pictures show him with the mask and all the shit on, right? Like you can't see the face or the hair. So.
And I know we just reviewed the video. On the video, can you see the individual going inside?
Oh yeah, you can see them going inside,
Right before it cuts off.
but you can't tell who it is.
So as part of your investigation that came scene, are you also trying to establish a timeline as well?
Yes, sir.
And when reviewing the videos or the ring camera from across the street of Christina Parcells' house, did you discover any other times?
Gray and black, right? And again, oh my God, again, that witness with the plant recanted and said, I initially said gray and black, but then she said, I later thought it was all black. It's interesting. I mean, so far, I guess there's some pictures that show it does look like it's all black, doesn't it? The thing though that we're seeing is like, while it looks like maybe on the way there it's gray and black, and on the way leaving it's black and black. The thing is like there's a hood and a mask the entire time, and that does not match what she said because she was like, I was able to make a positive ID because of the hair, and yeah. You can see the mask though, because it had some from the side, and you could see the mask on, like a profile view.
Yes. At that time, it was 9:15 when he.
I mean, that's what it looked like to me.
So, backing up to a few other notifications that Mr. Chris had located at 9:27. I'm misspeaking here. That 9:27 is for 133. We'll get to that in a minute.
It was
9:15. He is stepping in the house. She arrives.
And it looks like the hood was up too.
So just a few minutes prior, her vehicle is turning into the driveway.
Would it surprise you if it was about 9:07?
No, that would be.
Let's look at the video.
Okay.
All right. And so.
I mean, my time's off, but it's right there.
In addition, were you able to see the
Right.
goings of Christina Parcells' car?
Yes.
Her sister Tina Parcells' car?
Yes.
And of course, you can see the arrival of Brad Post.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I do that. It was 8 something because that was the whole thing about her coffee. She said that the Aida or whatever went to school. They go, what was that? She said like 7:15, right? And then it was like 8:15 and she was to have her coffee. So yeah, and this is 9 something. So,
Let's take a look at that. So I'm showing you what's State's Exhibit 14.
Did he make 2 trips? Is that what they're saying? We don't know.
And it's approximately 8:06.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So at 8:06, what kind of cars do you see at the Parcell home?
So there is a Lexus SUV and there's a silver sedan, which is the sister's vehicle.
Oh.
Yes, it is.
Bus?
All right, this is at 8:11, and the only vehicle there is the sister. Her vehicle is in the driveway.
So what's your investigation conclude based on that video?
Obviously, the victim in this case was no longer at her residence at that time.
Where's the sister? Oh, wait, where? I keep forgetting there's a sister that lives there. Where the fuck was the sister? Her car is there.
That will be 8:35, and the silver sedan is fixed.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Which will be the sister leaving.
And what time was that?
8:35.
So at 8:35, Tina Parcell's car.
Yep, her vehicle leaves.
Wow, look at that.
And then this is where 9:12.
Beautiful day though.
SUV is back in the driveway.
So we know from this video
At this
that
time.
at least by 9:12,
Yeah.
Christina Parcell is back at her house.
And then
That's a
3
problem
minutes later,
though with the
9:15
timeline,
video
right?
Of suspect stepping in comes into play.
Wait, hold on. Let me go back a second. What time did the sister leave?
Well, the silver SUV is back in the driveway.
So we know
Yep, her vehicle leaves. Leaving.
what time was that?
8:35.
So at 8:35, Tina Parcell.
Yeah. So 8:35, the sister's leaving. So like if he was seen there by that witness at like 8:15, right? Going in, like, that can't be right because the sister was still there.
So we know from this video
At this
that
time.
at least by 9:12,
Yep.
Christina Parcell is back at her house.
Yes. And then 3 minutes later, the 9:15 video of the suspect stepping in comes into play.
Interesting.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 105. I'm gonna show you what's State's Exhibit 105. Another big bulky exhibit. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is this?
So this is the 3 stills that we looked at just a few moments ago, coupled with the map of Canebrake Drive.
Is it true and accurate from the information that you reviewed on the three cameras?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this map is true and accurate?
Yes, sir, it is.
On State Moves Exhibit 105.
Another map?
Another
map.
There's no objection. I'll just hold it briefly. So tell the jury what we see here.
The 3 stills are the 2 on the left and the 1 on the right. And then this is captured. If you see the arrow going from 122 to 121, that shows you the distance between the ring camera and the incident location where you were able to see the suspect stepping up onto the house.
And at what time was that?
That was at 9:15.
So this would have been after she came back from her job interview.
Mr. Stokes, I'm going to show you, I'm going to refer you back to 116 Canebrake.
Okay.
To establish this timeline.
All right.
So 116 is where?
It is closer to South Batesville Road.
Is that it right there?
Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir.
And we've already discussed images, ring cameras from 116. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 13. Tell this jury what you're seeing.
Okay. All right, so that's the victim's vehicle driving by. That's at 9:07 a.m. And if you remember, we spoke about 9:12. This is where the gap in the video surveillance is. From 9:07 to 9:12, we don't have anything because there was no motion activation. But we know that she was at home at 9:12 and she passed that residence at 9:07.
And how far away is that residence? That's 116 to 122.
Probably 350 feet to 400 feet, roughly.
So she passes by 907.
Yes,
Christina Parcell does?
Yes.
And so what time does this footage of 116 show you?
This is at 10:57 a.m. and that is a red vehicle, which is Mr. Post's vehicle.
And was that vehicle in the driveway when you arrived on scene?
It was.
Okay.
So now I'm going
Amazing that like when they're like, yeah, we have a gap, it's like 3-minute gap, right? In terms of like at least one camera is catching stuff, if not multiple cameras, right?
You found this piece of evidence of a suspect walking into Christina Parcells at 9:07.
Yes.
Did y'all continue to canvass even after you located that?
Yes.
And what were you looking for?
At that point, we were able to tell the suspect from that view at 9:15 from 121, looking for black pants, gray shirt, possibly a black or dark in color backpack. We were able to look for anyone walking, or
They didn't know about the bike
bicycle,
yet?
anything like that.
Oh, okay.
So we were able to make contact at 133 Canebrake Drive, where they do not have a ring camera, but they have.
Yeah, that does beg the question. So where was the bike? Because that picture, that one, is you see the person walking. So where was the bike? Because in other words, if you're on a bike, you have to leave the bike somewhere, right? Like where did he leave the bike? I wonder.
Much like the one you just watched from the
Sure,
side of the
Warren.
house. And it has multiple different angles.
Oh boy, that's good.
I'm sorry, I got to take you back 2 seconds. I forgot. I'm trying to get all my stuff in. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 104. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is the still shots from 116 Canebrake Drive, along with a map of Canebrake showing 116 and the relevance to 122.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 104 in evidence. No objection. No objection. So that's just basically stills of the video we just saw.
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, I'm sorry. We'll take you to 133 Canebrake. And so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 15. Now, in establishing this timeline, you kind of have to go into the data to figure out a little bit.
Yes. So at this location, we actually had a language barrier, and we requested that TSU, which is our technical services unit, come out and assist in pulling the video. So
That's that lady whose name we couldn't understand. And also, are those Christmas lights? No, because they're different colors. Wow, though. That's the lady who's okay.
Get
All
this,
right.
and when we were able to get the Ring doorbell. But we were able to view this and locate a suspect on a bicycle from this location right here.
And is that what y'all located right there?
Yes, sir, it is.
And at what time is that bicycle going past 133 Cambridge?
9:27.
9:27.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so all right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. I'm going to show you some photos. These are stills of State's Exhibit 15. All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 24.
All right, that is from the still shot of the video surveillance from 133. At this point, we realized that we're looking for a white male based on the stature of the shoulders.
And how do you determine that it was a white male?
If you look where there's a mask right there, yep, there's a side of the neck that is exposed.
And what kind of bike is the suspect riding?
It appears to be a large frame, either a road bike or a hybrid road mountain bike.
And what kind of clothes?
Black pants, dark and colored shirt, and then a dark backpack.
Yeah, this is after the crime.
Gloves
and a.
I'm just wondering why is there no why are we not seeing the footage of the before? You know, it doesn't make any sense because these cameras aren't moving, right? They're all in the same place. Like, why is it that, you know, I keep saying they've got the only thing it looked like they had was like him right on the door, coming up to the door. But like, where is walking or riding a bike or any of that from the before? Because, you know, that matters. Again, you know, the outfit is different. There's, from what I could tell, it looked like there was a difference with, it looked like the mask was on the way there and the hood too, right? But like, in other words, why are we only seeing the leaving part though? Oh, it's a different route. Thank you, Twiz. Okay. Okay. I see. That makes sense. That's interesting. So on the way there, it's like nobody had cameras that caught him or they weren't working or interesting. Huh. That's I guess that's the smart thing to do there, right? If you're gonna do, again, don't do bad things, people, but yeah.
A 95 mask.
And we ever determine kind of what's on his head?
It's either a hat or a beanie.
Interesting. So you know why they
I'm
asked
gonna show you State's Exhibit.
that lady said a hood,
25.
right?
Another still shot from the same, showing the same.
The other thing, if it was a hood, remember how the detective just said, like, you can see the side of his neck or whatever? If he did have a hood up, then that wouldn't have been exposed, or at least not as much, right? Versus the hat. So, but again, that's different from what she said.
State's Exhibit 26.
At this point, you can also see
Right.
at the neck, just behind the mask, you can see shadowing. Looks as if it's a thin beard.
Oh boy.
At that point, that confirmed that we were looking for a white male.
State's Exhibit 27.
Again, that's the still shot from the video from 133.
I can't see a beard, but I'm, you know, not
And State's Exhibit
beards.
28.
This is from 133, canebrake from the, if you're facing the house, it will be on the right-hand side. We have been looking at the left-hand side. This is now from the right-hand side view of it. Same individual, same time frame.
State's Exhibit 29.
Video surveillance from 133. This is from the right-hand side.
Yeah,
And
he's
of course, did you keep canvassing?
We did.
Were you able to locate any more ring cameras that were important to your investigation?
Yes, sir. We located one more on Saratoga, which is the road that Canebrake Drive runs into. That's at 207. And that was at 938.
That's fucking funny to us. Looks like he plays piano. It was like when he was driving by on the bike, we could hear We could hear him singing some Chopin to himself as he went by. We were like, oh, that's a piano player.
Excuse me, 9:28, 9.
Like, do, 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 do. Oh, that's Chopin Nocturne. We got him now.
9:27 for the last house, and this one is 9.
That's one of my
Look at it
favorite
again.
Chopin,
I'll run back to
by the way.
133. I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit
Shout out to Chopin.
106. State's Exhibit 106.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that 133?
That is 133 Cambridge Drive.
And what's the timeline?
That's at 9:27 a.m. And the map below shows the location.
State moves 106 in that image, John. No objection.
Objection.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 102. State's Exhibit 102.
Yes, sir.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir. That is from the video surveillance from 133, showing the neckline of the Caucasian male.
State moves 102 in that.
No objection.
Without objection. All right. Well, let's go to 207. Tell us about 207 Saratoga.
207 Saratoga is down the road from the incident location. Now, the Ring doorbell at this location captured a couple walking, and then directly thereafter, the same subject that was on the bicycle captured at 133 was seen going from left to right, passing by the residence. This is in the same direction in which it just came from, passing 133.
So the last one was at 133.
Yes, sir.
And then down here to the right.
It'd be great if we could see these maps, right?
107 is 207 Saratoga.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 12.
Twiz, can you get on it? Can you start making some maps for us, please?
So like I mentioned earlier, Saratoga and the intersection of Cambridge
Mark.
is to the left of this intersection, from this house. The
What is that?
intersection is up to
A
the
little
left.
porch?
Here comes
Oh.
the gentleman on a bicycle.
Oh, wow.
From
He's
left
going
to right.
fast.
That was
Is he in a
the-
hurry or something?
928.
Wow.
And I'm going to show you
Getaway bike. Like the getaway Prius.
State's Exhibit 31.
And it's funny too, because like the state would want you to think he's a
That's a still
hitman.
shot from
Right?
the video from
It's
207.
funny, right? So like a hitman here on a bike, and then with the Adelsons, hitman's in a Prius. It's just funny to me, you know.
Saratoga.
State's Exhibit 32.
Another still shot, same location.
Is that the same individual at 133 Cambridge?
Yes, sir.
Don't be reading ahead, Twiz. Stay with the group.
33.
Same individual, same video surveillance, still shot.
State's Exhibit 34.
Another still shot. That's the same.
And State's Exhibit 35.
And that's the last image we have of the individual passing.
Interesting. You can see a big difference in the
207
camera quality for this camera. No offense to the camera owner, you know. Oh, he's got one of them pockety things on there. Let me pull my banner down so you can see what I mean. He's got like a pocket thing.
So in establishing everything
Silver.
that we talked about now, did you create a
pointy.
timeline of events of what happened on October 13th,
Oh.
2021?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Wow.
So I'm just going to ask you, and I'll help you the best I can. You see me moving a lot around.
Interesting. So he says you see me moving around a lot. So this dude created a timeline that this is the first day. This is witness number 15 that we're already at a timeline. That amazing. Freaking amazing.
Pulling up a lot of exhibits, so we need to refer back to when we can. But I just like to ask you to give this jury a timeline of events of that point.
Oh, that's
So based on
funny.
the
Okay. Well, then I've
neighborhood canvas,
was this forgiven. He doesn't know if they have cell records. Okay, you're forgiven then.
we're able to find from 807 was the first initial to
And he's just saying it verbally. That's interesting. It's like, I mean, that's not that there's anything wrong with that, but I would hope it's also on a, on a demonstrative exhibit. you know,
11:04,
a timeline
11:05 is when
as the
EMS
way that you
fire
do it?
personnel are on scene. As we talked about earlier, we have the subject walking in the front door at 9:15. We're able to back up and see the videos of her leaving and then coming back, and seeing from 1:16.
He's talking to the jury though over there.
Canebrake. That shows that she returned, and directly thereafter, you get to go back to 1:21. She's back at the house. He steps in at 9:15, and then at 9:27, he passes 133. At 9:28, he passes 207 Saratoga. That's a very short time frame when you break it down from 9:12 that she's there. We know that she had returned at 9:07, and then he's passing 207 Saratoga, 9:28.
And did you speak with
Interesting, right? How many minutes is that? Hold on, let's do the math with the tongue.
That she's there. We know that she time frame when you break it down from 9:12
9:12.
that she's there. We know that she had returned at 9:07, and then he's passing 207 Saratoga, 9:28.
9:12. Oh wow. So 9:12, but to 9:28. So that's like 16 minutes, but Saratoga's at the end of the road. So interesting how like maybe if you were to figure that like what 14 minutes. Interesting. That's wild, huh? I wonder how he got in the front door. Because remember how Mr. Post said the back door is always unlocked? I wonder, dude, this would be another thing if this exists. I don't know if it does or not. But like if he'd been provided a key to the front door by like Mr. What's his face over there in Italy, you know what I mean? Because like, I mean, it doesn't look like he broke in. Well, I don't know. If he did it, he had to do it real quick, right? And also I feel like, well, they would see that, right? If somebody breaks in with the you know, however it is people do that, they will see that. So that's interesting too. Like he was able to gain entry really easily. And it is funny, right? Because again, with the back door being always unlocked, it's like he didn't go in the back door, he went in the front door. Interesting.
with Donna Gorman as well?
I did.
And so what time, do you remember what time she saw, approximately what time she saw a bicycle?
She mentioned in between 8 and 8:15 the same morning.
There you go, Twiz. Yeah. How are we going to account for this though?
She had saw a gentleman on a bicycle going from South Batesville toward 122 Canebrake.
I got one last exhibit, State's Exhibit 103. Where's that?
That is 207 Saratoga, where the gentleman on bicycle is going from left to right.
State moves 103 down, Your Honor.
No objection.
Objection. So finally, were y'all sharing all this information as this investigation was ongoing?
Yes, sir.
You shared it with Detective Sparkman?
Yes, sir. As soon as I obtained it, that was sent to my county computer and then transferred directly over to his county computer via Q-Drive. So he has immediate access to it.
I'll just ask you to answer any questions defense counsel may have.
Yes, sir.
Just real briefly, so what was the very first photograph or video that you have of a bicycle?
The first bicycle that we had was from 1:33 at 9:27 a.m.
9:27. So you don't have any video or any photographs of a bicycle prior to 9:15 when you say you saw?
That's what I said,
I
right?
didn't see the bicycle at 9:15.
I'm sorry, before 9:15.
No, we did not.
Okay, did you
That's what I
canvass the
said.
neighborhood? Well, during your canvas of the neighborhood, did you look for timeframes before 9:15 also?
Yes, sir. We backed it up, and before 8 a.m., there was nothing of relevance at that.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
All right, they're done for the day, guys. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna watch. I don't know. They're moving through these witnesses so quick. I'm gonna pull up the next day because we're trying to get caught up. I'm gonna pull up the next day, and we'll see. We'll just do depending on how many witnesses we might get through because of how speedy they are here. But I've got it ready to go. So here's our next witness. I'll go ahead and update the ticker here.
Caitlin Ford.
Ms. Ford, good morning.
Good morning.
I think it was Caitlin.
Jury, where you currently are employed?
I work at Albuquerque Police Department.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a crime scene specialist.
Albuquerque.
And how long have you been doing that for?
What?
the Albuquerque Police Department?
About 2 years
Where were you working in 2021?
here at Greenville County Forensics.
Did they bring her in from New Mexico?
As a forensic technician.
What?
And could you describe for the jury, what kind of action?
Hold on, I missed her last name. Did they bring her in from New Mexico? Okay, Ford. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You would have had to. That's
Describe
insane.
for the jury, what kind of actions you take, what your duties are as a forensic technician when you were with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
So we respond to crime scenes with.
I mean,
the
guess on the
elements.
spelling.
Depending on the crime scene, we can do things such as take photographs, process for fingerprints, collect evidence, just depending on. that's
Evidence.
You
Evidence.
say that collection of evidence on specific crime scenes is one of your primary roles.
Correct.
Oh boy.
And same thing would be taking pictures in accordance with that.
Yes.
duty. Were you in that role on October 13th of 2021?
I was.
And how are you involved with the present case specifically related to the crime scene on October 13th of 2021?
I was the primary crime scene investigator for this case.
Wow.
You were.
Wait, she's so young though. How is that possible? Should we be worried? She was the primary crime scene investigator. What?
Tasked with processing the home at 122 Cambridge?
I was.
Wow.
And in your role as a forensic technician, are you subjected to trainings and continued education for that role?
Yes, I have my.
By the way, that's the fork. The fork. That's the court feed. I don't know what it's doing. That's the court feed. That's not the stream. So
In science and forensic and investigative science. In the past, I've held certifications in bloodstain pattern analysis and fingerprint analysis. And I am currently part of a specialized unit called the Major Crime Scene Team in Albuquerque that responds to all homicides and officer involved incidents.
mother of God, imagine how many of those she responds to all the time. How are you? Like she looks like she's like 16. I don't understand.
How many crime scenes do you process in a given year?
I would say over 400.
So can you describe for this jury, specifically related to October 13th of 2021, what your process was on arriving at 122 Cambridge and steps you took with your specific role?
So when I arrived on scene, I met with officers and detectives on scene just to get a brief run through of what was going on. After that point, myself and officers did a walkthrough, an initial walkthrough of the scene just to see the layout of the house and where things were located.
So when you were doing the layout of the house and going through there, did you take photographs of the outside of the house?
Yes.
And if I show those to you, would you recognize them?
I would.
Let's show defense counsel what is State's Exhibit 69 through 84. First witness was 69 through 84. Did you take your time to review those?
Well, we're gonna skip past while she does that. So this is the crime scene though, with this another youngster. Are we gonna see him? Let's see. Oh, blush, blush.
Starting with State's Exhibit 69.
Okay, I have to just say something. So in the thumbnail that I made, right, you can see Zachary at the piano. The background, again, I haven't watched this, as y'all know. The background though is one of the exhibits. I just was able to find it when I was just looking at like exhibits, like to make a thumbnail. So in other words, the background in the thumbnail is one of the actual photo exhibits of the crime scene where you can see the rose petals. But I just wanted to remind everybody, this should be really interesting to see all the I'm sure they're not going to show the body, but see where all the rose petals are, right? Because like that's crazy.
Okay. What is State's Exhibit 69 a picture of?
So that is a photograph of the gray Lexus that was parked in the driveway.
Were you able to identify in the course of the investigation there who was driving the gray Lexus that day?
Yes, it was the victim.
Showing State's Exhibit 70.
That was the red Mercedes that was parked in the driveway as well.
Who was driving that vehicle?
Mr. Post.
Why does that not surprise me? Like that totally looks like a vehicle he would drive, right? Based on what we saw from him in the driveway.
That is the front side of the residence showing the windows along the front door.
72.
That is a close-up of the front door.
73.
That is a photograph of the exterior side of the front door handle.
And look at that. Did you guys see that little hole? Hold on. What is that? Is that how, is that like, I mean, maybe it's just, they've got spinny wheels ruining this. They've got an evidence stick marker thing underneath that, I'll call it what they always call it, defect, right? Like there's a defect there. Now, is that because there was a way that you drilled in and then you were able to open the door? I don't know. I don't know how there would have been time for that. Or how the victim wouldn't have heard. I don't know. I just want to see what it is, but the spinny wheel is ruining everything. Hold on, let me try this. Okay.
A close-up of the front door.
73.
Right there. What the fuck is that hole? They're not going to tell us right now, but you'll notice there's that marker and there's like a hole there. Interesting.
That is a photograph of the exterior side.
Very interesting. That was one of the questions I had. How do you get in the
74.
That is the gate on the right side of the residence. If you're standing facing it from the roadway, just showing the gate into the backyard area.
So are you staring at Canebrake Drive there?
Yes.
Is that the red Mercedes in the driveway?
Yes.
75.
That is the photograph of the back or side door of the residence.
And at this time, had the initial deputies already gone through the house?
Yes.
76.
That is a photograph of the backyard.
So would this be looking to the opposite side that we were just reviewing, where the driveway,
Yeah.
away from the driveway?
Yes, away from the driveway.
77.
That is a photograph of you standing at that gate that we just viewed, looking at the end of the end of the backyard.
78.
That is just showing a close-up of the creek and what you can see from the backyard.
We're going to go to State's Exhibit 80.
That is the gate on the opposite side of the house, leading into the backyard.
That's looking into the backyard.
Yes.
81.
That is just showing another close-up of the backyard along with the second-story porch.
82.
That is a photograph of the nook that is underneath the second-story porch on the back side of the house.
Now you called it a nook.
Yes.
If I'm standing on Canebrake Drive, can I see somebody under there?
No, you cannot.
Is there a
I'm
bike?
standing-
Huh. Would it have been possible to stash the bike there? I don't know. Interesting.
Go back to State's Exhibit 78. In the backyard there, what was the collection of houses like, I'll say, with relation to the backyard of the house?
It was
Or how close in proximity were other neighbors?
They weren't that close. They were separated by both of their own backyards, including that woodsy area and a creek.
Go to State's Exhibit 83.
Woodsy area.
So that's just another close-up of that nook area.
They definitely think something happened there, it seems like, in the nook.
Exhibit 84.
Now we've moved out into the front yard, and that's just showing a broader photograph of that gate on the left side of the house.
So from where you're standing there, taking State's Exhibit 84, could you see into that nook there that we were just reviewing?
No, you cannot.
After reviewing the outside of the house, did you thereafter go inside the house and do the same process of taking photographs and reviewing the inside the house?
Yes.
If I showed you those photographs, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm going to show defense counsel what is State's Exhibit.
I really want to know what they think happened in the nook, but we're going to skip ahead while they do that. I want to know what they think happened in the nook. What happened in the nook? Because I was wondering if maybe he walked, potentially walked on the way there and took the bike on the way out. And so then, because remember the other thing too is I was like, if he took a bike on the way there, he would have had to, I guess he could have stashed the bike. No, we would have seen that. No, well, maybe not, because the front door camera we only had that because of the car. Interesting. I'm just trying to think it through, but I got to be patient. Wait to see more stuff. But yeah, I was thinking like he could, like maybe he walked there and took the bike out, but he would have had to have the bike ready somewhere, right? Getaway bike. Okay, she's gonna review these.
Yes.
63 and 60.
Exhibit 63 and 63.
Okay, now they're gonna publish. We're gonna get
So
more.
that is a photograph of
Yay.
the interior side of
Sweet.
the front door, which is in a room that I referred to in my report as the front sitting room. Yes.
Exhibit 38.
That is a close-up of the door handle to that front door, showing that it was in the locked position.
Huh.
Exhibit 39.
So this is a photograph of the interior of that front sitting room, where you can see the victim and you can see some apparent drag marks as well.
The drag marks are interesting.
That is just a different view of the same thing, showing there are stains, apparent blood stains on the couch, as well as the pulling underneath the couch, the drag marks, and you can see right there is one of the flower stems.
So you noted, you said drag marks.
Yes.
In this photo. Could you explain that a little bit more? How you
Yes,
arrived at
please
that,
explain it
based on
because we
the
can't
pattern of
see.
blood that is displayed in this photo?
Interesting.
So yes, as I referred to earlier, there's a pool of blood right there underneath of the couch. From that pool of blood, that blood being on the victim's clothing, when she was moved from that original location, it created the drag marks that you can see there on the floor. And then on top of these drag marks right
she
here are what
moved.
we refer to as drip stains. That just means that an object or person or thing that had blood on it, that blood volume dripped on top of those drag marks.
You said you identified some flowers, flower stems in this photograph. Can you show me specifically where they are? Is this what you're referring to right here?
Yes.
Okay. Show you State's Exhibit 42.
So it wasn't just petals; it was also stems.
So that is a close-up of the victim's right hand, mainly noting the chipped thumb fingernail, which is something that really stood out to me on scene.
Why does that stand out to you?
Broken fingernails can be a sign of a defensive, that the person tried to defend themselves. So that's what that broken fingernail kind of portrayed to me.
Are fingernails something you commonly collect in processing a murder scene?
Yes, it's standard procedure, but considering that one of them was broken, it.
Oh no! Do they have DNA under the fingernails? I bet they have DNA under the fingernails. Oh boy. But look, I bet that's what it is. You haven't heard about a murder weapon yet, right? So maybe there wasn't a murder weapon left
So
behind.
this is another photograph
Huh.
of that far wall in the sitting room. Again, just showing that blood pooling underneath the couch. And then in this photograph, you can also see some more of the rose petals and the leaves that are leading into the hallway.
Were you able to find the victim's phone at the scene?
Yes, the victim's phone, it's kind of hard to see, but it is right there in that blood pool. Yes.
Isn't she supposed to also have Bradley's phone for some reason?
Yes, it was collected.
Who did you subsequently give it to?
I gave it to Investigator Storkman.
I want to bring your attention specifically to the couch.
Yes.
There. What do you notice about the accumulation of blood and what the significance of the location of the blood as it relates to the couch?
So with that blood volume being located there, we call that a pooling of blood. The coagulation of the blood tells me that that a major artery was hit, and that also that is the site of where the initial incident occurred. Along with that, you can see some disturbances in the blood there. That also signifies that the couch was most likely moved after the incident.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 50.
So this is a close-up of that couch and coffee table area, showing the flower stems that were partially
Wow,
located
wild.
underneath that orange pillow and underneath the table. And it is also showing additional blood spatter that was caused. The location of that blood spatter, since it goes under the table, and the size and shape of those blood stains showed me that the table was also moved back into place after the incident.
Is that the victim's phone there in the bottom corner?
Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 46.
So this is a close-up of those rose petals and leaves that are leading from the
Incredible.
doorway to the sitting room from the
Look at that.
hallway of the house.
Insane. Matt, okay, we know.
Exhibit 45.
Speaking of the tight time frame, right? then also to having enough time to do all this with the roses, the rose petals and the roses with stems attached, I guess. Well, they keep saying stems. So was it like maybe the person brought like they had the intact roses and then they had to pluck the flower part off the stem and then pluck all the flowers petals apart and disperse all that. That's crazy. I mean, wow.
So that is the view of the
How did you do
sitting
that
room
so
from the
fast?
hallway,
Must
just
practice it
showing
ahead of
those
time.
rose petals and leaves.
So that's the hallway looking towards the front door.
Yes.
But classical musicians know how to practice. So
So this is a photograph of the hallway while standing in the living room, just showing how some of those flower petals go into the hallway, and also the discarded pair of sunglasses that was located in the hallway as well.
Exhibit 47.
This is a photograph from a further point in the living room, again, just showing that entryway into the sitting room in the hallway.
So inside, that is the sitting room in that room.
Correct.
States Exhibit 51.
So this is a photograph from on top of that console table sitting in the sitting room where the victim's purse had been located. And it's just showing that some of the rose petals and stems had made it onto that table.
States Exhibit 52.
This is showing the victim's purse that I was just referencing and showing that the rose petals were also inside of her purse.
this is
Approximately how
insane.
many murder scenes have you processed?
Wow.
Say close to 150.
You ever found flowers near the body?
No.
And I'm just gonna go back really quick. 52. To the location of these flowers, were there some found inside her purse?
Yes.
Inside the items on top of the table?
Yes.
You just said that.
It's Exhibit 53.
So that's just another vantage point from the sitting room of all of the rose petals and the leaves that were located in that doorway.
I'm sure you States Exhibit 54.
So that is a blood stain that was located on the wall by the curtains on that front wall of the sitting room.
Were the curtains opened or closed?
The curtains were closed.
55.
So that is a close-up just with scale of that blood stain. That blood stain to me appears to be what we refer to as a transfer stain, meaning that an object or thing with blood on it touched a surface that did not have blood on it.
56.
That is a close-up of one of the gray sitting chairs next to that window on the front side of the sitting room, just showing the blood drops that had gotten into the surface of that chair.
57.
This shows those blood drips that I was referring to earlier near that gray chair. The reason that those are so significant is because they are farther away from that initial pooling that we saw underneath of the couch. So what that means is that the shape of those blood drops tells me they're about 80 to 90 degrees, which means that an object with blood on it was directly over that area of the floor when that blood drop was created.
58. Where is this?
Penny Kinsey
That
explains
is
that a
over by
lot
the
better.
wall where those
Murdoch.
curtains and windows are located.
And that's the same, you're talking about the angle with which this blood was most likely transferred. That's different than what you were saying the drag marks were in the earlier exhibits.
Yes, drip stains are created by a blood drop just falling in motion from gravity, kind of if you had a nosebleed and the blood was just falling out of your nose. Because that area of the living room was so far away from the initial blood pool, that was not caused from the incident. It was most likely caused, again, like I said, from an object or a thing.
I would object to the opinion testimony that's being offered. I mean, this witness has not been offered as an expert, nor do crime scene.
I was thinking that. I was like, huh.
Qualified as experts.
Yep, they didn't offer her as an expert.
I would object to opinion testimony being offered.
She testified to her experience in processing hundreds of these scenes and the training she's had. While this is not being offered as expert testimony, she's speaking to her rationally based perception of the angle that these blood droplets came from. As to Mr. Moyer's concern, it's right for cross-examination if he wants to.
I mean, the question is it opinion or not opinion?
Or pry into why she drives her opinion, but she's simply speaking to her experience.
Well, he just said opinion.
So as I was saying, those blood drops were most likely created from an object or a thing that was in that area.
Show you State's Exhibit 60.
But like the murder weapon, probably.
So that is showing a clump of hair suspected to be the victim's that was found in an area of blood in the sitting room.
Is that area of blood what you described as the drag mark?
Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 62.
So that is a blood stain that was located on that interior side of the front door. That is once again what we refer to as a transfer stain, meaning that an object that had blood on it touched a surface that did not.
What was going on with the paint there? Interesting. Huh.
So this is a photograph of that front sitting room again, where you can see the victim that's located at the end of that drag trail, and additionally another smaller pool of blood, just signifying that wounds were still bleeding at that time.
Flowers that were found at the crime scene. Did you collect those and identify those?
I did.
If I showed you pictures of those, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Show defense counsel what's marked as State's Exhibit 85 through 93. Showing you what it states Exhibit 85 through 93. Are those photographs that you took of the flowers, or some of the photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
All right, this time the state moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 85 through 93.
No objection, Your Honor.
Objection 85 through 93.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 86.
So that is a bundle, those are bundled stems with
Wow.
a rubber band that were located underneath of that orange pillow in the living room.
So that rubber band is on the stem?
Yes.
On collection?
Yes.
87?
That is just a different view of those same stems showing the leaves.
89?
So that is a close-up of one of the flowers that was found on the sitting room floor.
You know, I wonder.
You said wildflower.
Yes, it is a wildflower.
That's
Correct.
not a rose?
No.
Interesting.
State's Exhibit 90?
Oh, wow.
That is just a close-up of that same wildflower, just showing the coloring on it.
Wow. That changes things if it's not just roses, right? So I was just thinking, because like, what's the significance behind the roses? And I was thinking to myself, like, you know, some of those like fancy escort sites, I feel like it wouldn't surprise me if the website had like a roses theme, you know, like, because, you know, roses, I don't know, you see that in like movies and shit. Anyway, but the wildflowers is interesting because, you know, what the fuck are they doing there? That doesn't go with the theme.
Expand on that a little bit. I'm sure State's Exhibit 93. Are those the same stem?
No.
So the stem on the right is not a rose?
No, it's a wildflower.
State's Exhibit 90.
Just another close-up of that wildflower.
Approximately how many of the wildflowers did you collect?
I'm not sure.
Say several.
Yes.
In your processing of the house and looking through everything, did you find any vases?
No, I did not.
Containers for flowers?
No.
And in processing that house, I assume, did you take several collections for potentially DNA testing or blood testing?
Yes.
What about fingerprint lifting?
Yes.
Now, if someone's wearing gloves, do they leave fingerprints?
No.
Dumb question.
After you process the scene, what are your next steps upon leaving Cambridge?
So I secured all the evidence that I collected, and then the next day I responded to the autopsy.
Okay. Did you take some pictures at the autopsy?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 109 and 110. First one, 109 and 110. Are these two of the photographs you took at the autopsy?
Yes.
What do they show?
They're showing the decedent's left hand, which contains her engagement ring.
All right, this time the state moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 109 and 110.
Without objection.
Objection.
What are your duties when you're at the autopsy? What kind of things are you doing there?
So at autopsies, we take additional photographs of the victim and their injuries, as well as collecting clothing, DNA swabs, otherwise known as buccal swabs, fingernail clippings, head hair samples, and pubic hair samples.
Did you collect buccal swabs and fingernail clippings from Ms. Bartel?
I did.
If I showed you those collections, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 94, 95, 96, and 97. Showing you 94, 95, 96, and 97. Starting with 94. What is 94?
94 is the fingernail clippings from the victim's right hand.
And could you describe to the jury, when you're taking these fingernail clippings and autopsy, what is that process like?
So we have a sterile set of nail clippers that we remove from the packaging. We then place a piece of paper towel underneath of the victim's hands. I use those fingernail clippers to clip the clippings from her left hand. And then I do the same process with a different paper towel from her right hand. Those are packaged individually. And then the fingernail clippers are packaged and submitted as well.
And is that what you did here?
Yes.
With both her right and her left hand with respect to 94, 95?
Yes.
What about 96 and 97? What are those?
So these are the buccal swabs that I collected from the victim at the autopsy.
I know we've had some testimony to that effect, but what exactly did you do there to collect those?
So we take a sterile cotton swab and we swab the inside of the person's cheek to collect those cheek cells and get DNA from them.
You collected 2 of those?
I did.
All right, this time the state moves into evidence. State's Exhibit 94 through 97.
No, I object to the introduction at this time, in that the chain of custody has not been established. These are fungible items, so it would not be proper until the chain is established.
Will you be putting them in later to another witness?
We'll have testimony to another witness, but she is the collector of these items.
Well, until that time, they'll just remain armed.
Understood.
Put them in.
On taking these samples, being the fingernail samples and the buccal swabs, what thereafter do you do with them?
I take them and I submit them to our property and evidence section.
Presumably for testing?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, cross to cross.
Good morning, Ms. Ford. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Just about those flowers that we're talking about quite a bit during your testimony. First off, the ones that you testified are not roses. Was any determination made as to what type of species of flowers, what kind of flowers they were?
Just wildflowers,
When you say wildflowers, what exactly do you mean by that?
things that you could just find in someone's yard,
Okay.
just wildly grown in a field.
Okay, and that's just based on your training, or is that based on
Hmm.
your experience of just knowing about flowers?
Just
over the years?
experience about flowers, yeah.
Okay, and the way
Yeah, I
they
mean,
were
an expert could identify that, you know.
positioned in the house, they were just kind of randomly scattered throughout the house, right?
They were scattered, yes.
Yes, I mean, they weren't in any kind of arrangement or pattern or anything like that.
Yep, they were just scattered.
Okay, one moment, please. Oh, and I'm sorry, just to be clear, when I said scattered, we're talking about the roses and the wildflowers. They were just randomly scattered throughout the house.
They were scattered throughout the front sitting room area, yes.
And so they went basically out into the hallway just a little bit, but it was mainly in that area where the deceased was found. Right?
Yes, there were some in the front of the sitting room, and then there were some located near the decedent as well.
Okay. And again, not in any kind of pattern or arrangement or anything like that.
No.
That's all. Thank you.
That's all. What?
Redirect, Your Honor. We would ask to recall this witness at a later time.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay, guys. So I think that was the longest witness yet. I think we'll stop it right there for this one. After her, wow. Well, having said that, it looks like this witness is going to be like 2 seconds. So let's go ahead and watch the next one since it's like really, really short. Okay. And then they take a morning break after him. So. You know, the thing about the wildflowers is that's actually important because if they're wildly grown, you can determine where they came from, right? Versus roses, you can buy anywhere or grow, I suppose. But the wildflowers, you know, did they come from Italy?
Please stop at the end of the bench, sir. Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Please be seated.
Your red coat is so funny.
Please state your name for the record.
Eric Turner.
Eric.
Mr. What is your rank? I'm a deputy. Deputy? Yes, sir. And who do you work with? The Greenville County Sheriff's Office. And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office? I work in the school enforcement unit. I'm a school resource officer for several elementary schools in Greenville County on the east side.
I wonder
And is that typically called an
I
SRO?
wonder if he was responsible for figuring out the poor child was at school.
It is. That's Yes, the sir. resource officer? Yes, sir. Deputy Turner, I'm going to refer you back to October 13th, 2021. Were you working that day? I was. And were you called out for 122 canebrake?
I responded out there, yes, sir.
Can you tell us, jury, how you responded?
Sure. I was in between schools.
never mind.
I just left one. Let me go back. At the time, I had 4 elementary schools, so I had just left a school.
Oh,
I was
okay.
actually headed to
Okay.
Buena
They're not
Vista,
related to the daughter.
near where the scene was. And so on my way, the call came out. I was close by. I said, "Hey, I'll run by there and check on it. It's right there at my school. I just want to make sure there wasn't any threat towards my school." So I responded there, notified dispatch that I was on the way.
About what time did you arrive to the location?
Within, I don't know the exact time, within just a few minutes of the call coming out, I was right behind the first arriving deputy. He was already out of his car.
And once you got there, what did you do?
I stood by with a gentleman later identified as Mr. Post and spoke with him while Deputy Robinson and his trainee went inside to check the residence.
And did you learn that the victim, Christina Parcell, had a daughter?
I did.
And what was your role in regards to her daughter?
So as soon as I found out that she had a daughter, I asked, "Do you know how old she is, where she goes to school?" And he goes, "Actually, she goes to Buena Vista right there." That being my school, I immediately switched roles and went to, I've got to get to the school to make sure that the school is safe.
Okay, well, never mind.
He
Take it
gave me
back.
just a little bit of background, family background. So I was under the impression, hey, there may be an issue with this child. So I stood by for just a few more minutes.
You
and
tried
left
to
and
implicate
went
the Italian
to the
dude
school to
again,
make sure
probably.
that everything was okay. Prior to me leaving, I actually called our front office at the school and asked, was this student there? And she said, yes, she's here. I said, do not let her leave with anybody. I want the school locked down until I get there. I'll be there in just a minute. So the school handled their protocol, did what they were supposed to do. And then I arrived and made confirmation that she was there. She was in a classroom and she was safe.
So, so as soon as you found out about Christina Parcell's daughter, you arrived at the school.
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived there, did you talk to anybody?
Just the administration. And they confirmed back to me, hey, she's in the classroom. She's good. I'm like, let's leave her there. I don't want anything to disturb her normal day until we figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
And then how did y'all decide when and how Christina Parcell's daughter was going to leave?
we kind of
Awful.
discussed what was going on. I told them, as far as I was concerned, just let her have a regular day. There's no need to take her out of the class, and let's just let her proceed with her day, leave as normal. I spoke with a couple of the investigators, and it was determined just she can leave with the family member like she normally does. They walk them up to, it's called the front path, goes out of the front of the school, and they walk home because they live right there. And so we just allowed that to proceed on as normal, like she does every day.
Please answer your questions.
Thank you, sir.
May it please the court. Deputy Turner, you had a body worn camera that day, did you not?
I did, sir.
And did you take steps to record some of the activities that you engaged in or around Cambridge on that afternoon?
I did. As soon as I got out of the car, I believe, shortly after getting out, it was on.
So what time is Buena Vista let out of school typically?
2:15.
Okay. And so maybe it's a silly question, but on that day when school was let out, Ida would be coming home, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And being a school resource officer, you're familiar with issues related to children's attendance at school, is that correct?
It's really none of my business. If the attendance clerk brings it up, I may do something about it.
Deputy Turner, if a student at Buena Vista, let's say she didn't want to go home, would the law make her go home?
Interesting. Interesting.
You know, our speculation.
I'm just asking if he knows that.
Interesting. You know why he's asking that, obviously, right?
I mean, it's happened before, not with me.
But if a student says, I don't want to go home, I'm not going home, must the student go home?
Again, we're going to look into it, probably contact DSS, get them involved in it, our investigators, and figure out what's going on, why this child doesn't want to go home, stuff like that.
That's it. Yep.
You'll be read, Your Honor.
There it is. All right. So they're taking their mid-morning break. I just want to see who's up next. This lady. So this will be, oh my gosh, trying to pause it here. This will be the witness that we start with next time, guys. Sorry, hate to break it to you, Kane, because we're just about finishing up with this one. So we made it through all of day one, and the pretrial hearing from the day before that, day -1, or day 0, day 1, and the first 2 witnesses for day 2. And so we are getting caught up. And I think what we'll do is we'll continue with this tomorrow, so that we can get, as close to caught up as possible, because on Monday, the defense will begin its case in chief, because I think that the state rested today was what I saw. That was when I realized that this trial was even happening, was when I saw something about the state rested. I was like, what was going on? So anyway, so this is crazy. Very interesting case, obviously. Lots of questions there. What's the deal with the flowers? One of them. I'm sure at some point they'll get back into the weird smell. Also curious about that. I know, just your luck, but hopefully you'll be able to join us tomorrow for the next one. And this trial was crazy. Like, highly recommend going back for parts, for anyone who's watching on replay crew or whatever, I'll get working on timestamps, but this case is insane. So you will get to hear my reactions and see everyone's reactions in the chat as we learned information and saw it unfold, especially at the beginning when we had no idea, right? Knew nothing about the case. Really wild and crazy opening statements, a lot of crazy stuff, basically. So yeah, but let me pull my banner down. But yeah, this was so much fun. Happy Valentine's Day. Speaking of rose petals, love y'all. Squirrel Crew is the best. And we will continue on. I'll see you guys next time.